Say YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been, visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how, American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching.
There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say.
Grifters.
YouTube grifters, these tourists.
There are a lot of grifters.
Grifters.
What about, there we go. I swear, sometimes it's just like a new issue that pops up every couple of seconds. There's one thing and then there's another. But how's it going, guys? Back again, once again for Zimcast number 92. Can the Godzilla community become okay, or is the Godzilla community okay? This is obviously going to be a solo affair, unfortunately. But I appreciate you guys all coming down for the stream. Of course, was good as always, Brandon. And for anyone who doesn't know, Brandon is really good. He's a really good painter. If you want any of your figures custom painted, he's the guy to talk to. So definitely give him a DM or something if you're on DeviantArt as Skull Ghidorah. And I think you also have an Instagram now as well. So if you're taking commissions, definitely give this guy a little hey from Zim. Godzilla community, are you okay? Oh, Godzilla, are you okay? Oh, I get it. There you go. Can the Godzilla community become that is becoming of us? I don't know. I truly don't know. Hello, Kairu, and hello, Minecraft World. Good to see you guys. And King was early in chat asking if he's gonna get onto this. Unfortunately, yeah, it is a solo affair, but for anyone who is interested in joining for these streams, I always put them on the Discord. So for anyone interested, and I always make sure I post these here. So new link always to the Discord server. And yeah, just pop in, say hey, unless you're being absolutely obnoxious or anything like that, or you don't say anything, or I could see that your Discord account is made like a few days ago, right before you joined, then I assume it's probably a bot. But thankfully, I've never really had to ban really anyone. I've just had to kick a few people here and there, but it's always open for anyone who's interested in joining. Still working on my GXK essay vid currently, in case anyone's wondering. Oh yeah, it's gonna be nice when we see that. Kind of related, but I've recently found a fanfic called Godzilla versus Team Adidon. It's actually pretty good. Kind of reminds me of your pitches. If you have a link, if you want to put it in the description of the video when this is over, I would love to give that a look and maybe bring them on to talk about their pitches. Antonio, what's up? And then, of course, we've got our Vic, the Kaiju in here as well. Bringing all the people in as always. I love to see that. But yeah. So how are y'all doing today? Enjoying life? Probably wondering why I had the last stream or this stream set to Sunday. I don't know how I messed that up, in all honesty, because I always stream on Tuesdays. So I don't really understand where the mistake came, but yeah, no, I would come home and everyone's telling me to hurry. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Hurry for what? And then I realized, oh no, it's saying the stream's starting, or the stream should be starting like right now. But yeah, and I think I definitely, good thing I did not do the stream that day or force myself to do it, because it was already prepped that day, because I would have been very low energy. I probably would not have wanted to do it because It was a long weekend at work. Nothing bad, but just like very busy, holidays, all that stuff. Happy Easter for anyone who celebrates it. And yeah, so just as a result, I was not in the headspace to really be doing live streams or really putting in the energy for it. You also have to really give it to Antonio. I love the fact that you tune in despite the fact that it's midnight and these streams go on for like exceedingly long times, but you still come out, say hey and stuff like that. So I appreciate that so much. And I'm with you in spirit, Zim. You're like my stand. You're the what's it called? The Blackaroonie stand I have. We'll have to come up with like a really fun stand name for Blackaroonie. But what I do want to do in the meantime, while I prep other stuff, I've been doing essentially what I call the sort of presentations of the week or what's going on in the fandom, stuff like that. Just a little preamble thing before streams start. And it gives me the time to go over the minute mark so then I can start swearing, as I often like to. But oh, Loser King Productions is here. I hope I can have my thought I had about the fandom. You definitely can. I think what I'll do is depending. Oh, I already hit 18 views. That's a bit long, a bit more than what I usually get, which I appreciate. So depending on where my attention is, if people have questions, please put them there. And if you really want me to answer a question, definitely shoot a super chat, because that's going to help me see it even better, as well as also continue to support Lizard King Productions with his Gojirosaurus project. He's releasing 2 new monsters that are coming soon, so those videos are already underway, it looks like, and I've seen the sketches. He does good work. Plus, he's got some figures coming down the line in June, I believe, or July is when those start. But yeah. Now, on to what it was that I wanted to show off when it came to sort of the highlights of the week, is the fact that this is what I did for Kaijun 21 a couple years ago, or yeah, just 1 year ago, which was for my monster Necron that I introduced. And then for Alligator's Kaiju April of this year, he was day 20. So a lot of people got to show off some of their art pieces doing of my monster. So I really like this one here. So I'm going to go through all the ones, and these are the ones that I got that at least people tagged me in, or I saw it as I was like going through the hashtag. So this one is really cool because when I saw this one, it looks like the influence was either like a T-Rex head or Drogon, or technically Balerian skull from Game of Thrones. It has a very dragon vibe to him here. I also think these are supposed to relate to his design too. So like little fire bits, which I really like. It was cool there. Martin's Kaiju did this piece, which he had in a few different color bits. So he has this one here, and then he has this red one here, which interestingly enough, even though in the original design that I did, there was no green involved, but I always imagined Necron's necromantic powers and a sorcery having this kind of green aura bit. And since this was the one that Martin used for his colors, and someone else used it as well, I really liked what they did. And this one here is a more sickly green vibe. I like the little extra bony bits. The spiral skull, it's not spiral, the spiral eye is really good here. And I love how shaggy he makes his mane. And some really went in jagged, like made the horns really, really jagged, which I think if I'm ever going to do like a redraw of Necron, I'll want to do that. But I really love this one here. It captures his vibe perfectly. And then we got some really like happy ones. Like he's just a happy, goofy, crazy little guy with his little spiral eye here. And I love this one too here as well. I like the I think all the colors they used were brighter than the originals, but I love it nonetheless. And I think again, some people really made the horns a little bit more jagged, which I think I will want to add to the design if when I'm gonna go over it again. And another happy, goofy little necromancer here. And this one by Poland Kaiji. I've seen his stuff on DeviantArt. He made them really jagged because I love how it really curves up here, and this one curves and curves all the way back like this, which I think is awesome. Let's see. What are your thoughts on Lady Gaga? I have no thoughts on Lady Gaga because I could not care one way or the other about her as an artist. I'm currently working on Color Mazita's design. Awesome, man. I can't wait to see that. Necromancy is in Reanimating the Dead. Yeah, Reanimating the Dead, summoning Eldritch Abominations, that kind of stuff. And this one, the head's a little bit more elongated, which I also think is cool too. The interlocking teeth at the front towards the back's an interesting touch. This one definitely, I think, outside of just copying the style wholesale, this is probably the closest to just keeping everything pretty standard there. But I always love Gorjak stuff, and I obviously did a kaiju review on his character years back. Minecraft's world there, which is seen through someone's eyes, and he's like, "I see you," which I love. That like that's also something is that he can talk, which people usually don't think of when it comes to a kaiju. That kaijus can talk. Tyler really went overboard here with the craziness of the eyes, which I love. And actually, interestingly enough, Liam actually just gave him a little dot for the eye, which gives him like a really crazy look. I think he integrates the skull as being essentially more like a helmet rather than it just being a literal skull. I like the touch all the same. It's very interesting. And I like what he did here, where he interpreted this bit as a spine rather than just a giant piece of bone that's jutting out of him. And then this one, I think this was the first one I had seen where it also incorporated the green and gives like all these little Eldritch Uwu bits around it, which I really liked. It was super cool, and I always like all the OC Kaiju stuff. And I have this all the way. Oh, and I was wanting to see if anyone else had added things. So there you go. There's another one who did my design there as well. So definitely, if you're on Instagram, look up OC Kaiju April and just see all the designs that people have been contributing. Continue to like. And these are always fun to do. I wish I had more time to do these, but with the streams second job that I'm working on in the summer and other projects, I just don't have the time. But I always want to like these whenever I can. And since this will be the last thing I do before we switch over to the videos, I really like this as well. I really like the texturing he did for this. I may want to incorporate that as well. The fluff is really cool. Didn't give him anything for the eye detail, which I think also works as well. And I want to see. Nope, same thing. Interesting little meme there, but okay. Oh, he actually goes over it like this. Interesting. All right, let's just watch that for a little bit. I think one thing that even with my own art that I've done more of, it's that the base layer of ink that I do, I usually do 2 layers now, so I can add a little bit more detail without fearing that I'm gonna go over that original layer of line art. So yeah, you can always learn new things from watching other people's arts. So let's close all the tabs here. And we're gonna get down to brass tacks, which is these videos. Is the Godzilla community okay? Roundtable discussion featuring Donnie Winter, D-Man, Rick the Squirrel, and then of course on the Kaiju Connects channel. Bro pulled up anime girls on stream. Bro, it's like short stacks. Like you see in the goblins, you know? Like it's just goblins, guys. And hello to you, Sam. How's it going? But let's get started, shall we? Of course. I think we've done a D-Man video. This is Donnie's first time ever being in a video. I think I was gonna do when the original fandom discussion with him first happened. He did a video discussing all of the stuff going on with that, and I was gonna go through everyone's videos talking about like the community and stuff. But I didn't end up doing that, so this is technically Donnie's first time being on a video that I'm covering. But I've known him; he's a good man. I like him. Streamception just for a little bit, and I only have Eric there just because I had a hunch about something, and I want to make sure I was right. But I don't think I am. But we'll see. And of course, since this is a 2-hour video, we have to do the tried and true, the patented YouTubers on speed, which depending on how like bored I get with it, I may switch up to 1.75 times speed. How's it going, Martin? But I also you gotta appreciate the fact that when it comes to Sea Monster's stream, when I was on there Saturday, everyone was doing it at that one like normal speed, and I'm like, how do y'all do that? I do not know. But let's go, guys. Again, if you got a question, I'll try to answer it. But if it goes past the chat and I don't see it, feel free to super chat because that's gonna help me see it a lot easier. So let us begin. And of course, there's an ad. The moment I pull up the video, I thought I stopped all the ads. And I have to go all the way back because I wanted to rewatch the video a little bit before I started.
Pepsi Man.
That's the first bit of the recording.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Today, I am privileged and fortunate enough to be hosting this kaiju content creator roundtable with a few friends, a few folks that I've had the absolute pleasure to chat and to work with over the past year and a half. And it might be good just to start with a round of introductions for folks that might not know us. So just going around the circle, maybe Donnie, if you could give a brief introduction.
Sure. I'm Donnie Winter. I am the host of Growing Up with Godzilla, and it's a little show that I do where I interview various Godzilla fans about how they've grown with the character over time. Kyle and I have known each other for a long time, since the message board days, and I know the other two wonderful human beings here as well, so I'm pretty excited to have a chat.
Awesome. Thank you, Donnie. Rick, why don't you give a quick introduction?
You may know me as a squirrel. You may know me as a guy that likes Tangled. You may also know me as Gargain's #1 meat writer. But I also like Godzilla. Don't worry.
It's hard to follow that up. And if for some reason you don't know who D-Man is, Derek, you want to give a quick introduction?
Yeah, I'm D-Man. I've been around for what I am pained to admit is 10 years in this community on YouTube. I've been around for a long time. I'm a big Godzilla fan, and I'm known as the Team Kong guy. So Rick's not the only one in the ape company.
You didn't do a whole monkey month like I did. I did like hundreds of videos in one
Hey
month.
man, I grew out a beard and didn't shave it to support Kong before Godzilla vs. Kong.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Now I'm
I did
switching to Team
understand.
Rodan. So now I don't know how I can shill Rodan to get him back in these movies, but that's my new objective.
You got to go skydiving.
We got in that comic.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for being here tonight. Basically, what happened was Rick and I met about a month ago, a little bit over a month ago, and we were just having a conversation about sort of the state of conversations and discourse within the Godzilla community. And at some point during that conversation, we were like, oh, let's just start recording it and see what happens. And then it got posted to Rick's channel, and lots of good feedback, lots of people saying that, like, more conversations like this need to happen. Separately, Donnie and D-Man put up a video growing up with Godzilla 2 episodes, which are absolutely fantastic. I will link it all in the description. You should go watch them. And so I reached out to D-Man and Donnie to say, hey, like, that was a really great conversation. And then D-Man and Donnie were both separately like, hey, we watched your video with Rick, and we felt those were really important conversations. And then Rick followed up with me to say, hey, there's more that I want to say. And so I thought, okay, let's just all get in one room together and hash some stuff out as folks from different corners of the Godzilla content creation environment, let's say. So we do have a pretty stacked docket of topics. You can look at the YouTube timeline for the chapters, or you can look in the video description. But there are some pretty heavy stuff that we want to talk about in an environment that's, we're all friends here. Like, we're all respectful to one another. And we just thought it might be good to sort of hash out what our experiences have been like, and maybe possibly find some areas where, like, our calls to action, if possible. And so let's just really jump into it and kick it off. The first one is probably the most important in terms of, like, subject matter, and I want to address, like, the homophobia.
No, because it's not about the unknowingly debacle. Well, I think they cover it like much later, but it's not really about unknowingly. I know there's another video I might cover that is about unknowingly though.
That has been sort of rampant in the community within the past, what would you say, Donnie? Like, it's always been there, but I feel like it's been particularly bad recently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say I've dealt with homophobia in the fandom since like 2003, but I feel like social media has made it much more prevalent and easy for everyone to see. So I think that's why it feels like it's gotten a lot worse. Not only homophobia, like especially transphobia has been like a huge thing in the fandom recently too.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so, Donnie, you've been putting up a series of videos sort of addressing the topic, talking about allyship and that good stuff. And one of the things that you brought up, there was a video where you were posting receipts, like screenshots of things in action. And I thought that this was a really important topic because, it's not too long ago I reached out to you on Twitter because there was like a very dedicated Twitter account that had started harassing me.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to make a big thing about it because I know that you give these people attention, that's what they're looking for. So it was more like, let me DM you, ask for your help in reporting it, all that stuff. And then when you made the video, you were talking about how, like, people are always asking for proof. And to me, it's like this give and take where
Mm-hmm.
if you give proof, the people doing it sort of get what they want. They get that attention out of you, that rise out of you. But if they don't give proof, then it makes it more difficult for some people to believe that it's actually happening. And so I wanted to maybe pass it off to you to talk about that balance.
I think I don't want to like not say anything because there really isn't anything to say, at least at the moment. I'm not sure if what he's referring to is what happened in his server, because I am in Connect server. I post art here and there, but apparently there was someone who had a like hate boner for the guy and then decided to raid the server and like post like a bunch of like really innocuous and awful type of stuff. Like I don't remember exactly what happened because literally it either happened when I was asleep or I posted something and then I really wasn't checking the other channels for it. But like apparently someone posted a bunch of like weird stuff in the server, had issues with Canuck, and then he had to push him out. I think that adding my own 2 cents to it, it is important to always show receipts so that you're not vague posting. And speaking of vague posting, unfortunately, Rick, you do kind of vague post in the video here, which we're gonna specifically focus on because there's some Twitter spat stuff that I did find, not between me and him, but about a certain someone that he mentions. And I want to clear the air about that. So yeah, I think that there's a difference between getting a rise out of someone and then just being like, yeah, here's the screenshots. And then if you don't really feel like you want to engage or you don't have the energy to engage, to just block and move on. I can't relate to a lot of this toxic fandom stuff because most of the interactions I've had, they've just been commenting on these streams. I think that generally, the more anyone interacts with a fandom, the more you will naturally encounter people who are vocal about aspects of the fandom. That just comes with the territory because you are going to be wading into the waters of people who have a say and want things to be a certain way. Like I think that's to be expected. Uninteractive fan ever since I first interacted with the Sonic fandom back in 2019, 2020 was permanently soured. Yeah, no, I remember even before then, the early 2000s Sonic fandom was crazy. And I think that like generally there is a like certain fandoms, even at like a base level, are more crazier than others. I think in general, like depending on where you go to in the Godzilla community, you're either gonna jump in with it being really toxic, or you're gonna like jump in and it's gonna be pretty chill. Like if you're, and I think that also just comes with the like social media accounts and like places you're going to. So like if you're on like Facebook, you're mostly gonna encounter like boomer G fans essentially who are like movie, fun suits, simple as. And if you're on YouTube, you're going to encounter YouTube kids. Same thing with like Instagram. DeviantArt, you're going to find mostly like artsy people. And then maybe once or twice you'll find someone who like absolutely hates your art because they came across it. But it's mostly arts people. And then Twitter is always a cesspool. And the message boards, I think, are where you're going to find the most like fandom people because at least back in my day, message boards were specifically set up to be essentially enclaves for people who were seeking that community and as a result wanted to engage with it. And I think that Discord is kind of like those old message boards, except now, since Discords are usually run by certain personalities, myself included, you attract the people who sort of like your style of doing things. And as a result, there's some crossover for people who just want to see what's going on in other communities, but everyone just has found their niche more, mainly because I think that the internet and the accessibility of creating these communities is just a lot easier for people. I don't even have Twitter or Facebook, so I don't really know anything about certain drama with the community. As well as like certain dramas are really like they're isolated to certain portions of the fan base because unless people go by different names across different like social media, you only really see drama with certain people on certain sites because it's the main place that they sort of do their stuff, as it were. So like certain discussions will be dedicated to there. Like I know for a fact I don't really interact with Reddit at all. So I'm not sure where or like what like I don't have a finger on the pulse of like the common consensus in the Godzilla community on Reddit or kaiju stuff on Reddit. Although I think I've seen a few of my like some of my art end up across several of them, but again, it's been a while ago. And I think as Lizard Cake said something. Prime example of this. my version of Gorsaurus and Speculative Evolution series. I had several people tell me I don't know the kaiju and that it's an Allosaurus. I know it's an Allosaurus, but I honor the fact by making it a Giganotosaurus, which is a relative of Allosaurus. Yeah. And I think that actually I'm going to write that down because there's a topic that they cover later on that I think ties into your topic, Lizard King. So, there you go. I'm pretty sure Synthetic Man isn't a God of War fan. Oh, wait. Nope. Someone else commented. I think that's a response to that. God of War fans seem mature. There's only one sour apple named Synthetic Man. Yeah, I don't even think Synthetic Man was like a big God of War fan. I also generally don't like modern God of War, but that's a whole other conversation in and of itself.
No, I appreciate you carving out a space to talk about this because I mean I think a lot of it happened last year when there was a pretty large conversation in the fandom circulating around like misogyny, racism, homophobia, a whole variety of various social issues that we see in our fandom, and many people are quick to know that these things happen in every fandom, and I'm of course not going to deny that, but I feel like the Godzilla fandom, we're pretty self-aware, and I feel like we're able to kind of look at these things and figure out solutions. But so I mean over the years, like for like the last 10-15 years on YouTube, I've been doing a lot of videos about what it was like growing up as a gay Godzilla fan, what it was like kind of like navigating like bullying experiences online, navigating creepy behavior that I had to deal with when I was really young online. And at a certain point, I would say the last 2 or 3 years, there's been like this loud group of people who've been like kind of being accusatory in the sense that like, oh, you're doing this for attention. Why aren't you showing proof? Why aren't you providing those receipts if it's such an issue that's important to you? And usually I kind of just like ignore those comments, but I've gotten to the point where I'm like, like I need to figure something out. So, I mean, at a certain point, I thought about a lot of the younger LGBTQ plus people in the fandom who kind of flock to the Godzilla fandom as a form of escape, and not really being in a safe place where they can like share their perspective or maybe their experiences. And I thought about where I am now. Like I'm in my mid-30s. This is not my first rodeo. I have a platform and a voice, and I felt that I'm at a point where I'm safe, where I could share like some receipts selectively, some that are mostly directed toward me and not to the community as a whole. So I decided to do that video after receiving that criticism because I want to show those people, like, because these people are the ones often who say, well, it's not really happening because I'm not seeing it. And it's like, well, if you need proof of it happening, here you go. I am grateful that they are not in the spaces where they're seeing that type of commentary from people, but it's still happening, right? Mm-hmm. So I shared those comments, and my goal was to attach a call to action to it in the sense of like, hey, these things do happen. The biggest problem that I've confronted in the Godzilla fandom is this bystander effect, where a lot of people may see like anti-LGBTQ plus behavior or other forms of discrimination in the fandom, used to gatekeep people out, and
this is major.
And there's my second ad. I really thought I got all the ads. I may finally decide that the ad blocker is necessary, but today is not that day. Oh, wow. It did a Sargon video. I love that. I hate this so much. Sometimes everything is just wonderful, peachy clean.
To be considered and thought about as we have.
And it pushed me all the way back to there. So now I have to find my place again.
Considering our bandwidth, try to take a more active
reporting it, all that stuff. And then when you made the video, you were talking about how like people are always asking for proof, always asking for proof. And to me, it's like this give and take where if you give proof, the people doing it sort of get what they want. They get that attention out of you, that rise out of you. But if they don't give proof, then it makes it more difficult for some people to believe that it's actually happening. And so I wanted to maybe pass it off to you to talk about that balance.
No, I appreciate you carving out a space to talk about this because I mean I think a lot of it happened last year when there was a pretty large conversation in the fandom circulating around like misogyny, racism, homophobia, a whole variety of various social issues that we see in our fandom, and many people are quick to know that these things happen in every fandom, and I'm of course not going to deny that, but I feel like the Godzilla fandom, we're pretty self-aware, and I feel like we're able to kind of look at these things and figure out solutions. But so I mean over the years, like for like the last 10-15 years on YouTube, I've been doing a lot of videos about what it was like growing up as a gay Godzilla fan, what it was like kind of like navigating like bullying experiences online, navigating creepy behavior that I had this loud group of people who've been like, why aren't you providing those receipts? Like I need to figure something out. So I mean at a certain point, I thought about a lot of the younger LGBTQ plus people in the fandom who kind of flock to the Godzilla fandom as a form of escape, and not really. I'm in my mid-30s. This is not my first rodeo. I have a platform and a voice that are mostly directed toward me and not to the community as a whole. So I decided to do that video after receiving that criticism because I want to show those people, like, because these people are the ones.
I think I'm going to have to do one more skip forward.
Like, well, they're seeing that type of commentary from people, but it's still happening, right? So I shared those comments, and my goal was to attach a call to action to it in the sense of like, hey, these things do happen. The biggest problem that I've confronted in the Godzilla fandom is this bystander effect, where a lot of people may see like anti-LGBTQ plus behavior or other forms of discrimination in the fandom, used to gatekeep people out, and a lot of the bystanders don't say anything. Like they just allow it to happen. And I feel like if we, considering our bandwidth, try to take a more active role in calling those things out, being like, hey, that's not cool. Don't call someone a slur, or hey, don't gatekeep someone out of the fandom simply because it's a particular escape for them. Like everyone has a seat at the table, right?
Mhm.
So I would say that was kind of like my motivation behind that, and my ongoing motivating factor for the conversations I have.
You want to know what it is?
I literally just want to say I was watching the Starship Troopers video that Carl had made earlier, and now everything has been recommended to me that's Sargon related and not Godzilla related anymore. I always love that when YouTube's like, "Oh, you watch this one thing, you're gonna want everything else from it." But I think that generally, when you're in a fandom, unless someone says something overtly to you, you don't really need to say anything back. There's gonna be a lot of things that you disagree with morally or fundamentally, and I think that as I talk about with bandwidth, it is better to just be like, you know what, not just people like me are gonna like this. I'm going to deal with it. Like they do their thing, they do my thing, completely fine. Like there is no reason to go and bother people for no reason other than you want to fuck with them. Like outside of that, so that's like my one stance on this because there really isn't too much I have to say on the matter when it comes to this. But this is, I think, where Rick mentions the thing that you vague post about.
And this is just going to be like a repeated answer throughout this whole thing. It's just people do not want to engage in anything that will be in conflict with their own personal happiness. Because if you tell them, oh, this is happening, well, I don't want to deal with that. Or if anything that's contradictory to what their own status is, they don't want to deal with that because it feels like you're being told to do something. It doesn't even matter if it's any specific topic. It could be about anything about attacking people of different ethnicities, their own race, their own gender, their own what have you. Or it could just be about movie opinions or any of that sort of thing. People want to gatekeep themselves and hide themselves in their little communities and will attack anyone else or like hide themselves off, and they'll put their fingers in their ears and just like not listen because nobody's willing to open up to anyone because it's much easier to do that. That's the simple answer, is because it's too hard. It drowns you if you try to do that, and most people don't want to do that.
And I agree with that completely. And I want to add too that like for those in the LGBTQ plus community and other marginalized communities, like I know there's like this expectation to like provide proof of the negative things being said, but like think about the people being the recipients of those things. Like they not only have to like navigate feeling unsafe in general, but they also have to navigate being the educator in any given moment where they have to be like, hey, this is happening, this is how it's problematic. I know that's the thing that also makes a lot of people uncomfortable who don't want to have to confront those issues. But I would say that's one of my big motivating reasons why I created Growing Up with Godzilla too, is because like there are people who don't like having those types of social conversations, like conversations about social issues, right? And I was like, well, if
Oh, and sponsored by Miss Piggy as well. I think that too. And I'll respond to what you're going to say in a second, Black. But when it comes to like the idea of someone being an educator in any moment, I think that it does almost in a way make certain groups of people monoliths in the sense of they are always having to do something. And as a result, when people who aren't familiar with it just so happen to come across these people, they feel then that like it's something to be upset about, when in reality not everyone's like got their finger to the pulse of social issues or anything going on in the fandom. And people who don't feel like they need to be educators will then get mad at these people who are like genuinely asking these questions. And sometimes you catch someone on the bad day, that's fine. But then ultimately, when someone lashes out in like a way where it's like, oh, I want to understand it, but then they're like, oh no, like you don't understand it, or istphobe, etc., or oh, you just don't really care, when in reality they just aren't familiar with it. It will paint a picture, and then that behavior, like the first interaction you have with anyone of any group, is usually going to paint your perception of them, of that group, for like the rest of your interactions with them, unfortunately. But I think that like it also, I think it generally takes blame away from these people, in the sense that obviously they're going through a lot. There's no problem with understanding that, but it downplays the times in which those individuals don't act in the best way. And then the excuse is that, oh, well, there is discrimination there is hatred going on. So like, it's understandable that they may not have the best day all the time. It doesn't diminish the fact that like maybe they were being a dick themselves or didn't respond in the most optimal scenario. And I think that's just naturally what happens when you're navigating around people and you're navigating around social issues that people don't all agree on. Let's see. Do you think before -1 came out, the fan base was easier to manage before because it was a lot smaller? The fan base was a lot smaller back when Final Wars came out. after that, when 2014 hit, the fan base just got exponentially bigger because Godzilla had come back. I can say that between 2004 and 2014, you ran into like the same 20 people in like it was essentially like running through a dead game, and you ran into the same like 20 people in the lobby, and it's just y'all getting scrambled for teams so they can keep this game alive. That was essentially what the Godzilla fandom felt like, because you'd run into people across multiple platforms and it was all the same person. And like that's I think how certain names got out there, was because of how small it was. But after 2014 came out and King of the Monsters and the Monsterverse kept getting bigger and bigger, is when you started seeing more people just generally engage in the fandom in a more casual way, like bigger fandoms already did. Because I think that there were people who knew about Godzilla and watched Godzilla but weren't Godzilla fans, and then there were the fans, and the fans were the people who always engaged with the community. So I think there was a correlation there. And now it's just gotten so much bigger because you now have like over a decade at this point of the Monsterverse, and you now have children who were young when 2014 came out and are now like teenagers with GXK. And now those people are engaging in the fandom. And then you have people who are younger than those people who grew up on 2014 engaging in the fandom. And I think that there's always been a revolving door, or even not even a revolving door, just a growing list of like really old, like Showa, more really Heisei, Millennium, like boomer folk, the people who grew up in the drought period, and then like the Monsterverse kiddies who are now becoming the Monsterverse teens. So, like, even like the idea that the fan base was small before -1, no, the fandom was small back when Final Wars had come out. Now it got bigger, and now it's just even bigger. It's part where I don't care to entertain these kinds of conversations. They're a waste of time. I think one sec, because you said something earlier. That's why I don't always interact with people that disagree with me unless they disagree with a profound analysis and not an emotionally charged stance because of based on a straw man or just general dislike. Yeah, because I think that like also people tend to forget that just because we all like Godzilla does not mean we all agree on everything outside of Godzilla. Like, for context, I think Rick, D-Man, Donnie all live in the US. Canuck lives in Canada. Like, his day-to-day is probably very different from the American day-to-day, even though we both live in the Western hemisphere, which is different from people who are like UK or like Europe Godzilla fans. So like Lao, Animus, which is also different from the Japanese fans. Like, everyone is liking Godzilla, but coming in with very different preconceived notions about like ethics, ideas, storytelling, preferences, things of that nature. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again, is that the Godzilla fan base is incredibly diverse, but that diversity does lead to very polarized conceptions of certain things regarding Godzilla or where the direction of things must go. And Godzilla's long history also generally means that there is going to be polarization and diversity there as well. That's why the whole woke thing is so polarizing. One side rolls their eyes when it's used, and the other side rolls their eyes when the former rolls their eyes. It's a breakdown of communication. Yeah, no, exactly.
Having that conversation, then I'm going to at least create a space with my own platform where I can have that conversation and at least show people that our fandom is super diverse and that all of us come from different backgrounds. Many of us have different entry points. Many of us have used Godzilla as an escape during vulnerable points in our lives. What has that looked like, and how has it shaped us into who we are today? And I have found through those conversations that I've learned so much more about myself, about everyone else, about experiences far outside of my own privileged, narrow view as well. And I think that it just showcases how Godzilla really brings people together. And hopefully having those stories out there will serve as a representation for the fact that, you know, our fandom that we once thought was super duper small is actually far bigger than we often give it credit for.
You just got to go to G-Fest and you'll see.
Oh, absolutely. G-Fest has gotten so huge.
We got a whole new hotel just for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what's interesting even about that is that even though G-Fest is gotten so much bigger, I remember when I could do laps around the Crown Plaza and again run into the same people every year, day in, day out, and like do it multiple times, be like, oh, I recognize this person from this day. I remember them from this day, and I remember them from last year. And like you still meet some of those people, but like there's some people I know for a fact just haven't been to G-Fest anymore because of one reason or another. Or like just new people who have come that I now see every year. But even then, there is a lot of people that do not go to G-Fest either. Like I because I go to because I work at a bookstore and there's Godzilla merch there. Anytime I see someone who's got Godzilla stuff, it always is easy to strike up a conversation. And like most of the people who I strike up those conversations with haven't been to G-Fest. Only one person has. And it just goes to show that even the people within like my local area who are Godzilla fans don't even go to G-Fest. So that does show like the pull of it. And like these are people who are like very young, very old. It does it show how diverse it is. But like also I've never gotten into like deep conversations with these people like I have with like people on my channel or Discords or across the internet. And there's probably very contrasting things that we have when it comes to Godzilla. Even someone I knew from my college, where me and him had vastly different takes about like Godzilla 2000 and the like what was better, the English or the Japanese cut of the film. What also sucks is seeing people have points to make that you agree with fundamentally, but argue them in such a spurgy and downright incoherent way you can't agree with them. No, yeah. I think that like that exactly why, nothing against y'all, but like since, and I want to say like one more time, and I don't want to because I remember you Black did tell me one time I said it 14 times, but there are many cases I can think of people who I kind of agree with on a fundamental level and then say it in the worst way optically possible. And then it makes making that argument even like harder to argue for because of that. Is GFest mascot still AI generated? No, they hired an artist after that fiasco because I remember that year's the GFest art that they did also changed as well that year because it was different from what it originally was. So no. I almost not considering going to GFest this year just because of how crazy it was last year. I think that I don't believe they were expecting as many people last year as they were. So I think now they're probably expecting to see a lot more people coming in this year and are going to act accordingly. But for me, it's like, it's the one big trip that I do every year. Regardless of how crazy it gets, I'm always going to be there.
Oh, that's amazing.
Same hotel as that DashCon one, with the ball pit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone knows what I'm talking about.
Well,
I'll have to stand by Rick in this one case, since like none of them really had like a reaction to that. I remember DashCon. I remember that meme.
Thank you for speaking up and for creating that space for folks that need it. I think it's safe to say that for any of us, like in our communities and our posts and comment sections, like if you're going to be a piece of shit to somebody, like none of us are going to tolerate that.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've had to clean up my comments a little bit lately. People just, again, criticism's fine, but like extending into attacks on the person themselves is just not okay. Especially like in my context where I mostly talk about toys. I mostly talk about toys. If you're gonna be a piece of shit over a toy, like sorry, go do it somewhere else,
Yeah.
right? And to speak to the whole like bystander effect, Donnie, like I've started just commenting, being like, hey man, that's really not cool. If you're gonna do that, go somewhere else. Like making it explicit. Like I'm not okay with this. And I think for any of us, anybody that's watching, if you're seeing behavior that is uncool, just take a few seconds to say it. Just say, hey, that's really not cool.
Operation Smile delivers.
And now Operation Smile sponsoring the Zimcast. I think mainly because I've been monetized now. That's why I just don't really care too much about like skipping through ads, because it's like this is how like it's gonna help me as well with my content and finances as well. So I don't really mind just skipping through it here. It's not a big deal for me, I guess.
Examples of this.
Take a few seconds to say it. Just say, hey, that's really not cool.
Because I have so many examples of this, because there was a couple times actually over my years on the hellscape that is Twitter that I still use for some reason. Because so that one we were talking about it, Kaiju Canuck, we were talking about like misrepresentations of Godzilla movies. Like one of them, for some reason, like there's some people that think the -1 is fascist or something. Yeah. And there was like a comment that the director made, like he wanted to make movies for fun, and then for some reason there was a quote tweet that said, "Oh, so he's fascist" or something along those lines, and then
there it is.
and it made
Okay.
no sense.
Yeah.
So I hid their name, but people eventually found it, started quoting, responding, just because they had like a trans flag and they're trans. Instead of like criticizing them for the point, I think most of them did, but there was a lot of people that still attacked them just because of their identity, not the point. It's like if you do something wrong, or like if you like disagree with someone over something, they'd be like, "Well, you're gay." And that's the only thing they have to offer. It's not like
What an original insult. Oh my God.
like that's supposed to like show them.
Mhm.
Like that has nothing to do with their comment. It should be about the that it isn't fascist, but they're going after their identity. I know some people will be like, well, they misjudged and like they're calling the director fascist, so let's attack them for identity, eye for an eye. But that's not going to help anything by just doing the exact same thing, that going out of nowhere over the top over something that has nothing to do with their comment in general, just because like it's not going to help anything. And it's just people use these types of things as excuses to attack people for their identity.
So since I have it here, this was not this person here. This was originally encountered on Zimcast 79, and we went through like all of these people's posts. And this is the person that's being referred to as here. And this person's saying, oh, he's just a fascist. And afterwards, when they got all the pushback, which most of the people, and I think this person locked their account for a little bit, and I can't really go through like all their stuff because I think I tried once earlier today, and I was either I couldn't find it or I had issues finding it, but it's so long ago at this point. I'd have to be wading through so many tweets just to find it and see how everyone else responded. But essentially, the person said, oh, he's just a fascist. And then responded with, oh, people got really mad at you for having opinions on Godzilla. When again, you are calling this person one of the worst things in the modern day that you can call someone. And were this not a famous director and you were just calling some random a fascist, and I think we're long enough into it so I can use the word, that person has essentially no defense because now you have a bunch of internet randoms believing what another internet random says. So the problem I have with Rick's understanding of this is the fact that he almost downplays the severity of the accusation because some other people were mean, when he even admits that the vast majority of people responded with actual takes. And the reason why I remember this is because it wasn't that he posted it. Sorry, Rick. I have to be accurate with this. You retweeted from me and had the same quote there. Whereas I want to make movies for people to have fun. Average, normal response. And then I think like a few other people. Yeah. And again, most of this was covered on Zimcast 79, but I want to see, even looking at Rick's own comment sections about this, I want to see if we can find people who were doing what was described that Rick said. If you know the brain cells just fire, only on Twitter can you say make things real and try to be called Hitler. Yes, fascism, the act of not making movies you watch of your leisure time into social homework assignments. So-called normal person response. And like probably the most like aggressive one so far. And another aggressive one that again. Oh, and then I love this person. Again, he's a Japanese war criminal. That's not how you spell denier. They're not wrong. Which again, I want to see proof. I understand you can misinterpret what I said, or rather his beliefs with the film. Except you just called him a war crime apologist and denying them when the film never does that. You know what? I can see your mind is very lost considering you're preaching. No, I just got the wrong director. It was Honda. That was a war crime denier. My bad. What? What? Apparently, Ishiro Honda denied war crimes. Wow. That's even worse. That's so bad. People are weird. These people are generally mentally ill, which again has nothing really to do with their identity since it's not talking about them being like trans or anything. I don't agree with these crazy people. And again, because it's retweeting my tweet, not everyone in the tweet that was being retweeted had a flag in their bio. How do you look at this and come to the conclusion that he's a fascist? I hate this fandom sometimes when I love this. Man, what a guy. Fuck. Up there it is. There we go. We can go back to it. So I have 54 comments on this. You can't be this stunted, right? So first one, just calling them bad. 1, attack an identity. Yeah, 2, 3. Cease me. That one, just an attack, not an attack on identity. So just being an asshole, or really just being as aggressive as they were originally. So 2 to 3, 3 to 3, 4 to 3, 5 to 3, 6 to 3, 7 to 3, 8 to 3. And like I could just keep going on, but like after like the first few that do directly attack the person's identity, they almost all go into going after the point of like how this is fascist. Which again, we covered this in the Zimcast 79. Okay. Where is it? Do you think those unhinged people review Bond the -1 sequel negatively when it comes out? No, because they don't really care. They don't have the time to. But yeah, like even like looking through this person doesn't like care too much about Godzilla. And like I keep like going slow to a degree because I'm like, I hope that I don't run into like that. I don't want to have something happen where I end up running into something that's almost porn related, because almost anytime you go through someone's likes like that, there's almost always something sexual. And I'm like, yeah, wonderful. There's one thing I love more than anything else is posting the receipts on these things. And then I'm like, oh, wait, I hope I don't run into something really bad. But yeah, like even going at a cursory glance at that person's post, very little of it had to do with them attacking the identity. And I think, I'm going to be honest, Ricky, kind of you made that a little bit overblown, in my opinion. Has been getting exposed for a case and anime gooner? No, sir. I would never, ever goon. Don't goon. Gooning is bad, kids.
Like, how do I put this? I guess you can cut this out. I'm trying to. Okay. Basically, I myself am Christian. I've been born Christian. I've been raised as a Christian. I see this kind of stuff, and the Bible would never tell me to do this. But Jesus would not do this. This is not what he taught. There's lessons in the Bible that specifically show that this kind of behavior, that attacking people over this stuff, is wrong and is no better if you do that. And he says that he loves everyone no matter what, and we should treat everyone with respect. And that's what I do, no matter what, even if they're not religious or something like that, or they don't have the same like identity or like values as me. As long as I treat them the same as I would myself, or even better, that's what God would do. But people use that specific thing without any of the context, like what I said with you.
So I'm not going to impose like my ideas or my religious beliefs on this, but for anyone who is familiar with verses, I would want to point to Matthew 21:12-17, Mark 11:15-19, Luke 19:45-48, and John 2:13-16 about like, at least personally, what Jesus said when it came to like abhorring certain behaviors, and then when it comes to like tolerating certain behaviors as well as a Christian, or like being in the presence of people who do certain things and not doing that, and like the Bible preaching against that. It'd be 1 John 3-8, 1 Corinthians 5:9-13, and Romans 1:28-32. So for anyone who is familiar with them, you are familiar. If not, then you can look it up if you want to. But I think that at least if we're going to use the C card, then you do encourage a theological discussion to occur, which we can have, but I think that'd be more reserved for like a private affair. Yeah, I will put them down in a pinned comment Minecraft after the stream.
Kaiju Canuck, they take something and take out all the context. They use something like the Bible because, like I said, anything that is good, like meant to be good, anything that is created with intentions of being good, like doing like courteous and like generous lessons like the Bible, they'll use that and use it for hate, for something it wasn't meant to be, and they'll use it to attack people. Like we gotta kill the gays, we gotta throw them in. You're all a bunch of blah 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 blah. You hear all that stuff, and they will just like take one person that is genuinely a horrible person. They'll put it on every single other person just because it is a scapegoat, or like what's the word? I don't know. Like I can't think of the word.
Like brushstroking?
Not brushstroking. It's I'm sorry, my mind.
Well, it's like a straw man, right? That's what you're talking about.
Straw
Like
man argument, or like
Mhm.
these like, you know how like when racial characters back in the day, like when they depicted African American people, like, oh, they eat watermelon, stuff like that.
Stereotype?
Yeah, stereotype.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, my brain is dying from all this stupidity I'm having to spew about all these people.
When I needed a
And what's it called? Online Degrees sponsoring the Zimcast here. So I'll use this in the meantime to discuss it. Like, I think that there is a few things that you can discuss when it comes to like fandom discussions, but I think that like the big ones, politics, religion, are always the ones you just do not want to discuss if you want to have a cozy fandom, because what it does ultimately is it puts those discussions at the door, and you come in with the idea that that person probably does not believe the same things you do, but you will put it aside for the joy of engaging with a shared love on like mutual ground in that sense.
Yeah, like it's always like that because they need to they have to straw man every stereotype, anyone. It can be as harmful as attacking a person in real life, like serious consequences, or it could be something over a movie. Like people will take things out of context so it can fit their narrative, because at the end of the day, as much as we say, oh, I'm willing to like discuss stuff with people, they won't actually do it, because our caveman mentality is that we want to be superior to everyone and we don't want to be challenged. We don't want to actually like conform or like actually have a genuine discussion, because that's very hard to do. It's much easier to ignore everyone, being a group that automatically agrees with you.
Right. Yeah, it's tribalism, right? And
Mhm.
the example of the person calling Yamazaki like making a fascist film, like that one's particularly outrageous because like the point there is very easy to contend with, and instead you just sort of swerved around it and went after the person.
And in this case, I will assert that like the vast majority of people did not swerve around it and directly challenge the person on the topic. So I do not want to, if the topic is ever brought up again, I do not want to hear people saying like, oh, like a lot of people really went after this person's identity, when it went like, oh, there's a lot of people doing it in the first couple of comments, and then it dropped down like a fly. And like most people in Rick's comments didn't either. So for the vast majority of people, attacked it directly. But I also, and I say this with as much sincerity as possible, it does feel like to some degree that they are underrepresenting the damage that accusation can have, and how people who would defend Yamazaki, who aren't as vocal or as aggressive as like someone like me, could be at risk of getting dogpiled by those people who want to just level the accusation at anyone. So yeah.
Mhm.
That's what makes that specific case like just so ridiculous. And for what it's worth, Rick, like the values that you have a Christian, I would say I share those values as somebody that's not particularly religious. Like I don't really feel like going after people unless they pose some kind of existential threat to me or my family.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that should be common sense. Like
you would think so.
Well, and Rick, what you were describing also was empathy, right? Like that's really at the root of all of it. And I feel like the internet and the anonymity like that the internet creates for people emboldens a lot of hate, because they can just, go drop some hate and then just, move away from it, move on to the next thing, right? Internet trolls, we've heard.
Well, in this case, it wouldn't be an internet troll. It'd be someone posting something hateful, and then other people directing it with something hateful. As well as also considering like the people that we really saw in the comments, I think really only one of them had something that could be considered somewhat Christian, which I think it was also like a 40K like username. But the correlation between like Rick talking about his religion and then talking about this issue here, it almost feels like a weird conflation with like Christian fans and the fandom going after these people in the fandom, when there like isn't really any proof, at least in the example that he gave.
Heard that term for decades. It comes down to generalization. Like people like that will make these gross generalizations. I can give another example. What kind of led me to doing the receipts video that I did was I had somebody comment on my Instagram basically saying like, oh, well, the rest of us don't want people like you in our fandom. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
So like I like screenshotted it, because that's what I do. I keep everything. I screenshotted it and I was just like, I don't really think this is the take. Like we are here. Like why are you overgeneralizing what the rest of the Godzilla fandom thinks about like marginalized people being present? And this was a person who was kind of insinuating that by simply talking about, Godzilla being crucial in my growing up experience and like, self-actualization, becoming like self-accepting, right? That like I was trying to make Godzilla gay. Like,
it's funny because Toho like posted a trans Godzilla fans stop motion animated short one time, the coming out one. But I think they deleted their account or something because of complicated. I don't remember why, but I wish they were still here. But they did post that, and Toe still approved of like Godzilla Save the Earth with a same-sex couple
Mhm.
from Matt Frank, and
I think it means Rulers of Earth, and now Zimcast sponsored by PetSmart. I'm really getting all the sponsorships, and I guess Canuck's making a lot of money off this video if I'm continuing to when I continue to view this, because I think that's like what 5, 6, 7 different ads that I've gotten. Oh, how's it going, Unite Godzilla fans? It's been a while. Definitely, please tell me you're coming to G Fest, because it's gonna be really nice to see you, man. And yes, I know once May hits, I'm gonna be a lot more free. So definitely shoot me a message on Instagram or whichever like platform is easiest, and I can totally set aside some time. Hey, that's nice. Definitely I'll be in earlier that week, so I'll be there long before like Thursday. But whenever you guys are coming in, let me know, and we can go out and grab some food and stuff, because this is a really good place, like right by the hotel that most people don't go to, that I would love to take all you guys to and just enjoy the time.
even because there's this whole thing on Twitter. Like every time I post the fact that Tomiyuki Tanaka said that Godzilla 1954 could have possibly been female because it would have explained why Manila it exists.
Yeah.
So it's like 54 was actually the mom, and then the one that the rest of the show is actually the dad. So I kind of think that's kind of heartwarming in a way.
Yeah.
It's sad as well, because that actually would be really cool. I don't really care if Godzilla is male or female, but that would have added a lot to Showa and Godzilla as a character for the rest of the Showa series. That he actually forgave humanity
Yeah.
and all that stuff, and then went with his son as a single parent. That would actually be very emotional, especially in the end of Son of Godzilla.
Thank you, man.
People just have this perception they don't want anyone else to have. It's like, no, he's got King of the Monsters, even though that's the Americanized version of it. And
Well, like, actually, this is a really good example, because if we're talking about content or media, then you always have to wonder, well, what is the intended purpose or the intended idea of the medium or like the piece? In the case of Godzilla, or at least the 54 one being female, it was something I think that was said a long time later on, where it possibly could have been the case, not even the like that it really was, or that was something official or something they were thinking about at the time. It was something that Tanaka had in his mind post like 1967. So a lot of time had passed at this point. And even then, the differences between the Godzillas, where you have Godzilla is almost always referred to as an it rather than a he or a she. So if we're being official, Godzilla is an it. So saying, oh, well, this Godzilla is a she, this one's not, then the idea of like talking about it really has like no point, because ultimately there is the official answer, and that's an it. And if we're going to go a step further and say like, oh, well, Godzilla's King of the Monsters, and say, oh, well, no, that's the American version, that's still a more official like part of the continuity compared to a statement made years ago that doesn't really pan out in the films because of like other logistics to it.
If anybody is uncomfortable with that, or what I was describing earlier, I would ask the question of those individuals of where does that discomfort originate from and why.
We already have a canonical female Godzilla in Godziban as well, and that's where people use. It was the person that created Godziban actually explained why and everything to me, but it's a little bit, I don't remember it all. But basically, the puppet that they use for the female Godzilla, the mom, is Godzilla 2000 Miragoji. So a lot of people like to headcanon that the Godzilla from Godzilla 2000 is female.
And actually, if we want to go by the idea that the Godzilla 2000 Godzilla is female because there is a female Godzilla in Godziban that is based on there is a female Godzilla, then you'd also ought to then believe that Heisei Godzilla is male, because I think that like that's the dad Godzilla looks like Heisei Godzilla, but then his son looks like a chibi version of 64 Goji, and his brothers are Little Godzilla and Minya. So then like you have to then believe that Little Godzilla is like male, so is Manila, and also that would kill the idea that the 54 Godzilla is female, since I think the 54 Godzilla is like Grandpa Goji or something, but it's like a male, older man Godzilla that's based on the 54 Godzilla. So like if we're going by like all these ideas like, oh, headcanon, this, that, then I think there'll be no point to talk about it really, because then you're kind of like killing your own argument or even the legitimacy to hold the headcanon.
That'd be dope. That'd be weird. That'd be pretty cool.
And you didn't really miss anything, Exil. Also, what's it called? Nice to see you in the chat, man. Like as the weather gets warmer, everyone's like actually coming out to the Zimcast to say, hey. Obviously you probably haven't been seeing it, but whenever I do hit like 99 Zimcast, Eric, we're gonna try to see if we can maybe do a 24-hour live stream, although that might kill me. So we'll think about it. Yeah, Godzilla has a lot of weird stuff. Or like Gigan having like parents as well, and then the Millennium version while he's the Showa one. Like the whole idea of headcanons has always been weird to me. Oh, dude, what's up? Like, everyone's coming in and saying, hey, I love this day. Do you have anything in mind for Zimcast 98? I think I don't want to. I'm not going to talk about anything related to 98 on Zimcast 98. I think that'd be the funniest thing.
I don't know. I would love that. I would like to see like a Godzilla and female Godzilla. I think that'd be cool.
And the beauty of it is that it's okay for people to have that as their headcanon, right?
Yeah.
And if
It's not really
someone,
hurting anything.
yeah, if somebody doesn't like that headcanon, well, then you don't have to adapt it as your own headcanon. It is a very straightforward, no pun intended, thing to kind of consider.
Yeah, for sure. So
how I see it, not going to play with the idea, no matter how brief. Why can't fans? Headcanon speculating is part of the fandom is part of the fandom fun, as well as continuing acknowledging the official canon. I think that is true, but if someone was to ask me what is the official stance on this, I think that there is room for people to objectively say that yes, this is the stance. Here are other takes that people have provided that are external material that has bearing of varying degrees based on who said it. But as far as we know, based on the information provided in the films or things directly related to the films, this is what the answer is. I think that there's that, and I think that like some communities are more stern with that, some are more loose, but I think that also comes down to the fact that that's why it's always good to like see what like fandom or community or group of people you like to hang out with, because you are not obligated to hang out with people just because y'all like Godzilla. If that were the case, every Discord server, every YouTube channel would have the exact same number of subscribers, because everyone would just like Godzilla for the exact same reasons regardless. I would say the Godzilla fandom is mainly just normal people with some level of toxicity and over defendants of the character. Yeah, no, that's like most fandoms, really.
just for the sake of time, not that this is not an important topic, I'm just looking at the docket and I'm thinking we spent half an hour already, and I just want to be respectful of everyone's time. So I think the call to action here is if you're seeing somebody being unreasonable or hateful.
And now it is Zimcast inspired by Capital One, which gives me time to also like look at the chat and see if there's anything else I feel like I could bring up, which does not seem to be the case, except for the fact that Minus Goji hates the Japanese and went back to Daddy Oppenheimer from good old Blackaroonie. And now it's a Zimcast inspired by Cliff Bars, which I can't eat because it'd kill me. Thanks, Cliff Bar. Why don't you make one that I can eat?
Take a few moments to say, hey, that's really not cool. And if it happens in any of our communities, we'll do that and we'll ban you. Like, I really like just don't have the patience for this kind of stuff anymore. Before, like when I was getting started, I was like, oh, I don't want to ban people, I don't want to burn bridges, and now I'm just like, fucking ban. Like, sorry.
I was telling that to that's what I was telling Donnie after we finished recording Growing Up with Godzilla. We spent a long time talking. A lot of what I was telling him is like, and it's so weird because I've been around in the community from such a young age, in such a public way, and I used to experience like so much of all of the hate that we have discussed here today, and I really don't see a lot of that anymore. Mm-hmm. And is that just because I'm in some ways, despite the fact that subscriber-wise I'm a bigger channel now than I've ever been, but at the same time, like relevance-wise, I'm smaller than I used to be. And so is it like maybe just because people don't notice me anymore? Is it because I'm off Instagram and for the most part on Twitter I have like one day of Twitter a week and then that's it? Or like is it because I got really, really, really aggressive with that block button? The second I see a comment, gone. Because I just cannot tolerate it. And especially because it's like if they're going to say that to me, they're probably going to say that to other people in the same comment sections, Yeah. And I'll see it a lot of the time too, where like people will love to. It's kind of like what we're talking about. I don't even know why, but like I'll get comments on my videos like randomly. It'll be a whatever video. I'll be talking about the most nothing topic of all time, and there'll just be a random comment that'll pop up and be like, "You're ugly." It's like, oh, what did that accomplish? Do you feel better? Yeah. Did you get that out of your system? Blocked. It's like there's no point in engaging with that person because they're too far gone. They're too far gone. But also, if they're going to say that to me, what else are they spreading in my comment section? I don't want to run that risk. They're out of here. I just can't take it anymore.
I think like he's probably right to some degree. I think that I know definitely, even though I'm still subscribed to D-Man, his videos just aren't like they aren't as pushed as much anymore, especially compared to like Dangerville and Goji Center and those guys. I think that maybe like he's just not getting as much pull from people in the fandom normally. And I know hearing like people who have kids who are Godzilla fans, when they bring up channels, D-Man's isn't one that I hear really like anymore. I think like I had to have, it was probably before I got my license or before I could drink, that like I would hear younger kids, not even at G-Fest, but just like around my work or from like friends of family who had younger kids who like Godzilla would be talking about D-Man. But like now it really is just Goji Center, Dangerville, and like a few other channels that I don't watch, like Goji Center and Dangerville being the only ones I have any familiarity with. But yeah, his recent videos feel very clickbaity to me. I will say this, having watched his videos, I think that they are definitely done, like they try to engage with the algorithm as much as they can, but clickbaitier, when I think of the word clickbait, implies to me that the topic that is being discussed or being showed off in the thumbnail is never talked about. And Derek always talks about what's in the thumbnail. Whether he does it to the best of his abilities is something different, because I think that even we've covered the Godzilla and Kong video that he did, which I don't think was the best, but even that one, the title and the thumbnail were kind of clickbaity, quote unquote, but I wouldn't say that like the discussion wasn't about those topics at all.
I've had a few people that are still doing this, but not in my comments anymore, but who have multiple accounts, or maybe even a big following that people actually blindly follow them, that have attacked me, or if I block them or anything, they'll still make accounts on Twitter and they'll still like comment about me and stuff like that. And I'm not naming anyone because I'm even thinking of someone, it's like a YouTube comment, like this was long ago, stuff like that. I've had to deal with this kind of thing where people use multiple accounts and stuff just to like, trash talk me or harass me.
For sure.
Is that there's just some people that are so adamant about their hatred of other people that you can't really
Appreciate that, Alice. Thank you.
Powerful, like there's not gonna be any dents because either people on your side are not gonna listen, or like they usually like they like give it a rest or something like that.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
For now, as far as I'm aware, I don't really care, and most of those people are just gone and like moved on. So I'm glad about that. But I'm very certain in the future I'm gonna mess with someone that I might not even have any intention of doing. Like they just don't like me for whatever reason. Like I sound funny to them, so they'll just dedicate that much hate.
Yeah,
and the hate is like unwarranted because blah 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 and such. Because some people have a problem with me because of out of context things that other people say about me.
Yeah, and I've dealt with that a lot too. Like there was a creator a couple years ago, I think in 2021 around there, that made a whole video about me. I think he made a couple. I think he deleted them, but he made a couple videos about me, going on and on about all this stuff, mostly about how greedy I am, how I'm not a real Godzilla fan, and I'm manipulating my viewers. And a lot of it was stemming from a quote that a friend of his had told him that I said, but the quote was misquoted and was missing the context. So basically, a long time ago, during the lead up to King of the Monsters, I would release videos, speculating on what could be going on in the movie. But there's tons of leaks about that movie out there. And I'd be trying to dodge the leaks to the best of my ability so that I could have fun speculating with people who like to speculate without knowing the answer. And there was one thing where it was like something falling from the sky in the trailer. And was speculating, like, is it Ghidorah returning to Earth? Is it Godzilla being dropped from the sky? What is it? Who knows? So I made a video speculating on it. I didn't think much of it. And then in another video years later, I was talking about how I had known for multiple years in advance that Mechagodzilla would be in Godzilla vs. Kong, but I had never said anything because I didn't want to spoil the experience for others. And I said, I think I've done stuff like this before. Like I'm pretty sure in the King of the Monsters era, it had been spoiled for me that Ghidorah had dropped Godzilla from the sky. So like I think I've made videos where I've speculated on things but not given out the answer because I don't want to spoil the experience or whatever. And it had been taken, me saying that had been taken and twisted into like I had knowingly lied to people about what was falling from the sky in the King of the Monsters trailer to mislead people so that I could get views and money off of it.
But you were saying that was the intention.
Real quick, if you're still in the chat, and that's the only reason why your channel's up, Eric, is that I thought that you had covered the drama between him and like the other YouTuber where it had been discussed about, or I thought you had some knowledge about that, but that's why, because I was like, did he discuss like the one guy who did the thing, who mentioned the thing about Derek? I don't remember. That's why I was like going through your old content here, Eric. So if you're still in the chat, let me know if you remembered this, because I vaguely remember what D-Man is saying, but I do not remember at all whether or not like who made those videos. If I probably looked up like D-Man debunked or D-Man roasted or something like that, I could probably find it. But actually, why not, since I have the time. But yeah, let's go. Also, he's at 6.99k subscribers. For anyone who is who is not subscribed. Subscribe to Eric. See if you can get him to 7K. Oh, did you? I'm curious now. Let's playlist cringe series.
We'll
Actu-
have 2 versions.
Actually, we'll do it this way. Because I could probably find it going through these. Because I remember when people got up my ass about that one because someone thought I took someone's account down. That was funny. But yeah, what was it called, Eric? If it was your video, because it's Godzilla D-Man. Let's try that. See if it comes up that way. But that's unknowingly. That's not even who I wanted. I love when you search up stuff and immediately it's never what you're looking for. Like this has nothing to do with the topic. And it's like, why search up things in the first place if you're never gonna find it? Let me see. Godzilla cringe. Damn it. No. I know that's not even, that's about everyone but D-Man. Okay. Yeah. Like if you have the video, send it to me. That I can also put that in the linked comment as well. And now let's go and see whether or not I'm gonna hit with another ad. Long story, I deleted it due to it not having enough evidence. It was just a he said, she said. Yeah, so what's it called? You did the smart thing, which was delete the video because there wasn't enough evidence. So you did the proper thing in this case. Okay. I was wondering because I was like, I remember it because it was like when we first started talking, or like a little after, and I remember that video. So
of what was happening when you did that.
Well, and then the silliest part is I can look back after the guy made a couple videos about it, where he didn't even know that's what he was upset about, was the thing that was so frustrating. He was upset because a friend of his had told him I was super greedy and had made the statement that I know all the leaked information and then I'll speculate, giving people false information so that I can continue to speculate over time or something, right? Well, I can look back on it and find proof that I did not know what the thing falling from the sky was. It was spoiled for me in the comment section on the video where I was speculating on what was falling from the sky. And it's just one of those things where it's like, I made a comment that I thought was a nothing comment about I've probably done stuff like this in the past.
And now it is, I'm literally getting sponsored by every bank. I better get a kickback or something because now it's Zimcast inspired by Chase. So I'll let this play. Yeah, so I would say in this case, also this was pretty early in your career of doing these videos, Eric. So I'd say that you made the right decision, which is realizing there wasn't a lot of evidence, so you deleted it. And I think there really was only the one video because I don't remember there being multiple, but it's also Zimcast sponsored by pancakes. Go get some pancakes, guys. Inspired by Raid Shadow Legends.
Took that comment, twisted it. Another guy picks up on it and dedicates 3 full 20-minute videos to hating on me about something he doesn't even know what the original context was. Meanwhile, it turns out.
Yeah, it was as in there was 3 videos on it, or just it was the smart decision just to remove the videos because the lack of evidence. Because I don't remember there being 3 videos.
The thing he's upset about didn't actually ever even happen. And I see that happen a lot in this community where people just take something, twist it, and have a whole new story out of it, and then they are off to the races.
So let me get this. Well, let me get this straight. So he was accusing you of content farming in a way, when really he was
farming you.
Content farming.
Yeah, this happens a lot, right? People aren't even upset.
Well, also that would be incorrect to call that content farming because content farming would imply that Eric knew that D-Man wasn't actually being greedy and as a result wanted to make a bunch of videos about it to make money, which I don't even think you were monetized at the time or had enough subscribers to be monetized, or you just reached the threshold. So you didn't really have the incentive for money, which is what usually content farming does. And again, unless you're saying as in you had 3 videos, you really didn't milk the topic. And I never really see you milk topics. It's usually the one cringe video and then that's it.
Upset with you. They're upset with the person they think you are.
Yeah, yes.
Or the points they think you've made that you haven't actually made. This does happen. And it's unfortunate, right? And it goes back to this idea of arguments, ideas being presented selectively without context. You can make anything sound terrible if you lack the proper context or if you edit it selectively. That's what they did.
This is exactly why I don't do the kaiju commentary videos anymore because it's a lot easier to do the streams because it's me, camera, video, and then talking about it, but also because I am recording myself talking about the video, people can see the video there. So even if the video is deleted by someone or it's taken down, you will always be able to see what I'm responding to when it comes to my criticisms rather than clips of them, my commentary, and then nothing else. Because I remember back in the day with the Living Corpse stuff, which that brings me back. But all those videos he did, I think he deleted like all of them. And any clips I did share are like the only things left of those videos, or it's me summarizing what he said instead of actually taking clips themselves, which is annoying. And a good example of this is one of the recent Zimcasts. It's the Max Allo, the last one that I did, which is on Shin Godzilla versus -1. That video apparently got taken down, not because Allo, I think, deleted the video. I think literally because Toho took it down, like copyright striked it or something. Because I was looking at it a few days ago just to see if the link still worked, and it looks like that video is gone. But at least all of my discussions and topics about it there are at least still contained in the video itself. Let me see. Oh, it looks like it says it was now removed by the uploader, because I remember originally it said it was under copyright by Toho. So yeah, it looks like he just removed it entirely. Yeah, for context, Living Corpse X was a YouTuber that his claim to fame, at least in the Godzilla community, was when Godzilla Kaiju Battle Royale was coming out. He got really big because he would cover the updates and he'd go through the campaign with all of the different monsters. And that game, it was like almost like a Flash game in a way, but it had all of the Godzilla monsters plus a fan made monster that the creator made. I knew of it from G-Fest, and then I watched all of his videos. Corpse, he wanted to branch out and do non-Godzilla stuff, but then he wasn't getting the views, and people were like, "Oh, I really liked your Godzilla stuff, so I'm curious. Like, are you gonna go back to it?" And he threw a big hissy fit about that, and I remember I covered that because I was like, "There's no reason for you to get upset about this, man. Like, people want like your content for a certain thing. Like, I understand it's hard to branch out, but if you care about your fans, or like you really want to see this new content, then that's good." Yeah, Alex Murdich. I think I'm friends with him on Facebook too. Yeah, unfortunate. What was the scandal that he was in? I know like he stopped doing videos for a little bit, then he came back. I remember he vague posted about me in like one stream. But yeah, and I think what was the one thing? Oh, NordVPN for free for the first 2 months of subscription with the promo code SlapTheseNuts99.
With Shin Godzilla, with Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, Godzilla -1, or any of the monster stuff, with all those garbage videos and essays that came out after -1. And they did that with my stuff too. I won't name them because I'm pretty sure everyone knows who I'm talking about.
Oh,
I will say
there it is.
Already made it clear to at least to them, hopefully, that I've moved on and like it is what it is. But when I made a video talking about why Godzilla X Kong isn't mindless and stuff like that, I brought up points and stuff, but I wanted to share Dangerville's video and say this is also a good discussion. He delves into this certain topic more, and you should watch it. And then when they did a whole reaction stream to me, they said, "Oh, he's just getting all this stuff from Dangerville. None of his stuff actually, he's not actually getting it. He didn't actually get this stuff from himself."
Yeah,
that is just twisting my words, just to make me sound worse. Like I don't have anything to say.
Yeah, it's misrepresenting you, right? Like to just generalize, say, "Oh, all of his points are from Dangerville." It's like, no, like you got some of your points from Dangerville to prove the points of the larger conversation. You and I have hashed.
Actually, in a way, Kadak kind of proves what Black was saying, but that's why I had these up as well. So it was this right here.
And with other characters, tells us everything we need to know about Scar. Telling
I want to go back to a little bit. Oh, come on.
Leader and a father. The visual storytelling in the background and with other characters tells us everything we need to know about Scar King before we even get to see.
So there's that. And then this was the clip right here, which I want to go to.
Okay, so he's acting about Scar King.
One second, we go back just a little bit.
Astro, you will never believe what just happened.
Oh wait, I have to go even further back.
You could say that it's that, and it could be potentially true. Hold on. Maybe if I do this. Man, it's going super slow. I mean, we're at the 2-hour mark. This is probably it's probably because all the things I've downloaded, like the videos that I have downloaded for my Monarch one. But so let's continue while I fix the issue so we can be done.
Black, fix your screen. Fix your stream, Black. Come on. I kid, of course.
So let's continue. The computer's frozen.
You know, I never have these stream
Heads
issues,
on
thank
spikes
God.
When you get into the lair, all the worker apes are beaten down with barely any fur left on them. Scar King has a whole entire harem of sex slaves right by his throne. He's a dictator with an attack dog who he controls through pain. He rules through fear, as apes fear what he would do if they try to rebel against him. And anyone who tries to defend one of the other apes, he kills with glee.
Okay, there is one thing to be said about nobody standing against him. Nobody, trying.
I think I went too far.
Something to be said about that, which is why can't they? Why are they outnumbered and overpower him severely? He's an orangutan. There's absolutely nothing to do. If all those apes from that one scene decided to jump him after kicking Sugo's surrogate into a pit of lava, then he's cooked. Like there's absolutely nothing he can do. He's cooked. So chat, because
Let me go forward a little bit.
He's got a whip. It's game over. Very, very. You know that the episode of Smiling Friends where you get like.
You have to go further more.
Where was that in the film? Nothing. I genuinely have nothing. That is a new one. I have not heard that at all. I haven't heard anybody in Godzilla's circles talking about Suko's mother even. Is this headcanon or is this just mother? I genuinely have nothing. Scar King did not want Suko to have his mother.
Let's see. Let me go forward a little bit more.
You can see Suko start to react thinking that Kong is going to kill him, or possibly even hurt him. We can already tell, even without seeing Scar King himself, that we're setting up how abusive he is as a leader and a father.
Are you serious? Are you? Oh my God! Did this guy seriously not watch the scene where Kong used Suko as a billy club? Of course he's scared of Kong. He used him as a billy club. Of course, I would be if some guy, like 6'8" guy, grabbed me by the leg and started hitting other people with my face. I would be scared too. I would be scared. Or you could say that it's that, and it could be potentially true. But like, why would you have that scene if you wanted to? Okay, why would you have that scene if you want us to be like, oh, the Suko is so abused because even when Kong is just trying to get his axe, he cowers in fear because he thinks Kong is going to hurt him. You can have that scene, but if you have a scene beforehand where he uses that kid as a baseball bat, then that whole concept falls apart. That would have what Rick is saying could have been true if we didn't have that scene, but no, we needed that scene because giant monster go brrr. You'd be dead. Yeah, I would be dead if he hit me that hard. No. If that same guy grabbed me by the ankle, hit me with a couple of guys, and I dealt enough damage that I knocked them back far enough to land on their backs, I would be dead. So Suko is dead. Suko is dead, absolutely. Imagine carrying a child in your womb for months and then just naming him Suko. Nah. That's not a billy club. It's more like nunchucks. I don't know. I don't care. Blunt object. Whatever. Anything that you can use to hit someone with. That's I don't know. Blunt object. Why Scar King is terrifying? Explained. I have after watching enough of Dangerfield, I have decided that I will not. That I have decided. Jesus, I can do words. I have decided that I won't take them seriously on anything that they do or say. I just no. They're shows. We might cover this video at one point, but yeah, no. Like I don't take anything they have to say seriously. Come on. Like after their videos on GVK, seriously. I mean on GXK, seriously. You expect them to take them seriously? You expect me to take them seriously? No. What Kong committed child endangerment?
I think you go a little further.
They don't want you to know about this. Yeah, pretty much.
Visual storytelling.
Watch that video to understand what was happening. Because
characters tells us everything we need to know about Scar King before we even get to see him.
I have to ask, did he need to watch that video to understand what was happening? Because it says that the red bar here says that he watched the video. Oh, greetings. Hello, Godslayer. Hello there. Did he watch the video to understand what was up? No. Hold on. I need to. Okay, so the bar is completely red. I just had an epiphany. Why are you alone? Oh, because a co-host left, but I don't really need a +1 to debunk this guy. This is gonna be real quick. You know, as quick as you could get with streams like this. God. Okay, so did this guy he watched the thing and uses that to parrot? I have to watch this video now because if he is, I'm almost done. Like I don't need a +1. But we are watching that Kung Fury later though, if you want though. Maybe not today. Maybe today, but I don't know if I'm gonna be free because tomorrow I have a stream with Zimcilla. But yeah, no, you can later. Later.
Oh, there's me. Like I mentioned.
If this guy watched this video to try and understand what Scar King's motive really is and why he is the way that he is, what that tells me is that he didn't actually know beforehand, and he needed an explainer video to have that information be told to him. So he didn't actually extract that information from the movie. He extracted that information from someone else watching the movie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no.
As well as so even here, as much as I like Get Black, at least in this spot here, you do say that it could be the case that he got his stuff from Dangerville, and then this was the pin comment that she's had with the specific time clip.
He didn't. Okay, so he's acting as if no. He's acting as if this was obvious that it was in the movie, but he did catch that himself. Someone else caught it, and he's parroting those points. Oh my god. Oh, I think I just have to end the stream here because like I don't think I need to debunk this guy anymore. I don't think I need to do anything else. Like this just speaks for itself. He didn't catch it on his own. He didn't catch it on his own.
So I would say that would be where I'd say that Rick would probably be assuming that you're saying that you got all your points from that he got all his points from Dangerville, when I would say that you are being more assertive that he did in the clip that you showed in the pink comment, but when you originally posit that, you're saying that more than likely that he either didn't catch it on his first viewing or needed Dangerville to understand it, which I can understand where he's getting the idea from, but at least originally when you first posit it, where it's that he could have taken everything from he needed to understand GVK from Dangerville, which I don't think is the case either, because I think that Rick was already positing these points about GXK before Dangerville's video, but based on the formatting of Rick's video, I could understand Black where you come to that conclusion too. So like I could understand the merits of like where he's coming from with this accusation and where you're coming from with your analysis when you're doing the stream.
It out, Rick. Like we talked about it, like people will start from the conclusion they want to reach, and they'll take whatever road they can to get there. So they'll throw out GXK in its entirety if they don't like the movie.
Because I had to defend Scar King against a lot of people say he's a bad villain and like as a bad character, like he has no presence because he appears halfway. It's like, well, you feel his presence through Zuko and the other Great Apes Column meets before you even get to see him. So you get that feeling the same way you do with someone like Saruman.
And I think that again, this is where Black, your analysis comes true, where yeah, Zuko's behavior could be the result of Kong just beating him up rather than specifically Scar King abusing him, or not even Scar King being the one to abuse him, just someone else abusing him. So we only contextually know it's Scar King doing this after we see Scar King acting aggressive towards Zuko, where then we can retroactively go back and say that this is the case. But the same also applies to the apes as well, where you see slave apes and guard apes both being shown to have lacking hair and are malnourished. So the idea of consistency between the ranks isn't really there. Although small details like Shima's twitching, Zuko behaving like he's about to get hit, they make sense to a degree, but I don't think they're necessarily done in the best way.
Or Saruman, I can't, in the Lord of the Rings, like you don't really see him that much in those movies, but the way he's described and everything from his armies and everything. And I got a feeling like if this gets reacted to, people are like, oh, actually in the books and stuff, like he's actually this kind of character, so it doesn't work, like Rick is wrong. So
well, even if we just look at the movies, we can consider this. So they have the Nazgul who are able to just ride roughshod through towns in the Fellowship of the Ring. So there's that. There's no like true connection with all the Dwarven kingdoms because they didn't realize that Khazad-dûm was or at least Gimli didn't know that Khazad-dûm was essentially a tomb at this point. The armies of Sauron are moving across the land. Angmar is still there because of the Witch King, who obviously is part of the Nazgul. And then there's the Haradrim and the Easterlings, who are enemies of the West. So unlike Scar King, who for some reason wants to abuse like half of his population while raising some of them up, maybe, but then still abuses them, Sauron doesn't directly abuse his generals. He doesn't do anything to really undermine his power base. If not, he gives the right amount of power to everyone involved. Not to mention the fact that, if anything, Sauron like loses an ally in the sense that Saruman would have betrayed Sauron if he had the chance to and was trying to, because there was the difference between the orcs of Sauron and the orcs or the Uruk-hai of Saruman. So there was that. But the other thing too is that Sauron controls Mordor and no one has been able to breach Mordor. Like even Boromir says that one does not simply walk into Mordor. So Sauron had, even though that he was defeated by Isildur, the whole area that Sauron controlled was not assailable. So the men of the West and the elves and the dwarves couldn't just destroy Sauron. He had a way to protect his borders, but was still able to expand his power, which is why he was such a powerful threat. Not to mention all the other things that were crawling around in the world. Saruman works for Sauron. A guy called Saruman works for Sauron. Say it ain't so, but it is so. Blackaroony or Rooney the Black. But I know your comments as well because you wanted me to read it. So for clarification, I am aware of the text being blocked by the black screen logo, urging people to watch the video because it goes more in depth. And one can make the assumption he didn't actually watch first and pair it second, but all that proves is confirmation bias because he's shown favorably towards he's shown favorability towards the monsters, but couldn't rationalize it logically. So using an exemplar video to confirm what he already believed, which is just as bad. So yeah, that was I understand that sentiments as well, because it does seem like, oh, this is a good video also covering it instead of covering it better in your own video, making like a good companion piece, which I don't really think that this video does the best job of. But yeah, for context without the black screen logo, highly recommend watching this video for more on the subject. It's also very well made, which I don't really I have watched this video too, and I don't think it's really well made at all. Gondor build gates and towers to watch Mordor after he lost the ring. Yep, but then even though they built towers and stuff to watch Mordor, you still had men corrupted by Sauron's influence through things like the Palantir or just general like spies and the like Grima, who were able to infiltrate the other kingdoms and weaken them like Rohan. Yeah, Sauron wasn't trapped per se, he was depowered. That's why he needs the ring, so he can return to his full power. Skarking has all the means and all time to do conquest, but he doesn't because he's dumb. Exactly. If I said that he was trapped, that's incorrect of me to say. I didn't mean that he was trapped, but I meant that even though Sauron retreated to Mordor, he was still able to maintain his power in his region, but then was able to expand out further with his agents and make alliances with other kingdoms to then assault Gondor, Arnor, and the other kingdoms. And now I just really hope that when I press this video, I'm not going to get another ad. So let's see.
So my point means nothing, but there are characters that don't have a lot of screen time that still work when they appear because of what they have accomplished off screen and what they've done to other characters. That's not something new.
I'll help you out, Rick. Here's an example. It's our boy Godzilla in the movie -1. He doesn't need to be on screen to have a presence. You can see the way he has affected Shikishima through the whole movie, which builds him up every single moment of the film.
And
so,
when
yeah,
I totally say, it's like, well, yeah, that's a nice detail,
but then we could also then say that the screen economy used for Godzilla -1 works better because you're only focusing on Godzilla -1, and there's not a bunch of superfluous monsters in -1 that take away from Godzilla's screen time. And he's also written far more consistently than Scar King is because there isn't a massive amount of lore that's contradicted or things that don't really make sense or aren't explained.
But does that make up for like how Scar King is in a cinematic universe? Like, where was he during blah blah blah? And like, that's not what I'm talking about. Of course, I'm going to say that there are flaws in Scar King, like, and the whole thing is. But I'm reacting to a certain complaint or comment that someone's making about his character. That doesn't mean I think that he is completely flawless. And I know that, like everything, I think that this stuff is subjective, and people are I'm willing to let people not like him because they just don't think that's not what they wanted from the character, especially since that's not how he was marketed.
Sure.
Especially like Godzilla 2014, where it was like, oh, Godzilla's going to be this villain, but he actually is not. And Scar King, like from the first title, made it seem like he was this Godzilla and Kong killer, but he's not. But when I watched the movie, and I rewatched it multiple times, so I could like see if my opinion on it stand. I understood without even reading the novelization, because people say, oh, you're getting all this stuff from the novelization, so that means the movie's barren and stuff. Like, I got all that from the movie just from observing it.
And now it is Zimzilla T-321. But yeah, I think like I can address this directly to Rick in this case. The reason why people take issue with your stance is that you keep saying that there are flaws that Scar King has, but I can't personally, when we've just talked about it, I can't really think of any flaws that you've mentioned about him to me, or at least I've seen on like your various Twitters, which is then why people assume that you don't really have any flaws in mind and it's more a talking point rather than an actual sentiments. Like if that's wrong and there's like a tweet, I'm more than happy to then look at that tweet and then judge what you think are flaws in the movie in that case. Yes, Joe Smo. Oh no. Well, so yeah, where is what are the flaws? Zim sellout 99.
In my own interpretation from it.
All right, gents, I think it's time we move on to the next topic. So on the video that Rick posted, the conversation that him and I had together, there was a comment from Firewood Media TV, who is a relatively large YouTuber that does cover a lot of Godzilla content. I'll put the comment on screen for anybody who wants to stop and actually read it.
Oh, no.
a relatively large YouTuber that does cover a lot of Godzilla content. I'll put the comment on screen.
There you go. So, great discussion. I love both Rick the Squirrel and Gaijiju Connect stuff. I'm going to throw in my 2 cents here, if that's all right. I've been creating Godzilla videos for quite some time now, and I've encountered a lot of the negativity discussed in your video in general. The toxicity is absolutely present. I feel like it's only getting worse to the point where I gradually want to divorce myself and my channel from the Godzilla fandom as a whole once my retrospective series is completed at the end of this year. It's just sad because I've been a Godzilla fan for my entire life and continue to be outside of my YouTube endeavors. But I wish talking about Godzilla on the internet didn't result in death threats for not liking Ebra Horror of the Deep, lol. In general, I feel like I don't belong in this fandom because it seems like there's more of an interest in the battles and the monsters rather than the films and the filmmaking side of things, which is interesting because that seems to be like what we're all usually talking about, despite us all being on like different sides of the aisle in this case. But yeah, my channel is more about the latter, and I've definitely gotten comments saying, dude, nobody cares about the human storyline. We're just here for the monsters. Why do you take it so seriously? I even got a comment once from a Godzilla fan who had Godzilla in their username and profile picture tell me, why do you treat Godzilla movies like they're real movies? Which, yeah, no, I have to agree with Firewood on the sentiment. Like, these comments are really stupid. Actually, I want to see if I can find it. I have to let's see. No, it is a shorts. Yeah, come on. I think it is this one and this one, which I'm going to remove from the screen just for seconds because I just want to get the comments. I don't want to hear my voice over it again. So it's nope, it's not that one. So it's probably a different one if I remember correctly. Yeah, she's going to tell me. Oh, there it is. Yep, I found them. Okay, perfect. So at least I'll only just do 2 just to provide the examples. So this one is from my sequel actor that might be a villain. Someone saying, if it's human focused, what's the point of making it a monster movie? And I don't think a human focused story with the current characters we have, the monsters. I think he responded to me with this, or like they were around the same time, but yeah. And it's like, this is my response here, where like you need humans to make the monsters terrifying. Plus, like, monsters are products of anxiety, so you can't really have one without the other, unless you want to do something like Primal, which still has a human character in it. And then this one's just talking about the new protagonist says, people go to Godzilla movies for the humans, and it's like, give me King of the Monsters and Final Wars any day. And I'm talking about economies, like the film top bills Godzilla, and I want my money's worth of the monsters, which also really doesn't mean anything either. But yeah, like I do believe that the Godzilla community to some degree has been infiltrated by people who only watch these movies ironically because they can't actually engage with media unironically unless like it meets some weird standards for them. So they have to then enjoy it because it's funny monster movie intended for children and nothing else. And then when it reaches something like a -1 for some or a shin for others, then they're allowed to like it unironically. But I hate people like that. It's not, it provides no like quality in terms of discussion for the fandom, and usually those are the people who are like the most aggressive about it or are the most touristy or less than engaged fans because they don't care about the community moving forward or having new discussions or any longevity at all. They just come, consume, and then move on. And when people don't consume like how they want to consume, then they want to then voice like their issues with that. But let's get back to the video.
Screen for anybody who wants to stop and actually read it. But one of the points that Firewood Media touched on was the presence of children in this fandom. Not necessarily as a bad thing, but something to be considered and thought about as we have conversations. And I thought that this topic was really important because I do think in a way it flavors the other topics and the greater discussions. The fact that there are so many people of varying ages in the community. Like, I don't know if any of you have looked at your demographic information on the back end of YouTube, but for me, it's like a huge demographic is between age 18 and 30. And I'm willing to bet that there's a comparable fraction that's under the age of 18. And when you get to a space like the internet, these things can be difficult to navigate when you are conversing with people that are, not as mature, not as grown up. But I want to be really careful here to say that it doesn't mean that like you can't have meaningful conversations with certain members of your audience. That's not what I'm saying. But I actually wanted to pass this over to you, D-Man, because you were somebody that very much grew up in the fandom. You started your YouTube channel at a young age, and in your video with Donnie, like we mentioned, you can actually see you growing up with Godzilla, which is like really, really cool. But I wanted to get your take around like the participation of youths in the Godzilla fandom and how you think that might be a good thing, but how it might also be a challenging thing.
Yeah, so sometimes I kind of feel like I'm going a little bit crazy, where it's like I'll have these constant moments where like these constant little things where I have to self-reflect on and be like, is it because I'm older than I used to be that I feel this disconnect? And then I'll look back and be like, yeah, it probably is, because, so for instance, I feel like looking back, I have been very frustrated with the fan culture around the over defensiveness of Godzilla, is particularly rising up in 2018 through now. And I feel like it does tend to get worse over time, right? Where it's like, I really struggle to relate to the fandom and to an audience who is so combative and defensive over Godzilla. And
now it is Zimcast, sponsored by LinkedIn. I would say that there's a lot more children in the fandom than people like to give credit for. Same thing with people who are like on the spectrum, and then color bad interactions with like children or people who are on the spectrum who aren't always like able to engage in things in the best way possible, unfortunately, but then we'll paint a broad brush about like the fandom as a result. I know this one guy, I think it was F29, you mentioned it, where like the thing, like it was weird because the comment he made about Godzilla fans being stupid was in like a server that had nothing to do with Godzilla. And it's someone who goes to GFest regularly that I know who goes to GFest regularly. But like it does, in my opinion, it doesn't feel like he had the balls to say it in a server where there might be pushback on it. Or if there was pushback, you'd say like, oh, that's just an example of Godzilla fans being toxic. When he points out like super fringe examples or things that I for a fact can say probably like did not happen, or things that happen at other like conventions, after parties, etc., where it just feels like some people in this fandom interact with it still, but have like weird, mean-spirited things to say about it, but will not say it publicly because they realize the social shame that comes with it. Oh, it's still muted.
Into an audience who is so combative and defensive over Godzilla, and I struggle to wrap my head around like why people would be so upset and offended over someone being something as simple as being Team Kong, and then I'll look back and be like, well, it's because I have grown out of that in a lot of regards. Like I too was very defensive. I remember there's this YouTuber, Chris Stuckman, who does movie reviews, right? Yeah. And I saw Kong Skull Island. I was invited to a premiere of Kong Skull Island. I went and I had a great time. And so because I was one of the first people in the world who got to see it, I was all excited about it and went online and saw that somebody had uploaded a review before the movie came out, and it was Chris Stuckman, and he too got to see it early, and he didn't like it as much as, I don't even know if it was that he didn't like it or it was that the critiques he had of the movie, I couldn't fathom how you could watch the movie and have that opinion on it. Where like I remember he was criticizing saying like Kong had no characterization, right? And I got so upset about it because I took so much away from Kong's characterization in that movie. And stuff like he was criticizing some of the VFX, but he was using images from the trailers that didn't make it to the film. Mm-hmm. And it just set me off, and I was so mad. I remember I left a really angry comment on that video. I was so upset about it. I wasn't mad at him as a reviewer. I was mad that I felt like he was misleading people and setting up a false expectation of what the movie was by using examples that didn't actually happen in the film, such as the VFX. And only now, all these years later, can I look back at it and be like, well, number one, I know what shots made it into the movie because I lived and breathed the trailers, and I was with them day in and day out doing breakdowns on them, analyzing them. They were my wallpaper and my background and whatever. He didn't. He watched the movie. He thought that the VFX were lacking, went to the trailer, found an image that he felt represented that opinion, and put it in his video. He shouldn't be obligated to know every frame by frame that made it into the film. And
he may not be obligated to know the movie frame by frame, but I think that in this case, Demon isn't wrong for wanting to respond to set the record straight. Probably what he said was not the best, and I think that's the issue there, because I think that it goes without saying that when people do reviews, there should be a dialogue with other reviewers, that if there are people who like a movie and they want to give it the points, they should respond to people who don't like the movie and see whether those things hold water. And that's why I like live streams, because then everything can be off the cuff and it can be a interesting back and forth instead of response video, back and forth, because that's just going to take longer. But I think that, yeah, for Demon, I know that like I think he's a little younger than I am, but he's doing like all his other stuff outside of Godzilla. He's moved away from it in terms of like his content output, and he's doing other things that he mentions later on in the video. So it makes sense that he would just disengage from these discussions, because one, he's not going to be as like angry about it and is going to be more articulate, but also it's just not worth his time. So like it makes sense why he would have this like understanding of his actions in retrospect.
And at the same time, like I just gotten to a point where I can recognize how, because, and you see it, I think with the MonsterVerse in particular, the MonsterVerse has continued to cater to younger audiences. And because of that, younger audiences are becoming more prominent, which dominate the discussion on MonsterVerse. And so it makes the people who have grown out of that phase, like myself, where I can now look back and be like, I don't know why I cared what Chris Stuckman thought of Kong's characterization. That's fine. But
I'm in my...
Oh, wow. And it's now Zimcast sponsored by Ozempic. Canuck, if anything, if you get a lot of money from this video because of me continuing to do this, let me know. And now Zimcast sponsored by Azero. You let me know, because I single-handedly made you rich.
time that it meant a lot to me. And I feel like because the MonsterVerse caters younger, you get a lot of younger people dominating the discussion, which does make it incredibly difficult to have nuanced discussions critiquing the MonsterVerse. I've had many videos lately that I've posted where I'll discuss like inconsistencies in the power set of Godzilla, for instance, and why it matters to me is not because of I'm no longer invested in the character. I'm invested in the storytelling and the writing and the actual making of, and how I view that as not a flaw on Godzilla, but a flaw on that they didn't provide the writers enough time to flesh out a more cohesive story with the universe they've created up till now. And I can try and have those discussions, but I'm always combated with so many people who are so aggressive and miss the point consistently. And they're missing the point, I think, because they are so young. And I can look back and see that I had a habit of doing the same thing when I was younger. So I feel very conflicted about it. You know, like I'm very excited that kids are coming into the community because we need younger people to make these movies successful. If the Godzilla series and the Showa series didn't cater to younger audiences, Godzilla wouldn't have had as lasting of an effect as he did. We wouldn't have gotten into Godzilla at the ages we did, probably. You know, like it would have had ripple effects throughout the entire franchise. I don't think it would have lived 70 years if Godzilla wasn't allowed to explore younger material. I think it's wonderful and fantastic that Godzilla can cater to younger people. It does become really frustrating to be a content creator to try and have discussions for audiences that you're not quite reaching, because I'll make a video about New Empire where I can discuss a lot of my issues with New Empire. That video is the people watching Godzilla videos are the people who are probably younger for the most part. Like we've talked about, like 18 to 35 is my primary demo, but I'm willing to bet a lot of the 18-year-olds are people who made a Google Plus account, or I guess they don't even do that anymore, made a YouTube account with a fake age so that they could say they're older. Like I'm pretty sure mine says I'm born in 1990. So, you know, like I exactly.
Yeah, I think that is definitely true. I know for myself, I always sort of temper my expectations when it comes to when people comment, because I'm not a super big channel, but I will see people who comment that I don't really see in like my chats like this. And as a result, I'll just engage with them and just be honest. Like the people I mentioned in the two shorts that I talked about, I know one of them I think is someone who follows my Instagram, and I think they are a little younger than me. So I'm going to engage with them like someone who's talking to someone younger, not to like downplay what it is they're saying or talk to them like they're stupid. I think that because I don't have like thousands and hundreds of comments, I'm not inundated with those types of comments, and it's just not something that weighs on my conscience, which I'm thankful for. And it is a privilege that I have to a degree, since I'm just not at the level that D-Man is, where he's probably dealing with comments similar to that like 3, 4, 5 times a day on every video. And that is going to probably be way more frustrating. But I don't know. For me, I realized like a long time ago, as someone who grew up in the fandom as well, like Derek, that there's going to be a lot of people I'm going to encounter who are kids. And you can sort of tell in certain cases when it's a kid behind the screen versus someone who's like a teen or a young adult or an adult themselves.
Exactly. Like I think that there's a lot of like the people looking up this content are not the people that I'm necessarily catering it to, and it creates this disconnect where if I say something, if it's viewed by somebody who I'm aiming it for, they will see it the way I'm hoping for. But if it's viewed by people too young, I can understand why it would get lost in translation. I do think we need to become more comfortable, even the younger kids in the fan base, as I had to go through the same experience, becoming comfortable with other people having criticisms and different opinions. And I also, you know, it's like a double-edged sword, because as exciting as it is to be a kid in the fandom, then you're also angry and hormonal, and you make way more mistakes publicly that you shouldn't need to make online in front of the entire world, like I have done time and time again. And it is this weird thing where it's like I see so much good in it, but I also, being on this other side of it, it does kind of give me secondhand embarrassment at myself, where I can look at it and be like, oh no, how did I not figure this out sooner? How can I?
No, I think that's also true too. There's plenty of interactions I can think of across my time on the internet that I should have done because I was a lot younger and a lot stupider. I did not become the gray grizzled Zim that I am now if I did not smash my face metaphorically on the internet a couple of times. But I think that's just the process of growing up, and I know I've just come to understand that and just swear chill and vibe with that. I think that you can take the good with the bad, see what you did with your old content that you really like, what you didn't, and then just move on from there. But I think that like I'm not necessarily like embarrassed by my old content. I can see where I could have improved or certain things I didn't like about what I did. My voice, especially like my older videos. I always cringe at like my younger voice, but it is what it is. And I think that I love what I do and I love doing this and interacting with you guys that I just keep vibing. I keep rolling along.
I look back at this person who also hasn't figured this out, and I'm not cringing necessarily at them, but I'm cringing at the fact that like, oh my god, it took me way too long to learn the lesson that this person is going to need to learn as well, and so I feel very conflicted about it.
Yeah, it's well. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I definitely feel that. One of the very first comments I ever received on a video that had gotten a little bit of traction was somebody said that they really liked how I walked through information without spoon feeding it and sort of like assuming that the viewer was not as smart as they actually were. And I always took that to heart. I was like, oh, I really appreciate that. But at the same time, like as I got bigger and bigger and bigger, I found myself needing to repeat myself a lot because like it'd be like, yeah, I have a video on this topic. Oh, I said this in this other place, but it's just maybe not landing. Maybe it's just like that person that's commenting now hasn't seen that stuff. And so I'm trying to be, the same delivery where I'm not trying to spoon feed people. I don't want to like the worst thing is if you're listening to something and it feels demeaning. It feels like the person assumes you're an idiot, right? I never want to create that kind of environment. But at the same time, like I get into some pretty complicated topics at times in terms of manufacturing and stuff. And so it gets hard to.
On the topic of needing to repeat yourself, literally, I think that's why I myself can continue to talk about Godzilla 98 with no shame, because I have had the same arguments to the point where I remember when it was something that I dedicated more time to compared to like my YouTube and my art and stuff, that I could be like, this is argument 457-9B. And like I'd be able to come up with a response to it easily. I still can, but I always come in with the impression that your first interaction with me is going to be your first interaction with me unless like we have talked before. So as a result, I'm not going to assume anything, and I'm always free to reassert a point over and over again or clarify something that I assume someone would know, because again, you always want to make the best impression about your arguments instead of assuming that everyone is going to know what you know.
To maintain like the ease of watch, but also make sure that the viewer has all the information that they need as they're watching the video. So I definitely feel that kind of struggle. In terms of like what you said about like you've grown out of like the connection that you have with like the people that are watching and where they're coming from. I definitely feel that too, especially in like the next topic that we're going to touch on. Like the person I am now is not the person I was like 8 years ago, right? Like 8 years ago, I was in university. I hadn't met my wife yet. Now I'm married. I have a house. I have a baby. Like I'm a very different person with very different priorities and a very different perspective. And I could and honestly, like if I were to brainstorm it out loud, I can definitely think of instances where I was just as fired up as you were at the Chris Stuckman review about something else, right? Being like, what are you talking about? Like this is clearly wrong. There's all this stuff. And I think just like as you grow older, like your priorities change maybe. Yeah,
I think you grow more refined with your bandwidth and what you choose to respond to as you get older. I know like that's something that I realized, because if you look back at my stuff on the internet from like 10, 15 years ago, it was bad, like really, really bad. But like I look back on that and then I look at, the way things are conveyed now, and I'm like, okay, I at least seem like I have my crap together. That is, I guess that is plus.
I think that's also why I'm happy that I do these live streams where it's channeling that same kind of like frustrated energy into actual content of itself. So that probably helps me myself personally with the burnouts, where someone like Kadak, this isn't what he does. He focuses on the toys. So it's not something that he organically integrates into like his repertoire of like media that he makes. So I can understand that. And I also I agree with what Donnie's saying, where there's just a certain bandwidth for what you can do with, oh my gosh, it's Kaiju Tony. Hey, actually, you know what? You're a perfect example of this. I remember back in the day, there were so many things that you'd say that pissed me off. And just after a while, just talking more and more helped me sort of get out of that. And I think that because I know that I was susceptible to that when I was younger, it makes me more tolerant to people who are like that as well when they're going through that stage as well. And sometimes people just need someone to talk to. I will always remember going to G Fest every single year. There's some person. There's never the same person. It's always a few random, like, younger kids here and there. I'll just be chilling, sitting somewhere in the hotel, and someone's just gonna come up to talk to me and discuss Godzilla with me because that's what they want to do because they're there for Godzilla and they want, like, just someone to listen to them. And I am more than willing to do that because, like, I just want to help people in that sense as well. And it makes me happy, it makes them happy. And I'll always remember those kinds of conversations. And yeah, I think I said and way too many times, but I think it's relevant. I think Kanaka's right about people needing to learn when to walk away because it's the mature option. Even then, too, there's a lot of things that I see on X, Instagram, Facebook, and the like that normally I would have responded to when I was younger, but I'm like, I could be working on a video, I could be drawing, but you know what? It is what it is. Yeah, we were all young once, exactly.
Yeah, I think definitely. It's again, like I'll make a video where or Rick kind of does the opposite. Like I will share a video giving my perspective on these things that I think are issues with the writing. Rick will make a video, pointing out all these, or a tweet thread or whatever, pointing out all these incredible little character details that support all this stuff that he really loves about this topic, And I think that the thing that I'm lucky enough to have now is where I don't feel the need to try and. It's not like I've gotten to the point now where I can watch Rick talk about the character performances in the New Empire, and it'll make me more alert to it. I'll then seek out some VFX articles, read them, and then I'll take a lot away from those about exactly what he's been talking about, and that's awesome. And I'm so thankful that I'm at a point now where I don't see him make a video that I feel like I would initially disagree with and then come at him with some heat because I don't even give him a chance, which is what I feel happens more often than not, where people don't give you a chance. They don't hear you out. And I do think it's because they're young and they're too quick to judge, and they will jump on it and they will not take the time to process what you're talking about as much as they will process what they think you're talking about. There was a video that I made that's one of the more popular videos I made in the past year and a half, right after -1 came out in America. And it was
I love this. We are all stupid idiot children. And actually, I do want to pull up something that because he was in the thing earlier, so let me remove it because it relates to essentially just responding to things other people have mentioned, and it's about sort of D-Man and like not responding to what he actually said in the video because, and I want to read out all of the comments here as well. And let's see. I remember, and there was a kid online with me and my brother, and all three of us pretty well hit it off. Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes you're not gonna realize who you're gonna really just hit it off with at G Fest. Let's see. There is the comment right there. Yep, there it is. 1 second. Come on. Why did it reset? I do not need more ads. I guess the most time I've jumped around in like any discussion thing. So. Okay. There we go. Add a stage. So. When he's essentially talking about like the whole Scylla Charybdis thing, which I don't remember how long ago I had watched the previous video he did on the subject in relation to this, but essentially talking about like continuity, and it's like it's not a big deal that there's continuity issues. And what I say was here, when these changes continue to erode the point of the external material in reference to the fact that him saying that, oh, the external material is going to be different from the movies, and there's two monster verses that are going simultaneously, and I like that. And then I'm saying, if you're paying for this material with the advertisement and a tacit endorsement by Legendary, these are canon and aren't, why should the consumer believe that or support the material since it's clearly not and expect better? Meaning that if we're told that these are supposed to be canon, they clearly aren't, then shouldn't the consumer ought to, and I say this with the philosophical weight behind using that word ought, why not they ought to not support this anymore? He says, In this case, no changes were made. The entire point of the news story is that a change was supposed to be made, Scylla took credits, but they reverted it back to the previous established character rather than introducing a new member of Scylla's species, everything as it was from first glance. I feel the marketing has been deceptive because the expanded material has never been folded into the main stories. This isn't just a problem for the Monsterverse, but it's especially noticeable here. They claim these stories are canon, but without a showrunner or series Bible for the Monsterverse to enforce a canon timeline, none of it matters. The filmmakers up to this point have proven time and again that the comments are nothing more than merch being sold to fans by the studios. They don't read them, and so they don't acknowledge them. I said, in that case, then, if everything is as it was from first glance, but there is no series Bible and creatives will pick and choose what they want, then fans ought to stop purchasing these streaming material, ignoring the massive writing issues the films have with each other. It would be imperative for fans to denounce the material on principle and or massive scale back consumption, which I think I could have written that better, but essentially scale back how much they are consuming this external material. And then him saying, as I've been saying since 2021, again, this isn't a Monsterverse issue. Every franchise from Star Wars to Halloween to Home Alone has comics and novelizations that the studios claim are canon when they aren't. It's almost unheard of for expanded material to be looped into the films. When that does happen, it's almost always in a way that removes the original expanded material from canon. This happens with Star Wars frequently. And then my response, just because it isn't a Monsterverse issue doesn't make it less an issue, though. That would make it a standard any franchise ought to be held to. Considering franchises like Halo were very much able to keep their external material in line for years, the Clone Wars multimedia project was set up specifically to ensure there wasn't issues. Star Wars prior to Star Wars, the Clone Wars, and the Disney eras, which should have been eras, had very strong canon, was slowly broken because of people like Filoni with seniority ignored it or their own accord because they didn't want to be beholden to canon, which again didn't really write that the best. But essentially, I understand where he's coming from, that it's hard for them to do this, but that would still make it relevant that they shouldn't really, or fans shouldn't be picking up this stuff, because ultimately, if the people like up top don't really care and the creatives aren't really listening to one another, then what is the point of the fan to really consume this material, in my personal opinion? Old Star Wars EU content has been marketed as prequels, sequels. Does that make you think they're canonical? I think that in most cases with the old Star Wars EU material, as they started to flesh it out and make Star Wars like the big universe that it was, people like Leland Shee specifically, being the head of the Holocron, did a lot and were like paid to fix the continuity and say what is or what isn't canon. There was a lot of Star Wars material that was made that was just explicitly said to not be canon. They introduced things like the canon tiers, which were very much held to, and then you had things like Star Wars, the Clone Wars, not to be confused with the Clone Wars micro series by Genndy Tartakovsky, that was written by Filoni with Lucas's oversight, that was made during that era between when Legends and canon was being established. And since it was put within both Legends and canon, it caused a lot of continuity issues. And then some stuff from Disney canon was still left in Legends, which further complicated things. So I would say that there was a lot done, especially during the Clone Wars era, to have the external material line up with what was going on in the movies. So yes, to simplify that answer. Plus, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the novelizations were canon with the Monsterverse movies to begin with. No, they weren't ever canon, but things like the comics were supposed to be and are usually stated to be. Or I know like Greg Keyes, even in D-Man's video, he mentions that like Greg Keyes has said that the novels are canon, but it's super annoying, especially with how the Monsterverse handles canon versus like other series. Tartakovsky's is the only Clone Wars series I consider canon. Come at me, bros. I'd say it's the only it's the one TV show that I really, really enjoy. Were the novelizations canonical to the original Gojira and Raids again? Probably. Actually, I don't know about that, in all honesty, since I would say that 54 definitely can't because of the differences between it and the movie, whereas the differences between the book and the movie for Raids Again are somewhat minor, or they are essentially fleshing out scenes that you have to infer more of what's going on in them. So I would say that like they aren't canon, but I'd also say that the whole idea of a canon universe or creating a multimedia canon has only really been a thing for the last couple of years. And as a result, that's why there's a lot of like old material from old franchises that have continuity with each other, don't have a strict like canon to them because it wasn't something that people were thinking about as much because that whole money making scheme of this expanded universe and things all interconnecting together wasn't as established or something that studios were thinking about as much. Then what's the point of publishing the novel if it isn't canonical to the movie? In D-Man's video, he also talks about the fact that like it oftentimes is an issue of scheduling in the case of Keys, where Keys is getting novels that he's working on before the films are finished. So as a result, you're getting older scripts. I think that in a lot of cases, novelizations are cool in the sense that they can give you a window as to what other ideas might have been going on in movies. And there's some cases where certain novelizations are far closer than others. I've noticed that usually junior novelizations tend to be far closer to the movies that they are adapting versus others. And I think that may just due to the fact that you usually see junior novelizations coming out after the films rather than before them, where in most cases, because I think 2014's book came out like right around the same time, if not like only a few days after the movie came out. But I think that, yeah, if you're making a novel of a film, it is better and should be the case that that it should follow what's going on. And what a sec. I think I was in the wrong for commenting on that. Most audience are stupid because I thought they didn't understand Godzilla and kaiju media in general on an ETN stream, and I upset Rob. No, don't be sorry. Like I could understand, like the wording you might have used might have been bad, but like you're expressing yourself. Rob expressed himself, and you learn from it. Like there's no reason to like flagellate yourself over it. We're all learning here, and that's ultimately what matters. And at this point, oh no, not yet. So their video goes on for 2 hours and 20 minutes. We're at 2 hours 11 minutes. You think Ishiro Honda berated Shigeru Kayama for not sticking to his film? I think considering the fact that Kayama worked on his treatment before Honda worked on his, I think if anything, it'd be the other way around. But Angles doesn't comment on that in his afterword for the books. So if anything, I doubt that that was the case, since that, again, the whole idea of keeping everything as consistent continuity wise wasn't as common back in the day. But back to the video, guys.
Was received with just universal praise, and the New Empire trailers were being heavily criticized. I made a video called "Did -1 kill the New Empire?"
And yep, there it is. Zimcast sponsored by the Forerunner. Again, we'll see whether or not I decide that we're gonna use an ad blocker. Movie novelizations tend to be based on previous script or screenplay before it was finalized. Yeah, usually that's the case, like I mentioned. But sometimes they're closer, sometimes they aren't. It all depends.
Point of my video was that I was commenting on the discussion that was going on in the fan base. The discussion being tons of people on Twitter talking about, did -1 just kill the New Empire by being so good? And I was trying to make a video giving my thoughts on that. People never made it past the title, assuming that I'm one of the people weighing in on it, saying, yes, it did kill the New Empire because it's so good and that movie sucks. And no one made it past, the first couple seconds where it's like, I'm talking about the topic and what I'm talking about, the way people are receiving the trailers, the way people are receiving the movie, and I'm giving my opinion. And my conclusion was absolutely no, it didn't. And I think that they'll both stand on their own. But I think that video's legacy is the legacy of that video is people being upset about what they thought I was discussing rather than what I was actually discussing.
Yeah.
No, then I also think that in that case, we shouldn't even really care about what those people have to say because they're not even going to watch the video. So then ultimately they can piss and moan for all you care. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. And I do think that the YouTube environment, like I think that the environment that YouTube has set up leads to instances like this, because as YouTubers, as content creators, we have to play the game a little bit. We have to, run in our hamster wheels, where you put up a video that says that asks a question, right? And it asks a question on a very hot or divisive topic so that people click it and watch it. But then people are clicking and watching it because they feel very fired up about this specific thing, right? So you got to play the game, but also the game isn't that fun to play sometimes because of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think, this is, I've got broad thoughts on this topic that I could go on about for 8 years because I'm very passionate about it, but I'm very disgusted by the world we live in because of the way algorithms prioritize things. Like if you remember a couple years ago, it came out. The truth was Facebook is more likely to promote something in your feed that will make you upset because that's what gets longer engagement. You see a video that's really upsetting. You see a post that's really upsetting. You're going to see it. You're going to read it. You're going to spend time on it. You're going to comment on it. Well, your comment has fired someone else up. And now they're saying, hey, the more comments you make like that, the more we're going to push your comments out because you got a lot of people to respond to that. And it's this echo chamber of hate that I think has been completely manufactured, where I know I said earlier, I don't necessarily experience a lot of the heavy topics we were talking about earlier as much as I used to, which I think is another topic, the fact that I saw that a lot when I was a minor and I don't see it as much anymore. But I think undeniably the internet culture as a whole has shifted to a place of negativity. You know, I can make a video, I can make 10 videos praising something that I love, but the one video that I made that is a little more critical, that's going to be the one that people are going to notice, and that's going to be the one that gets sent out more. And it's the same on Twitter. I feel like on Twitter, I'll have like a day where I'll post some criticism, and that day will become the day that I'm defined by for the next 6 months. Whereas every other day I've posted positive things. And it is because of the way these algorithms are manufactured to create drama and hatred. And it's gotten to the point where, like, I don't know if any of you guys are on TikTok.
I think another thing too is that, unfortunately for like all of us, we are essentially not really people, in the sense that we are more or less like entities. Like, even though like you see Donnie, Kyle as their names, we are Rick the Squirrel, Kaiju Canuck, D-Man 1954, Zimzilla 99. So then when people respond to like us to try to take us down, in a lot of cases, it's not, oh, I'm trying to respond to this person to get them to react or tell that person they think. It's like, no, I'm now responding to the e-celebrity or the person who thinks that they're hot shit because they do YouTube, and less responding to people, which, yeah, Saibu says it right here. D-Man's right, negativity sells, and that's why the algorithm picks up on it. True, because they're like, people are always affected more by losses than they are by wins. Generally, a loss affects you twice as much as a win or success does. So as a result, when you see a negative comment that affects you, you're going to want to respond to it far more in an aggressive manner to make up for those feelings that you may be having, which is, again, why it's important to like really take a step back, consider what you're going to say, and like they say earlier in the video, like, how much bandwidth are you really going to dedicate to these discussions?
I'm really not.
No.
But I'm very aware of the way that the TikTok culture has been changing. And it's gotten to the point where you can basically not open, if you see a popular post on TikTok, if you open it up, one of the top comments is always going to be, this pissed me off. And it's like the culture now. You're always upset about everything and you feel the need to say it. Whereas back in the day, if you saw a post that you didn't like, and by didn't like, I mean something as minor as like, let's say I was like, check out this new jacket. That pissed me off because maybe they didn't like the movie, maybe they didn't like the jacket, maybe they didn't like that I was excited about it. You wouldn't have commented that 5 years ago. You would have scrolled past it 9 out of 10 times, unless you're just a really horrible person. But I don't think really horrible people are the ones leaving these comments. I think they're leaving these comments because those comments are popular, because they're divisive, and because of that, the algorithms say this is some good stuff. We love it when you're upset.
I think that maybe that's true. I think he's kind of overplaying it, but granted, I don't really spend any time on TikTok at all, so I can't really comment on whether that is the case or really the numbers when it comes to how much negativity feeds the algorithm on TikTok. But I do know that, at least from what I've heard, and this is all like second, almost third hand, that like the algorithm is super finicky on TikTok, where you like watch one thing, then it recommends you like everything else. So essentially like YouTube's, but like even worse. But granted, I don't go on TikTok mainly because of the culture around it, which is probably what Demon's talking about. So I can concede that this is probably the case.
And I see that is also happening in the Godzilla community. And it's not because of Godzilla community. It is because of the grand algorithm overlords that are destroying every platform actively.
And the overall climate that we're in too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would say that in that case, it also kind of means that, yeah, the Godzilla community isn't toxic because it's the Godzilla community. It's toxic because of the surrounding culture and climate around it that makes everything more toxic, which then you could make the argument that therefore, if you were to look proportionally at how much toxicity is in the fandom, it's not as toxic as other fandoms, but again, a whole nother conversation.
I got a lot to say here. So on my video that was with Canuck on, I have a pinned comment here. General McBride made a point, especially for Twitter. The fandom is just too easily influenced. I remember, this is him. He says that the fandom is too easily influenced. He says he remembers that when he was on Twitter and everyone started disliking Destroyer because one person who had 4,000 followers said so. And if you talk about Godzilla vs. Ghidorah, if you dare say anything bad about that movie, you're basically banished from the community. And basically, they didn't see very rarely any sign of criticism for that movie inside the fandom. is people. I think I talked about it with you, Canuck. Is that there are just people in echo chambers. Some people just don't know these things. That there are just people that will throw out these things that sometimes snowball, and it gets a lot of attention. Like when I said about the whole Heisei Godzilla thing, and like, oh, it's bad and stuff like that. And to add to your point about Chris Stuckman's review on Kong Skull Island, I remember most important points from that review is like Kong Skull Island is just trying to be like the MCU because it's trying to connect Godzilla. And that's, if you watch the movie, barely Godzilla's only in like the post-credit scene, and only barely mentioned at the beginning of the movie, but all the rest of the movie is just King Kong and everything. That's like, so I would say that Chris Stuckman's review of Kong Skull Island is still somewhat inaccurate as a point, one of his points.
I'll say too that like I think it's just the negative, not negative, but the general idea of the Overton window shifting, where you had a lot of Heisei dominance for a long time. Same thing with the Millennium Era. Then you have people coming in, reevaluating these films, finding them wanting because of the hype surrounding them, making a response that is then blown up by other people who then take it in the most exaggerated way possible, saying that Heisei is trash, et cetera, and branching off and becoming its own little section of the community. And for people who don't navigate the fandom as much as I or Rick or anyone else does, you're going to see, depending on what time of day, a certain sentiment be held. And I think that that has less to do with the fandom overall being influenced and more just what group or what voices add an ascendancy at the moment. Because like some days it's like, and I think that also has to do with the algorithm, where you're going to have people like blow up on Minus because of the whole comment that Yamazaki made, where people I'd never seen before were making comments about the movie, and that was going on for like a couple of days and then it died down. Or like certain discussions about Godzilla become the talk of the internet town square for a few months, and then they die down as well. And I think that it is videos that oftentimes cement things a little bit more. So like Blue Nova's Heisei Godzilla video, because it was so well put together and the arguments were made with such assurance, I think that's why it was able to grow a small portion of the fandom that agreed with that sentiment. Because I think that every video made is going to have someone that agrees with any sentiment made. And it's just a matter of like how the rhetoric is put together that you're going to see people agree or disagree or create a discussion around that certain topic.
Is that you can dislike something, but if as long as your points are like valid and stuff like that, or if you like your reasoning is like, oh, I just don't think it was for me, and maybe some people get upset about that, but as long as they're like based on what happened, that's fine. It's not what a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Because I'll bring the person up again, but this will be the last time I do this. I apologize, but they had criticisms of Godzilla vs. Biollante. I was in a server with them, and
I'm not gonna do it now because I found like maybe the last bits of the debates, but it's obviously Blackaroni related, and it involves the Godzilla versus Biollante famous debate that I will say this, I only saw bits of it and I did not have the time to really like paleontologically dig through the strata that was all of those comments from that long time ago to then look at it. But whenever I have the time, or if someone wants to show me all the screenshots related to the discussion, then I will gladly bring it up if this is brought up a third time, because if I recall, he brought it up in Canucks the last time him and Canucks spoke, which was also on a Zimcast, and I think was brought up in other videos as well. So if it's brought up for a third time, I'll make this number 2. Then I will gladly make it like a big thing we'll go through again. I clapped when I heard Blackaroni being referenced. It broke new ground. Yeah, like Black, you really are the boogeyman in the sense of your name. You are Voldemort. Your name shall not be mentioned.
They brought up the thing they had because they wrote down notes. One of their notes was that they thought it was bad writing. That in the movie, I have it right here on my thing, that one of his problems was that Godzilla did not appear where the JDSF predicted he would, and Godzilla being unpredictable and where he would end up isn't a contrivance like he claims he would, as it goes against Godzilla or in the narrative in an unrealistic way. So basically, if you remember Godzilla vs. Biollante, like they're like trying to predict where he will be so they can put the JDSF. They bring the whole entire army and they think the person that's in charge is trying to put them where they would think it would be. So they put everyone there, but Godzilla ends up going to a different area and there's no one there. So that's why they have to bring in Miki to do something about it. And they see that as a contrivance when it really isn't. It's just a human error. It's just them predicting something and they gambled and lost on that prediction. It's not a plot error or contrivance. It's just that the character had a human error.
I'm gonna say that at least the summarizing of the point, I don't really understand it, but I'll just, because I don't see the actual comments that you made, Black, I'm just gonna take his word for it. Not to the sense that I agree on it, but I'm just gonna be like, sure. Because unless you want to show me the clip or the picture, I don't really know.
And so some people just think that when people make mistakes, that means bad writing or contrivance or something like that.
Hey man, that's the whole legacy of the next movie, Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. You've got Terasawa's whole theory on Godzilla, and then it turns out to be inaccurate. But because they put so much faith in his theory on the creation of Godzilla, you've got 30 years of people saying that the time travel in that movie makes no sense. Well, it makes sense if you watch the movie and you understand it through the lens of Terasawa was wrong. Every single problem in that clears up with that one instance of Terasawa was wrong, period.
And they basically say, it's like,
Zimcast, which is sponsored by AT&T, but also, even though Terasawa is wrong, there's a big problem as well with how the writing in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah adds up because of the time travel and all that.
The whole counter argument for defending movies like event and movie is contrived, and then like they're saying the movie is contrived in their events, and they say like, well, I repeat what they say, and it's like, did you watch the movie? They make it so that I look at it as
I'm in the server that happened in. Yeah, I'm in the server that happened in.
Dumb as possible for them. They leave out all the context of me bringing up the fact that it isn't a contrivance because blah 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 blah. It's just that he says, I'm just repeating what he says. They have to make it as condemning as possible. Like they had to take out certain things, out of context things, in order to make their point better. Because, like I said, it wasn't a contrivance that Godzilla didn't appear where they predicted he would be in Godzilla vs. Biollante. I agree that Godzilla vs. Biollante has a lot of plot contrivances, or like plot stuff. Like they don't use the bird call, like migration call from '84, despite being a very direct sequel to it. But that wasn't in his notes that he presented. One of his things was just that he didn't get that. He just thought that a human error meant a writing contrivance. And he's like, well, I wrote it down in my notes. And to be fair, he said he watched the movie a year ago when he posted about this in the server. So I'll give him. But that's just because you wrote it down doesn't mean you're going to get an accurate representation of it. Like you can get things wrong even if you write it down.
Yeah. So like the movie ultimately needed to set up in a way that allows Mickey to do her thing, right? And so that like they needed the plot to do whatever.
But it wasn't a contrivance in doing that. It was just that the person made a human error, and that was a natural lead to get to Mickey to.
Again, because there's like nothing directly being referenced, I just have to take this all on like a relaying from Rick from Black's point, which he doesn't agree with. So I don't really know how accurate this is. And then given the previous recollection of the Twitter spat with the person when he talked about Yamazaki, it leads me to think that like maybe this isn't necessarily being repeated as accurately as it is, which again, I'm in the server, so I can check, but it's going to take me like several hours to just scroll back up and find all these comments.
To do what she had to do in order to try to steer him away.
Yeah.
It wasn't a contrivance. It was just human error. It's that people mistake that a lot of times or leave out context, or they don't fully analyze the movie. Is that either they're watching it and they don't pay attention all the time, or they just don't understand what's going on. And I've had that problem too, but I try to rewatch it and I try to hear other people out and maybe like read a plot synopsis and everything before I make a conclusion,
Yeah. So Rick, do you think that what the issue actually is that he just found that movement of the plot was a little bit unsatisfying and decided that it's not that he was unsatisfied with it, it was that the actual plot was wrong?
Yeah, but to be fair, like they don't see the movies the way I do, where I think something can be subjective, like overall quality of something. So they think that writing and all that kind of stuff is objective. So the fact that they get it wrong is just, where does that really prove? If you're not even able to like get it right, how does that really prove your point against me? If it's only, but I apologize to the person. Like I'm not trying to like dog on them too much. It's just a point that I need to bring across. I have no will against them anymore. So, but I wanted to get back to the other thing is that anytime I like something or criticize something, like when Godzilla X Kong was coming out, I love the movie. It's my favorite Monsterverse film. I think it's the best Monsterverse film. And of course, I think subjectively it is the best Monsterverse film. I don't think there's any, everyone can think what they want to think.
Yeah, that's your opinion. It's fine.
But besides the point, I criticized a lot of the times when they showed screenshots or like videos and stuff of the CGI. I was like, dear God, this looks awful. The one where there's a shot of Godzilla looking like he's doing the eyebrow of the rock thing. Like it looks so washed out. And like, why is he doing that? Why is he animated like that? And people are like, why are you hating on this? This doesn't look bad and stuff. People you've never seen before. Like the Patrick meme, who are you people? You've never seen these people before. And then all of a sudden they come out and they label you as blah, 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 hater, blah, blah, blah stuff. And it's the whole, I guess I can lead into the whole toxic positivity subject that we're going to talk about next, but it's also toxic negativity. Both are not welcome in this sort of things. Like anytime I bring up something that is anyone who happens to find my post or video doesn't agree with, they'll immediately jump me. And because
if you don't, so that here's the thing is that like I understand that like if you don't forgive, you won't be forgiven. The problem, and I think I did say this to Rick in DMs, it feels like every time this discussion is brought up, there's only two people that he ever references, and it's the same two people every single like live stream this discussion on the community is brought up, and like the same couple of points, rather than like posting other examples or just posting like receipts. And I know receipts was something where it's like you don't always have to show them, or at least there's sentiment that there's a time and place for them. I think that they're almost always necessary in discussions like this. And that's where the problem comes, where it's like you keep referencing this thing with Blackaroonie every time you want to talk about like problems in the Godzilla community. But if there's no like ill will and there's nothing going on, then why is that always the go-to example? Because it keeps getting further away in the timeline. And like these interactions were interspersed over months rather than like it being something that happened like this day, the next day, this day, on like a very condensed timeline.
Because they disagree. It's like, oh, you hate King of the Monsters, even though it's just a criticism. You don't, oh, yeah, you hate this, blah, blah, blah. You hate Shin Godzilla, you hate -1. Oh, you're just a meat writer of GXK and stuff like that. Okay, it's like, you can't win. You cannot win, no matter what. And it's not just people I don't know. I know for a fact that some people who know that I am, like, fair about this stuff, that still, like or retweet the stuff.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense. It's like, it only matters because it's still, like, tribalism.
Yeah, I mean, I did a live stream about this actually, like, a week or two ago. Like, whatever my most recent live stream was, I spent...
Poor indoor air quality.
And it's Zimcast sponsored by Best Buy. Let me get a free Switch too, guys. How about that?
Now we're discussing this topic of, it's been weird for me over 10 years of the community to be consistently labeled as a fake fan, but to watch the reasoning why I'm labeled as a fake fan shift from movie to movie. Whereas as I started out, I was very apprehensive about the animatronic that leaked from Shin Godzilla. Obviously that animatronic was not taken, the photos were not taken in a good light, so it looked a little weird, but I was very critical of it. Like, it looked weird to me. I didn't enjoy the leaked pictures. And so that set me off a little apprehensively. I was really into the trailers, but then the movie came out in Japan and you see Godzilla's got all these multiple forms and he's shooting lasers out of his back and his tail's shooting lasers. And the screenshots that were coming out, they just look ridiculous to me. So I would talk about, like, I cannot agree with the decision to do this with Godzilla. I cannot agree with making Godzilla a shapeshifter. I cannot agree with the shooting lasers at his back. It looks too silly. It's too far of a stretch. And so people were labeling me as a legendary Godzilla fanboy. Like, oh, well, you're only saying that because you love 2014 so much. And so you're rooting against this one. Well, then Shin Godzilla came out and I watched it and I loved it. And was it because I had enough time to adapt to those changes? Probably. I had enough of a buffer from when that info came out to when
I think the problem with this recollection here is that there's a presupposition almost, and the viewer could believe that it's the same group of people who just hate D-Man who are now changing up the reasons every time he says something different, when in reality it is these different people in their small little enclaves who then encounter D-Man and then say this because like this discussion has now become relevant and now the algorithm has pointed them in the direction of D-Man.
When I got to see it, that I was like, oh, actually they pulled it off in a way. It was pulled off better than I thought it would be. Conceptually, to this day, conceptually, I fundamentally disagree with so many of the choices that they make in Shin Godzilla. Pretty much 80% of the things they do with Godzilla in that movie, I fundamentally disagree with. And I love that movie, and it's one of my favorites because I think they pulled it off in such a beautiful and thematically relevant and interesting way that I'm on board. They sold me on all of these things that I wouldn't normally think I'd be into. And it just shifts over time. You know, Kong Skull Island comes out. I loved it. Well, now I'm Team Kong, but that also means I'm a fake Godzilla fan because no Godzilla 2014 fan could be Team Kong. Then King of the Monsters came out. I love that movie. Well, you're just a glazer of King of the Monsters. You're not a real fan. A real fan loves the Japanese stuff and likes Shin Godzilla more. Okay, great. And they keep pushing the...
Didn't you like say like Shin Godzilla was like your favorite or something? Because these people are so selective. It's like these people that come in that they don't know anything about you, or they do and they just ignore past stuff about you. Well, I think there are a lot of people that don't know who you are and they wouldn't keep track of your history. Like, oh, they don't know you, so why would they keep up with you? But there's still, I know for a fact that there's people that do.
So to get to your point, D-Man, there's this psychological phenomenon. Let me restart that. There's a psychological phenomenon that happens when you're forming relationships, where if you start a relationship disliking somebody, but then eventually come around to liking them, it's observed that you will actually like them more than you would have if you always liked them. And I wonder if that's what happened to you with Shin, where you started off like, what the hell is this? But then you actually gave it the chance and then you turned around on it and you're like, okay, actually, that was pretty.
I kind of agree with this, considering there's some people that I didn't really like at first that I really like now. So like at least on a conceptual level, I can agree with this.
Cool. I wonder if there's something similar going on there.
It could be. It could also just be like, you know, you tell me that Godzilla shapeshifts from a tadpole into Godzilla, and I think that sounds awful. But then I watch the movie and I can appreciate the reason that they did that, and it sells me on it. You know, it's like concept versus execution. There's a lot of Godzilla films that I think are like brilliant concept, not executed up to that concept. There's a lot of Godzilla movies. There's a lot of Godzilla movies that I think have awful concepts that are pulled off way better than they have any right to be. And so, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the time it's just, I think for Shin Godzilla in particular, it was because I heard about these changes, I had my knee-jerk reaction to them, but then it simmered for 5 months before I finally got to see it. And when I got to see it, the context of it made more sense. Kind of like what I was saying earlier, where people will be like, I heard you sell out and that you make videos misleading people because of this, that, and the other thing, and they missed the context of what I was discussing in the first place. And so Shin Godzilla was the context that I needed to make those changes make sense. And then I was like, all in, I'm all in. It turned out great, in my opinion.
So, I'm sorry, I've been the one that's talking the most, but I have a lot to say because I still remember when those, like, I watched your videos all those years ago, and I was like, is that a rubber chicken?
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, like, I have those
eyes. Why he's got the Kermit eyes? And it's like, why is there Turkeyzilla and like all this stuff?
I had those knee-jerk reactions, right? I was super mean to the movie. And this is circling back again. I freaked out because I was like, what are they doing? I remember I live streamed twice back to back. It was like the first time I had a viewership when I live streamed, and it was just me in the chat being like, we could not wrap our heads around why they would make the changes they did. But that's also because we didn't get to see the movie, so we were freaking out about like, what are they doing? And I wouldn't have done that if I wasn't a kid, you know? And that's, unfortunately, a lot of people have met me at different points over the past 10 years. They've crossed paths with me. And it tends to be wherever you first jumped on board or saw my videos, that's kind of how you're going to remember me. Like I still get comments all the time about Team Kong. You can't be a Godzilla fan, you're Team Kong. I haven't been publicly, like, it's not been the thing since the movie came out in 2021. I've always thought Godzilla was going to win. I wanted Kong to win. And then when Kong didn't, I moved on. And
well, you didn't. You're irrelevant now. So.
Right. And it's like, that's what I'm remembered by those people as. I'm remembered as those people as whatever they first saw me as. And yeah, and it's like, that's another thing, like advice to the kids out there. Watch what you're saying, because like even if you're just having harmless fun, you could still make yourself look like a jerk forever without meaning to. You know, and I'll give another personal example. Monarch Legacy of Monsters, a recent example. I was doing a video on episode 3 of the show where, you know, Godzilla goes to Castle Bravo and he's with the bomb. And I have a lot of problems with the history portrayed in that. I think it's very insensitive. I think that episode's depiction of Castle Bravo is very insensitive. But beyond that, canonically, Godzilla shouldn't be getting up out of the water. He shouldn't be getting up and walking around. You know, we've seen in the 2014 movie, he blows up before he gets out of the water. So that was a critique I had, but I presented my critique in what I thought was a very fun, lighthearted way in my review, I was trying to play it up for my viewers, being like, they should hire me because I could do better. Well, then I got a message that was like, hey, the writers of the show saw that review and they did not appreciate that comment. So just watch yourself in the future. And it's
like, I completely am on the side of D-Man for like wearing it the way he did, because ultimately when it comes down to it, if the show is supposed to be canon to the movies, this isn't even just, oh, it's like some random comic that maybe 5 or 6 Godzilla fans bought. This is supposed to be a big tentpole TV series on Apple TV, and you can't follow simple continuity like that. And then a Godzilla fan mentions like that and says it in a clearly lighthearted way. It is someone who's not in the industry and is clearly younger than you, but you took it the wrong way. Like, I gotta agree with like Donnie's expression here. Like, I'd be the same way. It's like, are you really? Because it wouldn't be hard to have the story and the conflict that appears in the scene for 2014 and not change it. And I remember, what's it called? This is one thing I have to criticize him for, even though he's not here. Tyrant was like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter that these changes occurred. If the changes don't really matter, then why were the changes there in the first place? If it's for the point of the story, if you can logically make the same events happen, but be logically consistent, then you ought to do that. And then it makes the criticism that if you're relying on fans to be like, well, it doesn't really matter, then why would it matter to you if someone said something like what D-Man said in a satirical sort of way? Like, he doesn't mean anything by it. Like, I'd be really curious, like, why did D-Man's comment specifically affect him so much?
Like, I totally misportrayed myself. Like, I could see why that would be an issue. You know, you got this.
I don't really understand where it'd be the issue, but he'll explain it here.
Kid saying he can do better than your team. I shouldn't have worded it like that. You know, and I think that's another thing you run into with the younger you are in the fan base. You can, even if you're trying to be funny about it, they didn't find it funny, and that's fine. And I feel bad and I apologized. But you know, I see that a lot where it's like, everybody's coming at you from a different angle always, and everybody will always remember you for the first thing they see you as. And so that's why people are going to be like aggressive about, you're a fake fan because of your opinion on Shin Godzilla, because you didn't like it. I actually loved it. You just didn't stick around long.
Like, the reason why I also had some more things pulled up. So like right here with this comment where it's like a non-Godzilla channel breaking the news about the sequel, and then D-Man's comment here, if this is news to you, you don't watch my videos. with like, yeah, expressionless face. Okay. I mean, like D-Man says in the video, he isn't like as pushed as much. There's other channels talking about it, so maybe there aren't people who follow your channel. So by the logic presented, he should apologize for this tweet because it could come across as him being conceited or snooty about the fact that he's a big channel and people should already know this because he already broke the news, which I don't think he needs to apologize for something like this because obviously he's being kind of funny about it. But there's going to be people like some random viewers gonna be like, what do you mean I don't watch your videos? That's gonna give me more reason not to watch your videos. But
I'm gonna have to find out.
Yeah, so there's actually a few things that I wanted to pull the thread on here. So what you're talking about is digital hygiene. And I was recently talking to some of my other friends about this recently because one of the things that's been amazing, and Rick, you know a little bit about this, is the fan sculptors, the ones that make custom parts for your existing releases. They want to either add some stuff to it, or maybe a head sculpt didn't come out quite the way that people were expecting, so they take it upon themselves to make a new one and sell it to fans, under the watchful eye of Toho. And but you see these folks that are extremely talented, no question about it, and they would really like to enter like a professional environment where they're doing this stuff. They're making official merchandise, but they've made public comments shitting on the products that they're making these parts for. And now some of my friends in the space have like pulled them aside in DMs to say, look, you can't be publicly shitting on these things if you want to work with these companies someday. Like, it's not a good look. People don't want to work with artists that publicly bash other artists' work. Like, it doesn't work like. And what they come back and tell me is that it's like a light bulb went off. It's like, oh my god, I never thought about that, right? Because even if you're behind an alias or some display photo, you're still gonna be like showing a portfolio to potential employers, right? And they can look up your online behavior. You really need to watch yourself. So I totally get what you're.
And now I understand what Canuck's saying as well, where like depending on what you say, you can definitely say certain things that are out of line. But in a way, I also don't agree with it either because over the like not vast, but like at least 2 decades of watching like artists, creatives in this space talk about fans, people in general, it feels less like, oh, you should really watch what you say online, and more, you should watch what you say online because you don't really have power in this industry yet. And you're sabotaging your chances to get within these spaces that you want to be in. Because, yeah. Yeah, Rachel Zegler crapped on the original Snow White, and that's one of Disney's officials had to fly to her house and correct her on her behavior. That, but like also there was a lot of other like big time celebrities, artists, designers who have done similar things. I think in the case of Zegler, because of the other financial issues that Disney's been going through with its other projects, being so flagrant and kneecapping the chances of this movie are one of the main reasons why, because I already had seen, and I think a lot of people had seen, that the live action remakes weren't doing well already, and then deliberately doing something to further tarnish and cost the film money is, I think, the main contributing factor to why the official had to fly out to them. Because I believe wholeheartedly, based on what other creatives have said and done in interviews, in tweets, and etc., that had the box office of Snow White been assured and it was going to make all this bank, they wouldn't have flown out to say anything.
You're coming from Latina. No, we're sort of knee deep in this topic right now, but I did want to sort of introduce the topic that of toxic positivity.
One last thing, because I wanted to say this.
I'm gonna hand it to you, Rick. I swear to God, I'm gonna hand it to you. I'm sorry. Okay, but this is something that has personally been lobbied at me. I remember seeing it last year in the summertime, and this has to do with like the relationship that I have and the affinity that I have for Super 7 products. Super 7 products, like, and when you're talking about like Godzilla collectibles, they're not sort of top of the list. People are going to Bandai, people are now going to Hiya Toys, stuff like that. Super 7 though has struck a chord with me, and that I just find them extremely fun. $25
a month for
if only this was an actual Godzilla commercial. But I do actually really like Super 7's products. But this is Zimcast, hosted by Boost Mobile. Yeah. I'd say with all these ads, weird. Dawn Professional, weird. Probably get an ad block, if not, weird.
Hiya Toys, stuff like that. Super 7 though has struck a chord with me, and that I just find them extremely fun. I do reviews of Super 7 stuff, and I focus on like the 85 to 95% of those things that I really, really like, while also talking about the things that I don't like about them, things that I wish were done differently. But it doesn't land with people. They don't remember me for saying the things that I didn't like, because I don't get hung up on it. Like, I talk about it and I'm like, yeah, here's something. Like, I wish the tail was a little bit different. I wish that the jaws moved, instead of having a swappable head. But there's also like the size and the heft and the playability. It makes me feel like I talk about all that stuff, and I get thrown like toxic positivity at me, like that I just like with reckless abandon will defend the company and the products, even though every figure I've reviewed, I've talked about the things that I don't like. And so, and this sort of harkens back, I think, to what we were talking about, like growing out of the things that really get you fired up. I'm not the person I was 8 years ago. I've got a mortgage to take care of. I've got a kid to raise. 2024 was amazing because I got to spend it with my daughter, but it was also very difficult because my wife's on mat leave without a top up, and so now I'm carrying a little bit more burden on my shoulders. I quite frankly don't have time or the capacity to care that like the tail on my toy that just sits on a shelf is not that flexible, right? For the folks that do care about that stuff, I'm not saying that to undermine you. It's just that I'm not there. That's not where I am. And just because you're fired up about it doesn't mean that I need to be fired up about it. But you throw this label of toxic positivity on me, and it's like, I don't know what to do with that. So Rick, I would like to pass it back to you.
I think also, if someone is fired up about someone else's criticisms or not discussing things, I think the best thing that you can do is start to work towards your own content, because if you believe that this is an issue, you're probably going to find other people who also see this as an issue, and as a result, you will then grow a following because you'll have other people who vibe with the conclusions that you're coming to. Like, that's essentially the whole impetus behind my channel as it slowly continues to grow larger and larger. And like, there's not a lot of other people doing the same content as I am, and there's people who have started to do content like me, and I'm growing up beside them in terms of like their views and their sub counts and stuff. So yeah, I'd say that like it is good to engage with other YouTubers and feel like if you feel like their criticisms are too charitable or too negative, that is fair. But I also believe that if you're only going to someone's channel and being like, oh, you're just nothing but toxic positivity and not really doing anything about that or trying to add to the discussion besides commenting, then that's where I think that, yeah, maybe you aren't really being all that helpful. And I think it is important to then find people who are going to discuss these things with you, or produce your own content to add to the discussion and be a dissenting voice.
I know you're very fired up about this topic, about how it's like, if you criticize something, yeah, well, it's both ends of the coin, right? It's like, if you criticize something that other people like, then they'll just like label you a fake fan or whatever. But it's also like, if I do like something, but I don't explicitly point out what's wrong with it and get hung up on it, then it's like, well, now I'm just being toxically positive about it.
Mm-hmm. But the whole I was going to cap off the whole like the kids in the fandom sort of things. Like, I know that we talk that most of them are like immature, like they wouldn't have this like nuanced discussions that we would. But I also think, because I thought if we were to spread this type of like awareness, I was like, why can't they have like get to do this stuff earlier, like grow and mature faster than what we did? Wouldn't that be better for the fandom?
Well, I don't want to come across wrong. I don't want. My takeaway is not that all the kids in the fandom are too immature to have nuanced discussions with. I do think that there is a large portion.
I'm not
that
saying
is really
that,
difficult to have that.
I know it's like we're blaming them as kids. Like, can't kids also like learn to do it? Because I think if we were to tell other fans that may be younger than us to say, hey, it's okay if they don't agree with you on this. Like, everyone's not going to have the same opinion on such things. It's like, just respect each other. Wouldn't that be better than what we're doing now? Because I feel like the complacency of just saying, oh, they're just kids, we'll just wait till like 10 years or so till we can have a nuanced discussion. Like, I don't think that's like a really good answer.
So like, for me personally, and I'll let you go next, D-Man, just to give you the floor. But like, for me personally, like, I don't have the capacity to parent someone. Like, just I'm just saying that from and like, also, like, there is nothing I can do to make the avocados on my counter ripen faster. Like, there's nothing I can do.
Why? I'm not saying like forcing, because you cannot force people to do what they want to do. I'm just saying, like, let people know that it's okay that people aren't going to agree with you, or they're not going to like something that you like. Type of deal.
I think I'll throw.
I think, like, I know Demon's gonna give his point as well, but generally, yeah, Blackburn is right. Respect is earned, but I also think that because we're all not the same, everyone's going to have their own pace at which they grow. If we're going to accept the fact that the fandom is diverse and we're filled with diverse people, then you then have to accept the fact that you're not going to get completely equal outcomes for everything and for everyone in the fandom because of that diversity that goes around, because you're dealing with people who have gone through so many different experiences compared to yourself. Just because we all like Godzilla doesn't then mean they are going to come to a like revelation about these topics or engagement with the fandom the same way.
Myself under the bus here again, because I did grow up so publicly online. For me, I'm not going to sit here and argue with somebody in the comments. I respond to comments on my videos as much as I can, but I'm not going to argue. If somebody disagrees, that's fine. I couldn't honestly care less. I think it's more important to not sit there and try and in this instance, this is a case where I don't think that you don't have to take on the role of an educator for a kid who's going to be fired up about Chris Stuckman's review of Kong Skull Island. That's not important. Chris Stuckman didn't need to respond to me and tell me, hey, chill out. The important thing is to lead by example. So because I've grown up doing YouTube online since I was a kid, you can look back and there's some videos that I've taken down where I'm like really embarrassed of myself because the types of content I was consuming were really negative, you know? And so
oh wow, it's a repeat sponsor. This is Cliff Bars, guys. Don't you realize? It's like Oreos. Totally taste the same. And jewelry that I'll never use. So Zimcast being sponsored by Pandora.
2016 era, you had like the rise of the drama YouTubers, and there was drama YouTubers all over the Godzilla community, and I was very jealous of them. I don't know why, but I guess I do know why. It's because I could look at the big YouTubers, and the big YouTubers were drama YouTubers, and then I could look at these people in the Godzilla community who are also drama YouTubers, and I could be jealous because I could foresee a future where they could reach the status of the big YouTuber in my head.
The only person that I can think of in this, like, obviously because there's no one's naming names here, but I just immediately think of like he's either referring to like Gajira 5400 or Nerf Man, and I'm just like, oh, Nerf Man, we hardly knew ye, or Richard, good old Arby's boy. But I do remember because I was more friends with Richard than I was with D-Man, and I remember I did remember that him and D-Man had a little spat that I was like, oh, D-Man actually did a pretty good response to Gajira 5400 and like a good example of like fandom interactions. Yeah, Gojira 5400 and his sloppy ARG that like got me a bunch of heat. I remember that. Yeah, Nerf Man was like he was like a comet. He burned really bright and then he was just gone. And like the stuff with like Luis Duran and like his group of friends. That makes me so nostalgic because like we all thought it was like super serious back in the day. And now I just remember about it and laugh. I'm like, oh, of all the things to like be like to think about in your mind. Yeah, I like and I wasn't super familiar with Nerfman. I didn't talk to him compared to like Gojira 5400. But like, I'll say this. Almost anyone who you think is like, oh, they're probably like a douchebag in real life or things like that. Most of the time, they're like pretty chill guys. And yeah, like that just makes me feel nostalgic. I remember those days.
And so then I reached out to one of them and was like, hey, I'm going to make a drama video on you. Cool. So we were firing videos back and forth. He and I were both aware of it. I think both of us wound up hurting each other's feelings throughout that process. We actually did wind up staying friends and both grew out of that together. But I'm embarrassed of the fact that I partook in that drama stuff. And it's important for me.
Yeah, he's embarrassed. I think that I'm not embarrassed. I just remember that like there's stupid things I did as a younger man, and I've just come to accept that. Like it is what it is. I also have the luxury of my stupid moments not being plastered on the internet for like millions or thousands to view compared to D-Man's. But yeah, I think if this is the case, because I do remember that Gojira 5400 and him had like things going back and forth, but apparently now that was all staged. I probably asked Richard a long time ago if that was the case. He probably said it was, but this was news to me when I was watching this video for the first time.
To not to lead by example, you know, like, so when I was telling you guys earlier in 2021, someone made 3 videos on me, and I'm pretty sure I left some comments that were dumb, where I left comments where I was basically just like, oh, you're so right, I absolutely hate D-Man, he's my least favorite YouTuber. And the guy was like, well, you're talking about things that I didn't even discuss in this video. Like, he was very offended that I would blow off his video by making myself the butt of the joke rather than watching and responding with the video as well. And it was important for me that I didn't do that I didn't make a response, because I don't want to show people that if someone disagrees with me, the right thing to do is to fire back and get into a drama war. I very much want to put that way in the past. And for instance, like, again, talking about this like online footstep that you have, I'm at a crossroads where it's like, I don't know how I feel about my YouTube channel, because all of a sudden I'm becoming aware as I'm now entering the world of film that like, is it awkward that I've heavily criticized other people's movies, especially like if I want to make a Godzilla movie someday? Could I ever even do that? Or has this YouTube channel hurt my chances for being so critical of other Godzilla films? Or if I do make a movie, are people going to be especially cruel to me? You know, even if it's not.
I think that's a very true and real fear to have, especially when you are going from you're only criticizing phase to then you are creating your own stuff, and you've like made a lot of quote unquote enemies, and then as a result people are gonna be like, oh, you're super critical about this, and then we'll try to like Some people will maliciously try to criticize you, and others will just criticize you, and then you don't know which is which. And that's a fear that some people have. I know for myself, as someone who is very critical of films and writing and stuff, that is something that appears in the back of my own mind. And I think that you just have to have a perspective on it. I think that if you are someone who is critical of media and you've been in this space enough, I think in a lot of cases you should then have an open mind and realize there's going to be people who are just going to be cruel to you for the sake of being cruel because of your previous actions, but then also analyze what criticism you are getting and take the good with the bad, essentially.
Godzilla movie. If I release a movie, are people going to be mean about it because I was so critical of other films? And I think it's important to lead by example. So that's from my perspective, you can only do as good as you can do. I can only do the best that I can do right now. And I'm trying to do my best, and I believe that I am doing my best. And so I'll have discussions on movies, like New Empire is the newest Godzilla movie. So I've had some discussions on that the past couple of weeks that have been more critical than praising the movie. But I do think, talking about toxic positivity, I do think it's important to not blindly praise and to still be comfortable sharing criticism. I just need to be keenly aware of how that criticism reflects on me as a person. And I can't go around saying that they should have hired me for Monarch Legacy of Monsters, even if it is a joke that I think is harmless, because it could be hurtful to the people working in the space that I love. I loved Monarch Legacy of Monsters, and I don't want some writer to walk away from that show being like, what the hell? This guy ripped us a new one over this continuity error, claiming he could do better, and then that becomes the way they remember me, instead of somebody who did love the show.
I guess, but I also think that if I was a writer, if I was in the writer's room and I came across that video, then my wonder is that I wonder what the studio culture is in that case, because if I was someone where it's oh, I didn't realize a lot of people actually really cared about the continuity here, and then you bring it up more in a writer's room, maybe hey, I've noticed that that's a big discussion is our how much we are ignoring continuity. Maybe we should focus more in on that. You don't know whether or not because technically the fans aren't your peers, the other writers are your peers. You are then by extension criticizing everyone else and pushing yourself as an authority in a sense in that case. And you don't know whether or not that is going to get you somewhat ostracized, because ultimately you're willing to stand up against your own. And especially if you're not a big time filmmaker where you have the clout and the weight essentially to throw around, it can create a culture of silence in these rooms. And I think the game industry has a big problem with this, where there's a lot of developers interacting with the fans, and this, at least from what I perceive, a culture where because there are fans being mean, you don't want to show any weakness to the fans and will double down on poor decisions and want to bank on the fans who do support you through thick and thin to then essentially be the ones to take up arms and argue with these people who don't agree with you, rather than actually taking the criticism and considering it, or other ideological reasons as to why you're not gonna listen to what these people have to say.
I think you just lead by example. I still want to be able to have conversations that are critical of the movies, but they need to be mature conversations that are critical of the movies. And by doing that and showing people that it's okay that other people don't agree with my opinions, I'm hopeful that I can create at least a culture on my YouTube channel of people who are more comfortable and open having constructive conversations, and that those people will take that outward. And that when they watch Chris Stuckman's review, they're not going to be mean to him, because they will have seen somebody talk about a movie critically, but also praise the things that it does well. And you know what I mean? I think that's the important thing that as YouTubers we should be doing, because if we do drama videos, more people like me are going to watch those drama videos and be like, that's the video that I'm going to make, because that video, I had a good time watching it. That's a bad lesson to take away.
I guess if we're going to talk about the impact I want, or what I lead by example, I think that what's important is to always try to bring as much context as you can to a discussion, be open-handed, don't be too critical, and don't be the first person to swing on someone. Always give people the benefit of the doubt, but if someone really wants to get into the mud with you, definitely consider whether or not it's worth your time to do so, because it's not always worth it to get down to someone's level, and other times it is. I think that there's room for harsh criticism, but then there's also room for optimistic praising, and take the good with the bad, but also don't always listen to what some random commenter has to say. Your worth, and who's going to support you and who's going to give you good criticism. Self-actualize, I guess.
No, I think I agree with you completely about us being that representation. Now that we are kind of self-aware of the platforms we've created, I'm not gonna lie, I've been accused of being a drama YouTuber through talking about social issues. I think that I don't agree with people's opinions about in that label necessarily, because I personally don't think they understand the gravity of such conversations, but they're free to have that opinion. maybe I'm just in my mid to late 30s and I'm just like, whatever, man. Like, cheers to your hate. If you don't like what I have to say, move on.
Yeah, I wanted to say that like immaturity, like emotional immaturity, doesn't just come from kids, but we have a lot of adults like that.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Adam Ragusi, I don't know if any of you guys watch him. He's like a cooking food YouTuber guy, but he was talking about how like he doesn't feel like he was actually emotionally mature until he was like 25. And I actually felt quite strong with that. I feel like I wasn't really sorted out until just like a few years ago.
I'm still not emotionally mature. I have no idea what my future is or who I'm going to be in the next 5 years, and at least I'm comfortable knowing that about myself. And I'm also, like I said, I'm at least proud that I'm doing the best I can right now with the knowledge that I have, which is, I think that's what's the most important. Because you have to just be the best person you can be today.
Yeah, I just wish people would learn that when they're younger. That's all I was just trying to get out of that. You know, it's like I'm not trying to force them. I just wish that people could, like, when they grow up, they can learn that faster than we would. Like, you know, be better. Like that would be something that would be great. But I guess you just got to learn on your own. But I just was just trying to think of ideas. How would we be as a community if we were to like do that? But you can't do miracles, and like you can't force people to do stuff. So it is just a very complex, complicated situation.
There's a lot of variables outside of our control. Yeah. Unfortunately.
And as for the toxic positivity, we're still on that subject, right?
Yeah, go for it, Rick. Get him.
People just know me as the guy that just loves GXK now. Like, but anytime I do criticize it, it's just tomatoes thrown at me from people that I don't even know. It's like I said before, you don't win with people, no matter what, on the internet.
Well, I don't like cut you off, but I think that goes back to what I was saying.
I think that's funny to me because I feel like you can win with people on the internet, because there's a bunch of people that I did not like at first that I consider really close friends, or people who talk with me a lot here and there, and I'm on very good terms with now. So I think that like you can win people on the internet. It comes down to like what your rhetoric is and how you discuss things with people.
You get more out of commenting negatively than you do out of commenting positively. I can post, like I said, on Twitter, I can post all day long about how much I love War of the Gargantuas or Rodan or whatever. And you know what people are going to remember is the time that I said that I think that Shimo was undercooked and that they needed to work on that character more. Because that's the thing that's going to get people, because that's a negative thing. And so that's going to go out.
I think that like, true. I think that like, I will be remembered, and I will proudly scream this from my chest, the 98 hater who's still talking about the movie like over 2 decades now past the movie coming out. I have no problem being remembered for that. I'd have no problem people being like, oh, you're the one guy who watches other people's videos and reacts and just says negativity. I don't mind that either. I think that people are oftentimes concerned with like what they'll be remembered by, or what people say, like, oh, aren't you that guy that's so and so and so? And I don't know. That's just not me. I know my value, and I know what I bring or what I'm about. And if someone's gonna like say like, oh, that's the case, I'm like, not really, but you're welcome to think that.
Because there's a whole thing, and I don't know if this goes beyond Twitter, but there's this whole thing with the Mike Doherty fans that, and apparently like 2014 Skull Island, but always Mike Doherty, the King of the Monsters fans versus Wingard fans. It's always trashing on the other. And whenever I say, well, I think this is the best, and they don't agree, it's like, no, King of the Monsters is. And all the King of the Monsters fans come at me like, oh, you just hate King of the Monsters and blah, blah, blah. I think it's my least favorite of the Monsterverse. I don't hate the movie, and I'm glad other people love it, but I have to keep reminding people over and over again that it's fine that they don't agree with me. But some people are just emotionally immature on there, despite being adults. Like we get it, but it takes a toll on you at some point. Like, you can't say anything positive, because if that positivity is not what a lot of people agree, especially if it's an unpopular opinion. Because I mentioned it before that Blotswave, his favorite movie, Godzilla movie, is The Planet Year, and obviously the anime trilogy isn't that popular, guys. And being your favorite movie, oh boy, and that's why he doesn't like talk about it. And like he gave a comment on there as well. Like, he saw my video and loved it. So.
And now we've got, I don't think this is a repeat. This is a new person. Zimcast, sponsored by Smartsheet. Actually, I think that one was done before. Tillamook, this one I know is definitely new. I would love a boat like this, though. Just living out on the water.
I think it really is a lot of that community that these algorithms have built, because I can tell you on the other end of that, like, yeah, that's a case of somebody who loves this movie and doesn't talk about it a ton. I love those anime movies. I talk about it a ton, and I also get a lot of hate for it. But I haven't felt the need to defend my position on those movies since 2019. Like, I just don't have it in me to care that people get upset that I like them.
Most people don't talk about them anymore, but the New Empire is still pretty new, and for some reason, King of the Monsters brought up, because everything just revolts back to King of the Monsters in some way, shape, or form. Because of King of the Monsters, GVK got all rewritten. Some people didn't like that. And then we got DXK, which did more what GVK did, and it all just stems back to King of the.
But it stems back to King of the Monsters because it is the last film that came before GVK. And since the tones are so different, and really none of the setup from Cottom came into GVK, it makes logical sense as to why there'd be divide between Cottom and GVK, and that being a big discussion of where the Monsterverse is going to be moving forward, especially now that Wingard's out and a new director's in, because you wonder if this is going to be a whole new direction or a return to form from the Cottom era or the 2014 era.
The monsters and everyone goes blah blah blah.
Well, but I think a lot of that's just the community you're exposed to, because like that's the types of posts you've made. So that's
Yeah, but
a lot of the
a lot of people
community
don't know that because people are in their own selective tribal groups that they have. Like most people don't know. We're not as one as we think. I think the closest we ever gotten together was that Dr. Skipper video.
Yeah, but I do think that what you're saying though, Rick, is leading into D-Man's point that like when you're all the other tweets where you're like you're enjoying something, you like something, that's not showing up on people's feeds. Like it just won't appear. So that when you do say something bad about it, you're just known as the guy that says something bad about it. So they come in because they haven't seen the nice things that you've said about it.
Well, and I don't even know if it's just that, because like Rick, I see Rick's tweets and I know Rick is the guy who loves GXK at the moment. That's like what I see. That's all I see of your posts.
Sorry,
And
guys, I love a movie that has giant lizard.
Well, it's also like it may not be because you're seeing Rick's tweets, you're seeing people that you like respond to Rick, so then that's how you get involved. There's like varying different ways in which people get involved in these algorithms. Yeah. You will buy a boathouse and you will clean your dishes with Dawn and you will take Ozempic and you will like it.
Monkey, it's not that deep.
I felt the same way. Like when King of the Monsters came out and I thought that the fan base was going to universally love it, I was blindsided by the fact that I was not in the company I expected to be in. But it's just a lot of like, I think it's just a lot of these like little bubbles of the community. And, you know, it's going to be whatever you say, whatever it is, positive, negative, you're going to be exposed to the people who feel the strongest on the opposite end, because those are the people because we've all been trained without knowing it. Every single one of us, all four of us, without knowing it, whether or not we comply with it, we've all been trained to comment negatively on the posts we see, because that's what these algorithms tell us to do. And we don't even know they're doing that. And so if you say you like GXK, well, then I'm going to tell you you're wrong. And if I say I like King of the Monsters, well, then you're going to tell me I'm wrong. And I think that's just what the internet is becoming. But I don't think I think people will label you as toxically positive or toxically negative because they're only seeing you on a case-by-case basis of this post that they disagreed with, and they're going to forget the one they did agree with. And I know people who worked on Godzilla movies in Japan. I know people who worked on Godzilla movies in America. I know people who are high up in the Monsterverse who do not feel comfortable ever sharing their opinions on some of these recent movies, whether it be GXK or King of the Monsters or whatever, because of the fact that they know that that's going to be their legacy, is that people will remember them for that negativity and come after them for that. And so I see a lot of people.
Well, why did that also say that like it's going to affect their professional work as well, which would then be a whole nother discussion in itself of like the culture that surrounds like the big creatives in these spaces as well, which is what I've been talking about.
And it's not just people who worked on the movies, it's also YouTubers. Like I see YouTubers who don't speak their mind because they know that they'll be remembered for the negativity and that people will come after them aggressively for whatever it is. And so they don't share their opinion. Like there's a very popular YouTuber who I've alluded to many, many times on my channel who DM'd me saying that they thought Godzilla -1 looked like an Asylum Films level CGI quality. And they didn't share that opinion publicly. And they in fact said the opposite publicly. And the reason they didn't feel comfortable sharing their real opinion is because they knew that they were going to be exposed to so much negative.
And what's it called? I wanted to highlight Smo's meme post, but I want to go back to this point right here.
Them aggressively for whatever it is. And so they don't share their opinion. Like there's a very popular YouTuber who I've alluded to many, many times on my channel who DM'd me saying that they thought Godzilla -1 looked like an Asylum Films level CGI quality. And they didn't share that opinion publicly. And they in fact said the opposite publicly. And the reason they didn't feel comfortable sharing their real opinion is because they knew that they were going to be exposed to so much negativity and anger.
Yeah, but then like, I don't know. At that point, like D-Man said earlier in the video, that's when you just have to make liberal use of the block button. If you honestly believe something and you choose to say the opposite, I think that says more about that person. Because if I believe something that I knew was going to go against the grain and I got a bunch of hate, and this from people I don't even know and I don't really value the opinions of, because it's just saying like things like, oh, kill yourself or do this or do that, I'm just gonna block them or delete them, because I'm like, at that point it's not even a criticism of my point, it is literally just telling me to do this or do that, and it's not going to affect me all that much. Like, oh, okay, I guess.
For having their opinion. And that opinion could be positive and it could be negative. I think more often you're remembered for your negativity, but you're also attacked for your positivity. And I think that's the new age of the internet that we have to adapt to.
You just can't win, no matter what you do, unless you stay silent and not interact with anyone. That's the only way you win. And that's why people don't want to do it.
Or just develop like how it used to be in the old internet days, where you find people that you're chill with. I think that like you don't realize that you just need to, you'll find people who agree with you, or like people that you're cool with and can understand like nuance. And I think we're focused, or at least they're focused on the interactions and not like, oh, what can you do to community build, or where can you go to surround yourself with people that you can be chill with and things like that.
Do that. They don't want to like take the initiative to like, you know, help out people when they see something like that.
I don't think it should be about winning though. Like I can share my opinion on I can praise King of the Monsters and people can
win
come
as
after me
in
about
like
it.
you can't like do like you can't winning as in you can't like post something positive or negative, because either way you're never going to get like a normal thing, because there's always going to be someone that disagrees or reacts in a over the top manner.
I totally agree, but I don't think it is a matter of win or lose. Like I can share my opinions on one of my favorite videos I posted, and I told Donnie about this, but it was a video about Rodan and King of the Monsters. I love that scene when Rodan comes out of the volcano. I want to do a video breaking down all of the things that I loved about it, to share that with people, and I did. And there's
I don't think all these people have done that, but I think it's
after me about
to some
Oxygen
degree
Destroyer
that has
completely
happened.
comes out of nowhere and it ruins everything you've talked about, is negated by that alone, and blah blah blah. And people are very aggressive about it, but it's not a matter of like I didn't win because people are so negative to that opinion, because a lot of people saw that video and did walk away from it and shared in their joy with me. And if I have a criticism, like I did a video recently about how I think Monster vs. Godzilla has enormous flaws as a character who has been written across multiple movies, and I think there are a lot of things that need to be done to fix his characterization moving forward. And a lot of people got very upset with me because they loved the Monster vs. Godzilla and he's flawless in their minds, and that's great, and they can be very upset with me, and that's fine. I didn't lose because people are upset with me, because a lot of people saw my video and they took a lot of things away from it. And I saw a lot of comments that were like, I've never been able to put in words what I've been so frustrated with about Godzilla in this series until this video. And so I would say it's just a matter of you have to retrain yourself to engage with, to not engage as much with the negativity, because that's what the algorithms are forcing you to do.
But what about the people that a majority of them don't even understand what you're talking about, and they react negatively to what you're saying because they don't.
I don't think there's anything you can do about those people. Like
that's what I'm saying. Is that you can't win. That's what I was trying to say. It's like no matter. It's like at some point, just people aren't going to listen.
I think you can win, and I think you win by not engaging.
I agree.
I guess, but at some point, those people may just tell others, and then it's just going to pile up, and then it just comes at you. And maybe just like they come up to you at like a con or something, and it's just like it gets to you.
Oh, so this is something I could definitely talk about, because not too long ago I made a video, and I think we talked about this, Rick, but I made the video on the tariffs and what that would look like for kaiju collecting, right? And that video is entirely on economics. There is not an ounce of political commentary in there, right? And I had people on the left side comment respectfully. I had people on the right side comment respectfully. And then I had like these.
We're gonna let people try the new Boost Mobile net.
You're gonna let people who want to try the new Boost Mobile network. That's what you're talking about, Canuck. Interesting. I didn't know those people would be hyper aggressive, but yeah, Zimcast sponsored by New Boost Mobile. And Zimcast, I don't even know how to say that. Butterfly thing. Yeah, I know. I totally support it, guys.
These MAGA head people that come in and they're like comments like,
I think people staying within the bubbles is why there's so many problems in the Godzilla fandom. Not necessarily. I think that is to some degree, but I think that also like people like try to be like, oh, we're just a fandom, we all need to get along, when ultimately the diversity of the fandom does make it so that like that kind of total shared camaraderie is not possible, even if we just all like Godzilla.
come to G-Fest, like we'll show you like what we think of your opinions. And like somebody was like, oh, we know what you look like, and I'm like, yeah, thanks, welcome to the channel. Like fuckface, that is my channel, it's my face. Like
I experienced that horribly. Like so obviously I find it very iconic that on the Godzilla YouTubers panel 2019, it wasn't a reveal. I had been Team Kong since Kong Skull Island came out, but it was asked and I said I was Team Kong, and people were booing me. No one did anything about it. People booed. It's like you could watch the video back. They freaked out. Someone's yelling, like someone, like it's a kid, but yells like, "Somebody get an AK-47!" Like people were freaking out. Again, shouldn't have been news, but it was to them that day.
If it wasn't news, or because I think he mentioned this in the last video we covered when it came to D-Man, is it news, or is it like people who are Godzilla fans know who you are and are playing into the hype? Because I bet it's more that than people being like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize D-Man, a Godzilla fan, would like Kong more than Godzilla. I think it's like a mixture of like people like playing into it, and maybe there are some people there who genuinely like, oh, I hate this guy, so I'm gonna boo him. Like, I don't know. I think it's a broad brush stroke there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like if I got booed at G-Fest for saying something, I'd be like, okay, like that's part of the, I would just say it's part of the fun of being at a con. Like considering how many conventions I've been to, G-Fest is really the one where I've been on panels at, but I've seen like so many crazy things. Like getting booed wouldn't be the worst thing, but like if someone's like threatening, like say like I'm at this con, I'm gonna do this or that to you, I'm gonna be like, okay, cool.
But people aren't gonna do anything. Hopefully, there are some other people that I was like a couple years later. Do any of you guys know like Kaiju Legends? He's another YouTuber.
Yes,
he's a great guy. Yeah, he's super nice. But some of his friends, and I've talked to him about this, I don't know what it was. I think it was an inside joke between them, but it wasn't an inside joke to me. They were like making post after post on Twitter about how like they're gonna come knocking on my door with hammers and you know, like hammers at G-Fest, and they're going to come knocking, and they were making threatening comments like a ton. I didn't find it funny, but at the same time, it's like, bullshit, you are.
Yeah. No,
I would say this: if that was the case, I would never want to make something like that. I would never make a comment to someone like that, like, "Oh, I'm gonna come like to G-Fest with you with like this, or that," unless I knew who that person was beforehand, and I know it's an inside joke. Because at that point, like, you're saying it to someone who is a colleague, but not really a friend. Because I remember, wait, what if someone throws something at you, J-Fest? I've got good reflexes, and those panel rooms are huge. So like, someone's really have to try or sneak up on me. Which, given how like packed it is too, I would doubt someone would be able to actually throw something. People will probably boo you for not liking Godzilla 9. No, here's the thing. If I remember correctly, and you can watch it on the Godzilla 98 Badam Just Misunderstood video, that was I think Scrooge was booed because I think he doesn't like the Monstrous movies really, and I think he's booed for that. Or he's booed for liking 98, but they was booing at a panel that I really wanted to be on, and I'm like, okay, and he took it in good fun, like, or at least from what I saw, he took it in stride, and like he's a what's it called? He's a mature guy. He's been around the con a couple times, and like I think that there's a certain culture that comes with like being a part of the opposite team. Yes, that's his actual name. I can already see that the question mark there. Yes, but yeah, like I think that like if you're getting threatening stuff, then that definitely does change the dynamic. I remember when me and Rick had beef and stuff, I remember I'd said something to the effect of like, bro, like I'm not sure why you're acting all this aggressive when like I've seen you at G-Fest and I know you're not like this, or something to that effect. And like I remember he originally took it as like me threatening to like beat the shit out of him or something for that. And I'm like, no, it's like I walked around with my friends, we've talked, said hey, like I'm not sure where like why you're acting so aggro over something online when you're not like that in person. But like obviously neither here nor there, and it probably because he didn't recognize me at the time as much as he does now. But yeah,
if G-Fest 2022 was before I went to that, I received death threats for a video that I made. And then I remember there was a person who made some sort of comment about like hate criming me or whatever. And I was just like, I had this thought where I was like, should I even go to G-Fest? Like one of my friends was like, you probably should go. And I'm like, no, like I'm not gonna let this person make me fear to exist. Like that's not going to happen. And I think
I also generally can't think of anyone who was at the convention that got thrown out while at the convention. But yeah, I think like anyone who says like, oh, I'm gonna go there and actually do something is in most cases just blowing smoke up your ass. In this case, like no one's gonna do anything. Like come on, like we all go there for Godzilla. It's the only Godzilla convention really that's like as big or as popular as it is. So no one's gonna like risk the big plane ticket, all that stuff to really like do something. Whenever I say something along the lines of "I know what you look like," I only say that because I've already established a trust with you guys. I think things affect people differently. I think it's good to understand people usually react or feel differently than each other. Yeah, but I think like there's also depending on like the person, there's certain norms and stuff that you can say to certain people versus other people. So like I think that like I don't think everyone's like a blank slate, perfectly unique. I think that like certain places you've been raised in or certain things you believe will have a general reaction based on it, but it's not like precise science.
I think any instance of that is unacceptable.
You wouldn't believe the stuff that I've gotten. And I don't really want to touch on it, but basically I still get a lot of paranoia. Sure.
No, I get that too. Like I've not been around that many public appearances for sure. And a lot of it's because I'm paranoid, and I know I'm paranoid, and I know that I'm being paranoid about stuff, but it's also, I completely agree. You get so much comments that are so hateful towards you, and it's impossible to not let it affect you in some way. And like I said, especially when I was younger, I used to get those comments way more. I'm not sure why, but I used to get it way more when I was younger.
I can imagine at your age.
Oh, the kind of things that I would get sent were just awful, like downright literally criminal.
Oh,
and it was
they're not
weird
you?
because it was like a
Yeah, same as well.
thing that I experienced when I was young, and then it mostly has gone away since then. And on the one end, I'm not as relevant, and on the other end, I don't engage with it as much. But I think it's just a lot of it is learning to exactly what Donnie says. You learn that these people cannot define you. You cannot live in fear of a YouTube comment. You just have to be yourself. And they can't. That's in a case where I think if you get the comment that's like "fuck you, demon," I'm gonna come knocking on your door with a hammer at G-Fest, and then I don't go. That's a case where I would say they did win. They got what they wanted, and then I didn't go.
Yeah, and it's like Rick, the comments.
As well as it's also one of those things where it's like, bro, really was unless like you drove to Chicago or like live there already, there's no way you're coming to my hotel with a hammer. You're not gonna spend your time stalking me throughout the hotels to find out where it is that I'm like, what my floor is, what my room is, and like nothing's gonna happen. And if like if anyone thinks that they're subtle enough to do that, you're not. And if anyone actually try to do that, you're getting reported to the hotel staff and thrown out like immediately.
Of you engage with people in bad faith, and we say like the winning move is to not play. And if you're worried that they're going to go and say other things about you, one of the things that I've learned is that at the end of the day, I need to trust my audience to engage with my content in good faith and to look up the whole context of something. And it's unfortunately out of my hands whether or not they do that. But I think for the most part, the people that come to watch me are the kinds of people that want a full story. They want a bigger picture. They don't come because I said one outrageous thing out of context. They come because they're like, no, I want to see what the whole situation is. And it's just.
And yeah, I think that like that's why I like y'all as my audience, because I trust you guys and you're very good about asking questions, asking like requiring context, and are just chill people to be around. So I think that like being afraid of your audience is something that a lot of bigger channels or channels that are trying to cultivate a certain group of people will run into. But that's one thing I'm happy about is that like I haven't chased or I'm trying to cultivate an audience that I'm afraid is going to turn on me one day.
You got to put your faith into like the people that watch.
And what about the snowball effect? Like when it just becomes overwhelming, I just like, what am I supposed to do then?
I mean, I think there's a certain point where like one should definitely consider their bandwidth and their mental health in any given situation. I think that if you need to like remove yourself from a situation, there should be no shame in doing that whatsoever. Heaven knows, like I'm a loudmouth, but I've had moments where I'm just like, this is too much. Like I need to kind of just step away for a while. And when I'm able to collect my thoughts, like if I feel the need, because I will sometimes like make a video like addressing something that was said, or like maybe a miscommunication or something to maybe clarify, my intention or whatever, then I'll do it. But like I don't think anyone should feel any obligation to have to respond. And I think that you should be able to just kind of own your space and reclaim your time and energy.
Right.
Yeah,
I
like, I
was
think
gonna say.
Donnie and I talked about this on our episode of Growing Up with Godzilla, but like it's not your job. And this is something that took me a long time to learn. Like I keep saying, I used to be very immature and I would get into comment battles that would last for weeks about whatever, the stupidest topics, and it's not my job to convince anybody of anything. I'm not here to convince you that why King Ghidorah is awesome, or why Scar King's awesome, or why I think Shimo was not well executed. It's not my job to do that. I can share my opinion. And again, I'm learning how to do that in a way that is purely constructive without being negative. Like I cannot be defined by being a guy who is negative for the sake of being negative. I'm learning how to do it in a way that is very constructive and educational for me, like breaking down the writing of these films. It's helping me understand the craft of writing better. That's why I do it these days. It's no longer about trying to convince other people, but it's for me to explore these topics deeper so that I understand them better. And I think that's the ultimate lesson that I've learned over the years is it's not my job to convince you of my opinion, and it's not my job to deny your opinion. It's my job to further deepen my understandings of topics and to share that with others. And that's what I've been doing. And so I think like you don't have to get into those arguments. If people are responding to your positivity negatively,
like I agree here. Never make the first move. It's always bad to do that. But I think that like, yeah, I think that people in certain cases, I think they should assert themselves where like if they have an opinion that they want to share and you can back it up by evidence, they should wholeheartedly do that. And I think that that is where honing your skills rhetorically and researching and doing all these things is what's ultimately going to make you a better like creative, as well as just easier, like you'll be able to interact with people in the fan base better. Someone comes up to me and threatens me, I'm gonna just not give them what they want. Yeah, no, like walking away or being like, yeah, nope, I ain't dealing with this, is also a perfectly legitimate tactic as well.
It's not your job to prove them wrong. It just isn't. You shouldn't have to, and it should never be your job. And you shouldn't consider that to be something that is a priority for you,
Yeah. No, I think that was very well said. And my struggle that I've been working on over the years is knowing that I don't always have to be the educator in every given situation. I mean, it's what I do for a vocation. So like, it's like my instinct to like, oh, maybe open a door, but it should not always have to be our job to do that. Or like you were saying, it should not always have to be our job to parent someone who may not have the emotional wherewithal to see the practicality in a given argument. Right. just learning our own boundaries, I think, is like the biggest learning experience, and that's I still struggle with it sometimes, but it's gotten better.
Hi, I'm Athena.
You know what? I would accept a Chick-fil-A sponsorship because I love Chick-fil-A's breakfast. So Zimcast, Chick-fil-A, if you want me to reach out and talk about your breakfast in a commercial, I would totally do that because I love waking up early, driving, grabbing some breakfast. Servers are always nice. So yeah, this is the one advertisement that I wholeheartedly support.
I just don't understand why there's just even people that may be my age that still hold this anger towards something where I've learned even through everything, because I've been in the situation D-Man is in a lot of things. So I just don't understand why they just say, well, I hate this thing. And you can talk about it, but if you make that your entire personality and like you talk about it so much to the point where it just consumes you, like smiling takes less energy than frowning. So
yeah,
it gets exhausting. Like you're only making it worse on yourself and for others, which is what I was trying to say in the other video I was talking with you, Pinnock, about. So it's like at some point you gotta let what you don't like or hate like not be the main focus of your day-to-day task.
For sure. And I think that when D-Man was talking about how these algorithms and platforms incentivize negativity, I think it's not difficult to see, take it a few steps further, how people can just be consumed by that. Like you be negative for the sake of gaining attention and engagements, and then you fall into the cycle of, well, I'm just going to keep doing it because
no, like literally, if it was open right now, I would love to get like a thing of waffle fries and their soft serve ice cream and just dip the fries in the ice cream. That's like, I don't know. Some people love doing that. Other people think that's disgusting, but they're really good. But Chick-fil-A's biscuit, like their chicken biscuit breakfast, is so good. Their tater tots are almost always amazing. They have the right amount of ice whenever they put in a drink. But yeah, no, if any company wants me to shill for them, I would totally shill for Chick-fil-A. Like Chick-fil-A. Oh, I might actually wake up tomorrow early and grab some stuff from Chick-fil-A. Also, just to ask real quick, I'm pretty sure I was banned on the Discord. I just want to know if there was any reason for that. You're not banned on the Discord. You should be able to DM me, and I should be able to send you back an invite, because I do know that there is at least one person banned. Actually, no, there's two people banned. Both of them made their accounts days before joining the server a few days ago. So unless you came in with a new Discord account, then you can't be one of the two that are banned. And they also don't have Godzilla or anything in their name. They're just names. So
because it gets, I get the Twitter ding, I get the vibration on my phone. Like it's a dopamine response. Like you're getting the engagement.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate that it can be so addictive, right? Not necessarily the negativity aspect, but doing something that garners a reaction, that gets your phone buzzing, that gets your follower count up, right? Like people want to see more of the stuff that you're spewing, and people will get consumed by it. There's a few people I can think of, and usually the analogy that I go with is it's almost like a sitcom that has overstayed its welcome. And the one I go to is like Friends. The first few seasons of Friends are fantastic, but towards the end, all the characters become parodies of themselves. Like Joey isn't slow anymore. Joey is stupid.
Yeah, and that's what the Simpsons, or at least people in the Simpsons community, referred to as Flanderization.
Monica's not somebody who likes things to be clean. Like she's obsessive and she's kind of like high strung about it. And I feel like some of the people that have like found themselves in this spiral of negativity have also become parodies of themselves to that same extent, because it becomes so ridiculous. Like they will point out something that's bad when everybody else in the room is like, really? Like that thing looks pretty good to us. So I think that D-Man's hit it on the head, and that these algorithms are showing us these stuff, but it's also creating people that don't know how to not be negative, because it just doesn't land.
The news has been around before the internet has ever been a thing, and it's mainly negative.
I never watched.
Real quick, I may have accidentally joined without an account a few weeks ago, which I don't know how to remove. Wait, I'm not I literally don't know how that would work. I don't know how you'd be able to join the server without an account. And I also know that the people that I removed were all kicked. They weren't banned except for like the two. And unless you literally made like a burner Discord, then the person that I removed couldn't have been you. But I'll do it again right here for anyone who is watching still and isn't a part of the server. There's the new link for you, because I think someone new just joined as well. So to welcome to that person who just joined the Discord, I'll give you a proper welcome when the stream ends.
Watch the news.
Well, I always have to hear it because
I think another layer on this is that negative, like anything is a learned experience, like going back to that representation component, right? And I think the one thing that's helped me find comfort as someone who has dealt with a lot of hate on the internet is realizing that the people who perpetuate that hate, it's a projection. It's a projection of, maybe some insecurity, or mind you, this does not justify their behavior, but it is a projection of some sort. And I can choose to receive that and react to it and like engage with it. Sometimes I think it is necessary depending on what's being said, but other times I just I think it's important to move forward from it because their learning experience doesn't need to happen at my expense all the time, kind of a thing.
Everyone said I'd.
It's online degrees. So yeah, no, never mind. This is another thing that I've already gotten a sponsor for. So I guess we'll sponsor it again. WGU, yeah, woo!
Yeah, it's like I said. I think for like how do we, what do we do as a call to action? I think you have to lead just by example. I think that's the best, and really in many ways, unfortunately, that's a lot of the only thing you can do. You have to create a community that you can be proud of. Like I am creating a community.
What's it called? Targeted ads. Zim needs his degree. I already have one degree. I'm just grabbing a second one now, I guess.
That I think is pretty receptive now to more critical discussions, but also that for the most part is no longer a community where if I have a negative discussion, I don't see as many people blindly hating who are thinking they're agreeing with me by overblowing their hate because they are missing the point of what I was saying because they don't care. I think it's just about leading by example, creating a community that you can be proud of, and hoping that community can go on and do good or do better than you, so that you don't have people like me who watch drama videos and think that's how you do YouTube, and then they make drama videos, and then it was like 2016, 17, and then there were so many of us doing drama videos in this Godzilla community where we were really mean to each other, and like some of us were in on it, some of us weren't, and so it got like really hateful, and it's because we did not have a communities that we were a part of. Like I was a part of like drama communities, right? Like I didn't watch a lot of positive creators back then, and it took time to rewire my intake so that I could engage with people who could then make me proud. Like it's very, very rare that I take on other YouTubers, or especially Godzilla YouTubers. Like Kaiju Kaduk, your channel came out of nowhere. I've never heard of you before. I watched your video. I loved it. That's such a rare thing that I would take a risk.
Someone in the comments after the stream is done, take a inventory of how many ads were in this live stream, because I've never seen this many ads appear on a video.
And watching a Godzilla YouTuber without any context, like Donnie reached out to me, and I had been aware of his presence long before he reached out to her. It was like that was my bridge in. And I think it's sometimes you just have to create these communities. Like I think that the channels here, like us, I think our channels are really good testaments of how to have these discussions and lead the Godzilla community in positive ways. And I think that's awesome. And I think that there needs to be more of that. But the only real way we can make more channels like ours is by inspiring people to make. And we can't inspire people to make if we're spending all of our time destroying others.
That's very well said.
Yep. That was great.
No, I really do agree with the sentiment that like be the change that you want to see to make it to be a little sappy about it. But no, like it makes sense. And yeah, I keep saying you can't join us. Well, send me a DM, show me what it says, and then I can check to see what the issue is, because I know for a fact that you shouldn't be banned.
I'm almost hesitant to lead into the final topic that we had docked up, because that felt
the final one.
Yeah, that felt so good. But Donnie, I know you wanted to touch on how in the Godzilla fandom, like there's so many different forms of how people express their love of the franchise, whether it's it's animations, whether it's art, all this stuff. But sometimes it feels like people are very hostile to certain flavors of these expressions.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Well, I had an individual leave a comment on one of my videos saying, like, Donnie, I really like this analytical, like this fuzzy, warm feeling content, but like I don't really like this other. They like rattle off some content like types that they didn't like. Like I think one of them they mentioned they didn't like figure reviews, they didn't like reaction videos, and I had this thing where I was like, but if you don't like those pieces of content, then don't consume those pieces of
Don't
content.
engage.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we were literally just saying about like if like you kind of own your presence on the internet. If you don't like engaging with something, then don't engage with something. I know.
I think like again, taking this at its most benign and in its most good faith, I think a lot of times people realize that YouTubers do not have all the time in the world to make their content. As a result, as the people who kind of put money in the pockets of these YouTubers, they want to say things in a way that gives them more of the content they like, but also like in a respective way. So like the big reason why I haven't done kaiju reviews in a while, even though I think those are the things that have like pushed your challenge, like pushed my channel the most, is just due to the fact that one, I want to make them the best that they can be, and they also just take a long time, and they sometimes take a little bit of time to get off of views, but mainly it's making them the best they can be because I am trying to improve someone else's work. And that's the main reason why. And a lot of people have asked me, where are those? People have been asking about like when's the next episode of Odo Island. The Rodan video, that was one I wanted to work on because I wanted to get back into doing actual like Godzilla videos. Like I think that fans will want to see more of the content they like. It will want to ask the YouTubers to make more of that specific content, and usually they will say like, oh well, if you have limited time, why don't you stop making these videos and make these videos? And I think then it's also imperative on the YouTuber to realize that like you aren't beholden to your audience because it is a creative endeavor that you're doing, but also understand that like there are certain things that are pushing your channel in a certain direction, and be mindful of that. But like I know for like larger channels, it's probably annoying to hear the same person be like every 5 months, or you get a new person be like, can you do this or do that? Don't do this anymore and stuff like that.
That my content is not everybody's cup of tea. A lot of people don't want to tune in and hear about like how my little gay self was like feeling free because Godzilla was my escape. Not everyone wants to hear that, and that's fine with me. But there are people who do want to consume that. So like my general point on that had to do about gatekeeping, because I feel like that's a conversation that we've had. Like I feel like a lot of people will gatekeep based on like people's content preferences or figure preferences or MonsterVerse versus Tohoverse preferences. Like I think it's fully acceptable to just allow people to love what they love and to find the spaces that you feel most comfortable in to consume and engage with other people. And you know, sometimes you may stumble across an individual who has a different opinion, and it might help you see something from a different perspective, and that may be refreshing, right? So
yeah, I think we touched upon it with our Growing Up with Godzilla episode, in that there are like the franchise is 70 years old. There are so many different corners. There are different like eras. There are different forms of entertainment. There's media. There's the figures, which are almost equally important. Like the importance of Godzilla's toys is arguably as big as Godzilla's movies. And you don't have to like it all. You really don't have to like it all. You don't have to engage with it all. And it's perfectly fine to like find your own corner and be like, this is where I want to celebrate my love of Godzilla. But not to like go and tear down other corners, right? Because somebody over there could easily just say the same thing about you. Like it doesn't have to all work for you, but it's really cool to find the things that you do like and to celebrate those things.
Yeah, and so this was like around, I think this was probably late last season of Growing Up with Godzilla that I started seeing a comment or two like that. So I was like, maybe I just need to start welcoming in more collectors into the show so we can create some representation and to showcase to people like, hey, these are what all of these different people are doing, and it's completely valid and acceptable, right? That's why I think what we're doing here is valuable, because each of us do quite different content. I mean, there are areas where we might like intersect periodically, but I think that there are people who consume this content that we all do and enjoy it. And if we can find any like intersectional aspects where people can enjoy the different things, that's great. But there is no expectation of that, and I think that's what people need to see.
And again, I hope everyone's paying attention, because now it is the Zimcast, sponsored by Enterprise. I think I've used Enterprise a few times when I've been at GFest, because I just like having the freedom of driving around.
Thank you for taking my talk.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. And it's like that. I think your message at the end of Growing Up with Godzilla, Kyle, you don't have to love everything. I don't know why. I was listening to that in the shower, and that like profoundly hit me. I was like, oh my God, thankfully, I have never heard anybody say it before, but like, it's such the truth, and it should just be accepted. Like, you shouldn't be called a fake fan. Let's say Shin Godzilla came out and I hated it. I shouldn't have to be labeled as a fake fan for the next 10 years because I didn't like Shin Godzilla. And if I didn't like King of the Monsters, that shouldn't label me as a fake fan either. And it's the same way that, like, as a content creator who does not, I upload videos in a way that the YouTube algorithm doesn't love, where I have a wide range of topics. Some days I'm doing a figure review, some days I'm doing a news video, some days I'm doing a very deep analytical dive into a movie, other days I'm just playing the piano. And YouTube does not like that. And I get a lot of comments where it's like, I did not subscribe for this piano video. Well, I didn't hold a gun at your head and force you to click it. You did that. You made the choice, and that's okay that you don't like it. Just don't watch the next one.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I get that a lot. So I will have Godzilla fans subscribe, and then I'll be posting videos on Alesh, and they'll be like, what is this? Why are you talking about this? And I'm like, well, I've been doing this for 15 years. Like, where have you been? But anyway, no, I completely resonate and agree.
I want to make Tangled content.
Do it. Go for it.
Yes.
I have an idea for a video. It's going to happen, but hopefully it's good. I think only 2 people are going to watch it.
Hey, man. My channel is nearly at 100,000 subscribers, and I can pull like maybe 90 views on my piano videos. That's fine.
Oh yeah, but where's the Walking Dead videos?
I think what's really funny is that after the I think like it was a few days after I watched this video again, my Kong speed paint, which I think is the funniest the funniest fact was that it wasn't even like a true speed paint, because it was a improvement on a original sketch that I did. But for some reason, that speed paint blew up and has 1.3K like views and 21 likes and several comments. And I was not like, out of all, because I have several speed paints down the line made so that there's content, as well as I'm showing more of the creative stuff that I'm doing behind the scenes. But I just found it so funny that like They talk about like content they aren't expecting to do well, and I was like, oh, this one's probably gonna give like a few views because it's really just me going over an old sketch that I did and then doing it again and just like improving the proportions just a little bit, and then it did so well because like it blew like actually the last 2 speed paints I did have done the best. XMA 20 and Kong have the most views with the several dinosaur ones we're doing okay. And like Rodan only has like half of the Kong views, and even the Godzilla speed paint that I did isn't as it doesn't have as many views as the Kong one, which I'll just have to see what the issue is with that. But I also know that the format I hadn't completely perfected it yet. Do you think Go Chair 54 is going to come back for Shin's 20th anniversary? What's it called? I was about to call him Rich. Yeah, well, his name is Rich. So Manzo's doing his own thing. I will literally, I'll DM him tomorrow and be like, yo, for Shin's 20th anniversary, can you please do something just for the lulz? But yeah, people like Big Monkey. But I mean, like, I don't know. Just for me, I was like, it was okay for Big Monkey. It wasn't the best Big Monkey I've ever drawn. So I should have done like the first Kong thing and then like combine the two. But I appreciate all the views regardless. It was crazy for me. I don't know exactly how to use Discord, so I don't know how to message, but I just want to know if it was an accident, if it was a accidental clear things up since I haven't been able to join for a few weeks. Yeah, no, because I haven't banned people. The only people I have banned are like weird accounts that I can't DM myself, don't have names, and I know for the fact that you had at least 2 accounts on the server, and both of them seem to have left of their own volition. Because someone had mentioned that you were talking about things with them, and then you were gone, and it was one of my mods, and they were wondering what the issue was. But I don't know. If you put your Discord information in the comments, I should then be able to DM you probably tomorrow or Thursday, and then see what the issue is. But yeah.
Show ended.
Well, I don't remember you talking about it. Where's your Negan action figure? Where's the
They're downstairs right now. They are all. This room is
Where's
entirely
your-
self-contained Godzilla. You step outside of this room and it's all the other fandom.
Where's your reaction to Negan and Tekken 8? Or I don't know. Where's what was your reaction when Negan showed up in Invincible?
$25 a month forever.
Oh, what's it called? Boost Mobile repeat sponsor right here. I appreciate that. Gotta love oh, Dawn too. Wow. I really want to know how many damn ads. I think it's probably because I'm just pausing it so much.
I loved it.
I'm so lonely.
I'm fine with it, man. Rick's like maybe the one person that remembers that when I started out, there was, the iconic Godzilla drought. We were in like a mini version of that right after 2014, before any info on Kong Skull Island or King of the Monsters or even Shin Godzilla had come out. I did launch the channel. I launched the channel as a Godzilla channel, and there was no Godzilla to really talk about. And I immediately was spending all my time as a Walking Dead YouTuber before slowly pivoting back to Godzilla once that got to be back in motion.
I have no idea what it was like to be a Godzilla content creator before 2013.
It was rough. It was rough.
Yeah,
that is honestly one of the best things that even I know I talked about with you Canuck, even though like, what if I don't like everything that comes out? It's like you still got like a huge bunch of stuff that you can talk about if you're into this. Like we have a lot more opportunities now. Even if you don't like the movies, you have a lot of opportunities to make more content to get this stuff out there because it's a much more prosperous time now than it would have been.
That's true, but again, like if someone is moved out of something they love because of the changes that have been done and the way that they feel that can be changed by criticizing, but apparently we shouldn't criticize because it's better to move on, then like I still don't understand the philosophical backing that Rick has, because I remember we had this conversation a little bit on the last fandom union address, which I don't feel I had gotten a sufficient answer to, but maybe another time he comes on, we can discuss it further as like its own singular topic.
There was nothing before 2014.
Yeah, for sure. The other end of the coin, I would also say like, don't burn yourself out. Like one of the questions in my live streams that I see often is like, how do you not burn yourself out? And quite frankly, like when I was getting started, those first, what would it have been? The first 4 months, I was like regimented. I was like, I got to do 2 videos per week, 2 videos per week, 2 videos per week. Like people need to know like my reliable schedule and stuff like that. And I'm at a point now where I'm just like, if nothing newsworthy happens this week, I could just let it go. I don't have to make a video. And I think that's a big thing in like preventing burnout is like know when like your heart's not in it. Like there's nothing really to make a video on. And sometimes it's just nice to have a week off, and then maybe something big will happen the following week, and now I'm like all fired up, like, all right, let's get back to it. So
well, and that has a really positive effect too, because like when you are in the space too much, it's really easy to because you're burning yourself out, it's easy to burn yourself out on the material as well. And so like you don't come to appreciate the things as much as you should, or like it's harder to love the movie or to share your love for a movie that you've talked about for 100 videos in a row. And as somebody who posts every single day, the best advice I could give you to avoid burnout is do not do what I did and hang your hat on this platform and Godzilla as your job. Make sure you got other things going on for yourself. Don't be like me, where if I don't post, I don't live in this house. You got to make sure that you can do things comfortably, which is where I'm in the spot where I'm like, I love YouTube. There's nothing in me that wants to stop making videos. I love doing it, and I've gotten through enough burnout periods to where I'm very comfortable with my little channel. But boy, am I ready to spread my wings and fly. And that's why like the few films I get to work on, that's the best way I can avoid burnout is by making sure I've got other things going on in my life. So if you're a content creator,
Yeah, that's another solid advice. Definitely be very wary of burnout, which is exactly why like Godzilla content is the only content I watch on YouTube, and Godzilla stuff isn't the only stuff I focus on outside of like my kaiju content.
Creator, and you want to avoid burnout, the simplest thing, don't burn yourself out. Don't force yourself.
You're behind on the news videos?
I mean, you're behind on the news videos because I made the genius decision for some reason to alternate videos. Instead of doing news videos, trailer breakdowns, to do trailer breakdowns, figure reviews. And then because of that, the news piled up. And the reason I cover old news is because if I don't cover it, I'll never learn it. So it's really ultimately way less for my viewers and way more for me to be well informed on the material. Like for instance, this is some fun for you guys. I just made a video talking about a VFX interview that came out many months ago about New Empire, where they were talking about Scylla, but they kept calling Scylla Charybdis. And I was very curious about that. So I made a video speculating that at one early point in the script, there's probably a different monster called Charybdis that Godzilla fought in Rome. Well, one of the VFX supervisors responded to the video. It's a pinned comment on it explaining the monster Godzilla kills at the start of New Empire is not Scylla. That's Charybdis. Scylla bowed to Godzilla at the end of King of the Monsters. It is a different monster of the same species. And he goes on to explain the Greek connection between Scylla and Charybdis, a rock in a hard place. It was always the intention. It's scripted as Charybdis. It is, in fact, a different member of the Scylla species. Many times that stuff doesn't make the cut in the film, and that's how Nezuki winds up being permanently called Warbat. And so Scylla dies at the start of New Empire because the toys and the novelization needed it to be Scylla for convenience sake. But
yeah, it's like the same thing where technically Ramorak isn't the name of the big skull crawler. It's just like the skull devil, but forever will be Ramorak to me. My little baby boy.
It's not fair. It makes sense lore-wise, though.
Well, only once you get the comic book to explain how it's Scylla, because other than that, Scylla's sleeping in the Arctic. So yeah, I don't know, I thought that was very cool. But like by staying informed on the old news, I can uncover things like that I've never heard anybody officially confirm before that it was not supposed to be Scylla who dies at the start of the movie, and it was Charybdis.
That is an interesting thing to learn about.
Yeah,
that's actually really fascinating.
Well, and it's not the only monster, as I'm sure all of us here are aware that GXK swapped out, obviously with Mothra.
Yes.
And so yeah, sometimes that stuff just happens where it's like, yeah, this monster that was scripted as one thing unfortunately wound up being my dear friend Scylla, who got her head popped instead.
She deserved it.
And then Mad Gal Mothra getting included was the best day of my life.
Oh, I'm sure it was, Donnie. Oh man.
But then why is I a fairy tale called Scylla? Well, essentially because it ended up being Scylla instead of Charybdis. That's why the Haya figure is called Scylla. And like to me, and I guess this is the only time I'm really gonna bring this up, since I doubt that's ever gonna be something we'll address in another time, but the whole idea that like the changing the name from Scylla to Charybdis really doesn't matter, because ultimately if Scylla was never going to appear again, we're just going to see another member of Scylla species, which you are ultimately doing still is robbing the design of like further potential, because even if we the fans know that Charybdis and Scylla are two different monsters, to most people, and then probably to the people writing this, if like they don't really care about continuity issues, then I doubt they're really going to consider, we technically killed Charybdis, not Scylla, so we could really use Scylla again. Like it's I guess that's the only time I'm ever going to bring up like the Scylla Charybdis thing.
In GSK?
Yes.
I'm the biggest Mothra fan in the world.
Huge Mothra fanboy.
Do you like her more in this or in King of the Monsters? Because I like her design more in GXK.
I liked her. Okay. Well, I'm not going to do a dissertation. I like her more in GXK because you get to see more of her. I feel like you get to see more personality as well, more interaction and engagement with the other characters. So, I mean, I love the way she was brought to life in Godzilla King of the Monsters, because I love that film. That's still probably my favorite Monsterverse film. But I liked that we at least got more dynamicism from Mothra in GXK.
I hope they have her interact with Colin at some point.
Yeah, me too.
Right, I would love that.
They should be a duo. I've always felt that the two of them would be friends.
I have this idea in my mind that I would like, because I don't like that they're doing another Godzilla Kong movie for a third time in a row. I know we're getting off topic, but I just like thinking, we know it's like, oh, they're coming together for the first time in so many decades to fight each other. So that's the big one. It's like, okay, so the second one, they're teaming up. Okay, I guess we can go with that. What is the third one going to be? How do you advertise that to people? Oh, it's the serious one, or this is the good one, quote unquote, or something like that. It's not the one with Wingard now. So, or it's the one where Godzilla's the focus. But
I you know, on my bet, if you look at the filmography of Grant Spattori, I think obviously his one movie, I think the next one's just going to be very sci-fi heavy. That's going to be my bet.
maybe, I don't know, because I watched it and I was like, it's all right. But also, I was like, I would like to see a calm movie. I wanted to just have them go their separate ways and just do solo movies, and then that third movie can like happen afterwards. I wanted them to be like what happened after Rio, because that is like a huge unprecedented thing. Like they didn't even have time to evacuate. And I was like, let's have just a whole Hollow Earth thing, and then have Godzilla on top of the surface for another movie, and they're both solo things. I was wanting to have like Rodan comes back and like Mothra's in the Hollow Earth and stuff, and like Kong like kind of knocks him down, and it would just kind of be funny because you see like the sort of kaiju interactions that GXK have, and like you get to see more personality from Rodan. Rodan, I've said this a couple times. I do not like Rodan's characterization ever since Destroy All Monsters. Like he's kind of like the fifth monster, like of the big five, just because he has the most appearances of any other monster. Because Toho doesn't really treat him as anything other. Because we have, he's the one that flies. We have a bunch of others that fly. He's the one that's fast. We have other kaiju that are maybe even faster than Rodan, and he's always smaller. Besides Final Wars, but he's also just like he's bait in that movie like every other kaiju. So he's just kind of weak. I loved Rodan when he was on par with Godzilla and they were like partners together, and he would be able to take on King Ghidorah. As cool as he is in King of the Monsters, they just made him a chump still. They made him Starscream, and like compare him knocking both him and Ghidorah out.
I have not seen I Am Mother. I plan to watch it this year though.
Ghidorah the three-headed monster versus his fight in King of the Monsters against King Ghidorah. It's like we've just come a long way from his original characterization that I loved in the early Showa films. Like his own movie and the two movies where he's with Godzilla against Ghidorah, that's peak Rodan for me. And Heisei does have a little bit of that where he has some connection to baby Godzilla, but it isn't like that big. I think that's the second best depiction of Rodan. I just like Rodan to be on par with Godzilla, but he's fast and flies. Like he's the king of the skies, and Godzilla's like king of the sea, sort of thing. Rodan's just kind of been reduced to like cannon fodder now. Like he's just Gauss in Singular Point. Like his latest appearance is just him as a Heisei Gauss knockoff. And then like, there's this big shadowy thing.
Yeah. Rodan, I there's nothing really that I'd say is wrong with what he's saying about Rodan. I agree with that.
They just get knocked out by Gorosaurus Godzilla, rip off, and never seen again. Rodan just never appears again after he gets chumped by Ghidorah and chumped by Mothra, and then he bows to Godzilla and King of the Monsters, and he's can't fight in Final Wars. Like every appearance he's in, he just
what a makeup.
Oh, new sponsor, Bitrix24, winning deals just like the sponsorship that I'm getting. Again, I hope someone has been like following all of these.
I feel like they lost something with Rodan. We're talking about the community now and talking about ranting about how Rodan's
make Rodan great again.
Oh no. Yeah. All I'm hearing is that at the start of this video, I said that I'm switching from Team Kong to Team Rodan, and it sounds like I'm not the only one, is what I'm learning here.
Remember Rodan confirmed?
I will never forget Rodan confirmed.
Oh my god,
that was before my days. When I was there watching, going, they really think that's Rodan, huh?
My heart wanted to believe, but my mind knew it wasn't true.
You guys know that in China, there's a secret end credit scene to Godzilla 2014 where Mothra has an army of Mutos.
Is that like how in Japan Godzilla comes out of the sea at the end of King Kong versus Godzilla?
Someone's like making it all up and stuff. Like the two firefighters are actually the Mothra fairies that are in the building.
I believe that one. Unfortunately, I saw that picture and I was sold. I was like, you can't deny that.
I was on the internet making a Mothra rumor. Okay.
You were the one who started it.
It was all me.
We need a Mothra. But the Monsterverse isn't even a cinematic universe. It's the same type of cinematic universe as Alien and Predator is. It's just two two iconic monsters, mind you, but like nothing else. It's just Godzilla moves and Kong moves, and maybe together. That's it. Just two characters.
I feel very strongly, if you're going to do spin-offs of Monarch Legacy of Monsters, I feel very strongly that you got to do a Mothra spin-off. You got to do a Rodan
spin-off. Make money, so it's just cinematic universe in name only.
Hey man, streaming doesn't make money anyways. Just ask Disney. That they lose big every year.
Yeah, but we need. What if we made the Giant Condor movie, or maybe
Giant Condor the movie?
No.
Okay, Rick.
Yeah, but Kyle, what if instead Giant Condor was Ebra? Yeah, there you go.
What if we brought Weiron? Weiron might be good.
Yo, Weiron got done justice in Rebirth.
I love freaking Rebirth Weiron. I have my whole Weiron my beloved. He's big knife.
Big knife. Well, gents, at risk of spiraling into a completely different video, I think that we should wrap this one up. We're going on 2.5 hours.
No, I want to continue. I want the people who are watching go insane. No.
Gents, thank you all so much for taking the time. I thought that this was an amazing conversation, and I really hope that those who stick around and watch most, hopefully all of it, take away some really big themes. I'll throw all of your social information in the description. But any parting words, any final thoughts?
You have a seat at the table. You belong, and enjoy what you enjoy.
Amazing. Great. All right. Well, thank you all.
I was waiting for D-Man to say something.
Oh,
I was letting it live. I was letting it ride.
All right. Did you guys know that the Tangled TV show is a sequel? And
all right. He's like, all right, yeah. So that was all of that 2-hour video that probably I wouldn't have gotten to 3 hours, essentially 4 hours at this point, had it not gotten so many ads, because wow, the amount of ads just added excess time to this video. But yeah, like I think there really isn't too much in terms of other stuff I want to add. But if anyone has any other questions that they are curious about or want to hear my thoughts on while we wrap things up, I'll give it 7 more minutes so we can actually hit that 4-hour mark. So I could be like, I did a 4-hour live stream on this topic. My definition is a glorified TV show with 2-hour-long episodes that play in theaters. Another thing I just realized is that this live stream is longer than many movies. I'm very proud of that. People be like, I can't sit through a movie, but I will sit through a 4-hour Zimzilla live stream. Enjoy what you enjoy. Motherfucker, don't tell me what to do. That's another thing I'll need to grab is like a Mr. Popo clip. Actually, there's a lot of Popo clips I could grab, but I need to find one that's like the most iconic for Mr. Popo. Bitch, don't tell me what to do. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Talk to me about gatekeeping. Gatekeeping is good. 98 fans should be thrown over the wall and they should pay for it as well. But to be actually serious a tiny bit about gatekeeping, it's very easy to win an argument when it comes to gatekeeping, because if you just pick whatever like bad group the person you're arguing with and say that, oh, it's good to gatekeep these people because of this and that reason, if they say that that's not gatekeeping, that's just moderating, when you define the terms, gatekeeping is a form of moderation, it's all a matter of optics at that point, then yes, you have won. Thoughts on your gamer design? I really like your gamer design. One thing I definitely really like is the mecha gamer design that you did. I praise that a lot for having a very stony, almost golem-like appearance to him. And I know that, what's it called? If you ever want to commission a Neas drawing, I would be more than happy to do one of her for you. Despite making I'm not gonna I could do it. I really could. It'd be so easy to. But I will not make one of those 98 jokes, at least not tonight. I am far too sober for that, unfortunately. But one day I will. And speaking of 98, as I finish working on the Rodan video, which will probably come in early May, that means the 98 video will come in late May. And I have pulled back on how much of the movie I'm going to cover in this first part, because there's actually so much to cover within just the introduction of Nick, Audrey, and the opening, that there was more I wanted to cover. And I realized that no, if I do, that's just going to be even longer. So to make it like a good solid like couple of hours or so, I think just covering those 3 moments are going to be the best. Could you explain the statement, the basis of your statement in the previous statement about me contradicting my point? I'm happy I've got Blender back. That's cool. I'd have to actually re-look at the point being made. Oh, wait, no, now I remember. So I completely dismiss the whole idea that if a franchise has another entry that has one similar overarching idea, but then 99.9% of the film is completely different, then that does not make the following film a copy of the other, because it makes the idea and the concept of a copy so vague that by that metric, almost anything else can be considered a copy. Like, if we are to use this metric, then any film that has a similar character, like the whole idea of the Everman, every film that has an Everman, it's a copy of one another. Every film with a soldier regardless of like ethnicity, idea, topic. It's a story about a soldier, therefore it's a copy. And the reason why it's contradicting and it's not a twisting of the words is because good arguments, if pushed to their logical conclusion, do not fall apart. And as a result, that is the one thing that people should remember, especially when they are talking about like Sanders Day of the Media or things of that nature. And I think that there's cases where there may be contradictions that you have, which is better than to just bite the bullet and be like, oh, yep, this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense and leave it at that. Or this isn't really consistent, but I like it regardless, things of that nature. I think that's like one big thing to tie back to the idea of like media being objective. Like there's a lot of objectively bad media that I think a lot of us like, and there's no shame in that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Chat's crazy. Yeah, no, this isn't crazy for chat. True, but that's just a judgment point. But I believe it was kind of projecting and claiming I was contradicting when there's evidence for the exact opposite. That'd be such as, because if I disagree with the point and I disagree with it on principle, and if we were to then go through the argument step by step, and if you don't believe there's anything logically wrong with the argument, we could then just pull it over to a third party and ask them where the logic falls apart in that. Or we can go to any other standard and see whether or not that it would fit the criteria of a lapse in logic or something. So like that is something I'm fully willing to do. I'll defend Megalopolis. Well, I haven't seen Megalopolis in a while. Zim, would you want to host a second debate between me and Rick again? I'd totally do that. I am always down for like people who want to use my channel as like a room to debate someone else on a Godzilla topic. I think that'd be fun. And like with the Cottom debate, the Rick debate, I would love to do that. And I think that having several times, I like watching other videos and podcasts that have like hosts and stuff for debates. I think that depending on who it is, I will want to be a little bit more involved depending on how many people or who's involved and things like that. So I definitely would like to. I would definitely want to do more of the larger scale debates again. That'd be fun. Well, if you did make multiple arguments and then countered them in order to reply to my response, which I can reference if you want. All right, I think true. But I believe it was kind of projecting and claiming I was I think you mean I was contradicted, not I was contradicting, because that would then mean that you were the one doing the contradicting, not that I am stating that you were the one who contradicted yourself. And then counter them in order to reply to me. And then that also doesn't really make sense, but I think what you mean is, I made multiple arguments that I countered myself in order to reply to yours, which would imply that I contradicted myself. But I try to keep my stories as consistent as I can. I don't want to be inconsistent. Yeah, no, consistency is always important in stories. I think a three-way conversation would be better because you could serve as a more centrist view on polar opposite views. Yeah, I could totally do that as well. And I do know that the Kaiju Flash Fiction stream, which we'll be working on our ideas again, is what's it called? That is something that I do want to do in the future. And yes, I'm not sure what that's a yes to, since I said two different things to each other. So there's that. Make Rodan great again. Yes, exactly. As well as Ailzilla. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you back, my man. And I think I'll make this the last comment for the night because we did head over the 4-hour mark. So, do you think Sam Neill being in the next Monsters film is going to draw Jurassic Park fans? I think so. There's going to be some people who aren't Godzilla fans, who are Jurassic Park fans, who like Alan Grant, are just going to want to see Sam Neill in it. I think it's going to draw in a lot of people. I'm wondering, like, what's his purpose? And there's a short that I'm working on that I'm going to have edited hopefully tomorrow. If not, it's going to be worked on Friday, and then it's going to come out next week, because I do have a few shorts related to the Monsterverse film that I have written, and I just need to edit out. I already have the clips collected for one of them, so we'll see how that works. But I also love the fact that whenever I'm about to end is when I finally get like more videos. So there's that. But okay, last one. What you originally stated to kind of my point was it's not an issue, so using it point is I said it's not a pervasive problem to where it is a problem. And then he said just because it's copy in the eyes of other people. No, so the argument that you made is that you said that there is enough people who can confuse these two films together. My response is it's never been a pervasive issue, so citing it as a problem is not really a problem if there is no tangible evidence to support the idea that it is a widespread issue, that's a problem. And then when you said that by your metrics, these can be considered a copy, and that is then me saying that I do not believe it is copy because based on the metrics you've given me, just because you say these are the words that mean this certain thing does not necessarily mean it based on other criteria, which is where the delineation occurs. My guess is he's a villain, a father who lost a child. He's probably a villain. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a villain. I would like to see. I think if Sam Neill appears in this movie, I'd rather him be a villain because honestly, there's a better chance of him getting killed off as a villain. So then I don't have this nagging feeling in the back of my head that if Grant Spator isn't the guy who picks up the next Monsters film after him, that we won't have a wasted actor or be like, there's a Sam Neill character who is just running around in the Monsterverse that we're never going to see again. Yeah, we had that with Mark. I don't want to have that with Sam Neill. But yeah, that's going to be it for now, guys. It's got some more shorts that I'm working on. Rodan video obviously still coming out. I'm sorry it's taken this long. And I've got a few more shame ideas in the pipeline. So keep on keeping on. And I'll also put in the Patreon here because donating to the Patreon will help a ton in terms of giving me more freedom and time to work on these things. So yeah, there is the Patreon, guys. Like, comment, subscribe. The pinned comment will come in probably tomorrow in the afternoon for some of the things I referenced here. And, as always, guys.
Semper Fi, motherfucker.